Chapter 8 The Gathering. Why did I take this job? The most powerful or influential man on the plane, that was a laugh even the best of times. He felt like some combination of schoolteacher, referee, and ringmaster. Sure as hell wasn't the pay. It wasn't the office either, a hastily converted former Boros barracks that had been declared neutral territory by the leaders of all 10 of Ravnica's guilds. It was a tall building built strong, but with little charm, a perfect place to the new guild pact to sort through all the business of running a plane-spanning metropolis, hear various guild announcements, and worst of all, chair the guild meet, a weekly cycle of unrelenting torture that never failed to deliver bitter resentments, angry shouting, and the odd fist fight. It was a morning that usually had him hiding in his office swearing never to forgive one of his usual allies all afternoon, but mercifully it wasn't this morning, and he was able to smile at the lithe armored form that let herself in. Please, Lavinia. The woman came to a crisp halt at her name, looking at a point some 6 inches over his left shoulder. I'm begging you, tell me this is the last of the damned requests for the day? I would love to guild pact, but I would be lying. Jace groaned dramatically, keeping an eye on his assistant. It was kind of a game between them. If she looked at him directly, or smiled, or used his real name, he won. If she didn't before he dismissed her, she did. He wouldn't have had anyone else in her shoes, though the former arrestor was a pinnacle of administrative excellence, scything through a lot of the paper that tried to clog up Ravnica's workings and make his job even more unbearable. However, though he'd only had the post a few months, he had always been a quick study. There were tells in her rigid posture that spoke of something out the ordinary, something very much like trouble. Everything all right, Lavinia? The game was abandoned, as she shook her head, looking into the planeswalker's face directly. No, there's someone here to see you, says it's urgent, and she won't leave until she does. She's a mage of some kind, I could smell it on her, and I don't think she'll take no for an answer. You've seen her? Saw to it personally when the alert came through. She's waiting in the main hall. This place doesn't have a waiting room. Not yet. It was another project that was continually pushed to the back burner, but there wasn't time to dwell on it now as Jace prepared to expand his mind. With your permission? Lavinia nodded, used to the sensation of the foreign mind in her own, since the running and culmination of the implicit maze, the successful conclusion of which had stopped judgment being passed on a large swathe of Ravnica. She closed her eyes, let the memory come to the forefront of her mind, and tried not to react to the gentle invasion, nowhere near as forceful as he'd been when he'd merged their minds to thwart the supreme verdict. It was still a struggle to keep her posture through the mental tickling as he gently teased through her memories. Suddenly the presence was gone, and she took a breath, recovering her composure in time to comment on the guild pact's suddenly grim expression. Everything all right, Jace? Not exactly. His answer was both diplomatic and a long way from the truth. The vision from his assistant's eyes, awakening memories long buried for good reason. How much more paperwork is due? Only another 4 or 5 proposals scheduled. Something's up, though she knew little of the council leader's personal life. The former maze runner knew he was rarely malicious, hence why his suddenly malefic musing was so concerning. Pull another dozen or so forwards from tomorrow's schedule. Would you all sign them off now, and we can all go home early after the guild meet? Yes, that'll do nicely. I could do with a break after the damned council, which I'm sure you're going to enjoy sticking your oar into. I might, the arrestor admitted, feeling only slightly guilty at the pleasure she took every time she corrected the guild pact on the points of law he had to quote. She'd been trained to recite most of them off by heart. If he didn't have the dedication or time to follow her example, that was his lookout. What about? If she's that desperate, she can wait, Jace assured her, reaching for his quill and striking through the list he was writing with vicious aplomb. Childish maybe, but damn if it didn't feel good. She's already circumvented several protocols in coming here directly, and no one is above the judges. Despite herself, Lavinia smiled at the oath of her guild. And if she starts trouble? Detain. Jace's tone was colorless except for maybe just the merest trace of hopeful anticipation with extreme prejudice. Some 8 days after that delayed meeting found the Ravnican at home, blurring through a number of the few attack spells he knew, while thinking hard. Much as he'd have preferred to shoot the messenger, the message was worrying, if cryptic. His attention split between his preferred dueling style, careful defensive spells followed by rapier strikes to his opponent's vulnerabilities, and the message. He failed to heed the warnings until his training circle was breached, and by then it was far too late. Even as he was turning, a crushing pressure wrapped around his throat from behind the back of his knees, kicked out, as a thick, disguised voice grunted, "Guess who?" He thought, trying to prise the arm from around his neck to mere assassin out, to silence the guild pact. The armor around his throat creaked, pinching his neck slightly. Guess again. Very strong, he couldn't shift the arm wrapped around him like a noose, so felt backwards, cold scales under his touch. Armored, obviously a skilled mage, to avoid my sensors, possibly a planeswalker, probably a luring Vraska. It was pinching before now, he could barely breathe as Last Chance was growled into his ear. He said nothing, instead suddenly reaching behind him and down, forcing his assailant to release him with a yell. They backed away as he tottered, caught his balance and turned, falling into a defensive stance. Aha, I thought I recognized that. The Rakdos have made their move. Come on then, assassin, you'll find me a hard challenge. The stranger snorted. I doubt it. 5 minutes later gave good reason for that doubt. Flat on his back with the knuckles of a scuffed, but still deadly metal glove grazing his chin, Jace held up his hands. I surrender. The guild pact belongs to the Kultau. No, it belongs to me, Chandra corrected him as he rubbed the nose her metal shod digit had flicked. I keep turning those madman down after that whole nightclub debacle. Gods know why they want me as an honorary member. I can only guess, Jace mused teasingly before accepting her hand up and embracing her loosely, the firebrand smiling as she wrapped an arm around him in kind. We were all lucky to get out of that mess in one piece. You especially. You really need to practice more. Jace sitting in that office is killing your skills. I was never much of a duelist, he admitted before glancing over her shoulder. Where's your glamorous assistant? Went back to the Golgari, said she had business she had to deal with. Damn, I need to speak with her as well as you, the mind mage swore before disengaging his training circle with a wave and pulse of mana. Come and tell me where you've been. I've got some news as well, and yes, I managed to get those damned runes working at last. Really? All right, she threw an arm over his shoulder, keeping pace as he tried to deny a smile. I knew there was a reason I liked this place. Nice area, company's not too bad, and out the way of any guild-related issues, though the lack of breakfast in bed's damaging its reputation. Oof. If you want that, sleep in the kitchen, Jace riposted as the fire mage shrugged off his dig to the ribs. Even through her mail he had sharp elbows. I assume you're hungry? Feed me, and I'll be your friend forever, Jace. Wouldn't death be kinder? It was his turn for a less than gentle nudge. Even if Chandra couldn't keep her face straight, no chance when I'm around. The Blood Witch learned that the hard way. Is she giving you any problems at your guild meet thing? No, well, no more than the other representatives. Pity, I'd look forwards to breaking her other hand. Still no luck finding anything important, but there's some news on Dominaria. Someone's started a rush in the west, rumors of a Moxon apparently, while later, after feeding ravenous appetites for something other than trail rations and news of outside Ravnica, respectively, the two were sat in the main hosting room of the townhouse, Chandra gently rotating the flat, polished red stone she'd once wanted to make into a phoenix before donating it to a better cause. Wow, though more an artificer than a traditional wizarding craftsman, Chandra could appreciate the runes painstakingly carved over every inch of the mirrored surface. You did all these yourself? With the help of an etching tool of the Is it? Yes, the League has been surprisingly helpful recently. Doubtless they want something. When don't they? Still, she tossed the stone into the air and caught it, thinly amused at the sudden panic that flashed across Jace's eyes, glad to see the first stone of Pyronia was put to good use, doing whatever it now does. Wrestling down a chuckle, Jace reached over Chandra, passing him the stone from the chair, now twinning his favorite one in the living room. I still can't believe you called it that. The poor plane never stood a chance. Nothing wrong with that name. She swiveled in her seat, legs over the arm rest as she faced him over her knees. And you didn't go stupid over this. I gave you that rock on your word you wouldn't. I didn't, and thanks to this I can prove it, Jace assured her, holding up the carved stone with its runes now glowing with mana. Chandra looked at it expectantly before the runes swelled the mana within, spreading out and suffusing the whole room and turning into something else. Another room she recognized. This is Jace's lab. Am I in his body somehow? The glow faded and she looked across at him wonderingly. It stores and shares memories, he explained. Put the image in there with a flare of mana, and it transmits them to everyone in close proximity. The more mana in, the larger the radius. It effectively put you in the place of the one who had the transmitted memory, lets you see it as though you were them. Kind of like what you can do. Kind of, though it's relatively crude at the minute. I'm hoping to improve it when I get a chance. Okay, Chandra digested this for a minute before shrugging. Just out of interest, why'd you invent it? Boredom? Ha, with my new role that's a distant dream. Honestly, getting the guilds to agree to anything is like trying to herd cats, and even then you have to document it in triplicate to avoid the Azores spontaneously exploding. You know I have a perfect cure for paperwork, hence why I don't let you within 5 miles of the Guildhall, and the fact I don't need you, and that Rakdos freak show trying to murder each other again. She started it, Chandra retorted, snuffing out a fire in her fist, as she recalled that fight, not to mention its aftermath. Talk about wrong place, wrong time. Even if it ended well, even the judges said it was self-defense. Anyway, a normal man would be honored to have 2 women fighting over him. A normal man wouldn't get the blood witch, and the arsonist. Lucky me, he caught the pillow aimed at his face and tossed it back, matching Chandra's scowl with a smirk, before becoming more pensive, fiddling with the stone once more. I had a visitor while you were gone, not someone I was expecting, but she had news that concerns both of us and Vraska. How is she, by the way? The offer to call in is still open. Remembering her sometime assistant, Chandra smiled fondly. She knows I tell her often enough, but she doesn't like crowds, Jace. It's one of the reasons she's affiliated to the Golgari. It keeps her out the way. She's getting the hang of her spark now, though. I've seen her walk on her own a few times, and she's picking it up well enough. She had a good teacher. The mind mage smiled, and despite herself, the firebrand had to look away, embarrassed at the praise, though I still can't believe we were so close when her spark ignited. Xava was good for something at least. Other than firewood, you mean? Chandra grimaced, before dragging herself back on the topic of the other planeswalker. Either way, she seems happy enough. I think I don't know if she feels the same way we do, and don't really want to ask. I know she feels the cold, though. Damn cuddles. I still don't believe you. Call her that. I will ask when I see her, and if you end up a statue afterwards, don't come running to me, he warned Chandra, smirking at his challenge. No chance. Her gaze paralyses every muscle you've got, and you choke to death since you can't breathe. Ask all you want, as long as I'm there I'll fill in any embarrassing bits she skips over. Anyway, you had a visitor? Yes, I did. Jace held up his carved stone again, the runes twinkling with his mana, as Chandra sat straighter in her chair, and I think it's best you see it for yourself. The stamp came down for the last time, and he placed the paper neatly atop the others. That's the last of them. Lavinia, please file them off and dismiss everyone, then show our guest in. Sure you don't want me to stand guard? No, I'm certain this isn't guild business. Get yourself gone for the night. I'm sure Tajik wouldn't mind seeing you off duty. There's nothing going on between me and the Boros Guild representative. Really? Shame. Her glare would have made Rakdos himself whimper. Still, get going, and tell her to knock before she comes in. The Azorius arrestor nodded, and then stepped out, the door falling shut behind her. Nothing happened for a few minutes before it suddenly banged back open, and another figure emerged, a woman whose stunning porcelain beauty was matched only by the coldness of the eyes she locked onto his. Well, she drawled, her tone thick. Poisoned honey, you've done well for yourself, Jace, though didn't I teach you it was rude to keep a lady waiting? And when one calls, I'll remember that advice. That shot told, her skin losing some of its normal pallor as he scoured her vanity. What do you want? She pouted, sultry, as she stepped forward. So cold, is that how you treat your friends? And with the tip of a pink tongue raced over her full inviting lips. We're more than just friends once. We were. The emphasis on the last word stopped her dead, and if you're here to waste my time as well as yours, I want no part in it. What do you want, Vess? For the first time there was a slight uncertainty in her step. A crack in the facade swiftly papered over as the black mage dropped a lot of the pretense and spoke to him directly. No, Lily, you wound me, Jace. I waited for you when the consortium collapsed. I would have followed you. Don't blame me for your cowardice. Even now I've come with a warning, and you spit in my face. The scene changed slightly. Jace standing behind his desk. Tell me I don't have good reason to tread softly around you, necromancer. You're a user, Liliana. You put no one above or before yourself. You say you have a warning, and you could be telling the truth, but even if you are, it won't come free. Let's hear it then. He retook his seat. What do you know that would have me ring alarm bells in Ravnica? Hair as black and luxurious as midnight cascaded, as the cruel woman shook her head, still smiling like a cat. Ah yes, the keeper of the 10, the law made flesh, the living guild pact. You accuse me of using Jace? Take a good hard look in the mirror. Tezzeret and Bolus had a cadre of us dancing like puppets, but you dangle a whole plane from your fingertips. They taught you too well. Still, we had something once. There was a time I did care for you. Because of that I amused your little revenge, her dress scarcely whispered, as she stepped up and lay a sheaf of paper before him. Tell me if you recognize any of these names. He scanned the page quickly and despite himself couldn't disguise a faint jolt of recognition, something Liliana was smirking at when he looked up again. I know some of them, including my own blackmail targets or ex-lovers perhaps. The smirk dropped from her face and the air grew chill, a dark nimbus forming around her head as his words hit home. Don't test me, boy. Her voice was as cold as the grave. I don't need you breathing to serve a purpose, guild pact. What purpose, deathmage? I assume these names are all planeswalkers. Why bring it to me, especially since we're both on it? Liliana's smile was a razor's edge as she picked her list up again. I tracked these down after walking half the multiverse. Bellerin, appreciate my thoroughness, if nothing else, but I wasn't the first to put them together. Something or someone knows all our names and has made a common thread between us. One I want severed along with the neck of the one responsible. I intend to find all these planeswalkers and discover the link, but that won't happen if I have to track them down individually. How many people could we know between us, across the multiverse? You think someone's after us for some reason? Something he didn't recognize flicked over her expression, gone before he could analyze it properly. Maybe, maybe not. Do you want to take the chance? I've not heard from Bolus in a while. It's been too quiet for too long when that serpent and his pets are concerned. I wouldn't risk being caught unprepared, he admitted. So this is your warning to us all? Very generous. What do you want as thanks? From you, nothing, and it's no warning, Bellerin. I've done some research into this affair, and it can't be solved by me alone. There are too many variables that could connect us. Even the dead wouldn't know them all. We need a central point somewhere all those involved can have their say, and someone probably you can find the one responsible for this. We'll call it a travesty for now. A conclave? His voice was flat with shock. Apart from the infinite consortium, he'd never heard of such a thing. You want to call what a council of planeswalkers? She laughed, a low cold noise. No, I've already begun to call it. I know some of these names, and am seeking the others. 4 months, by the regular calendar, should be enough to track the rest, especially with you on my side. Why should I help you? Where do you think I told them our gathering would take place? Even as mana tinged his vision blue, she laughed again, setting the list down again, with a few names scoured through by her nails. We must find them by the Dominarian longest day. Make the arrangements, if you would. I'm sure the Guild Pact can afford to be a generous host. He breathed hard once, twice, then calmed himself. He might have been caught blind, but he refused to be baited. Get out, he demanded coldly. It will be done, but I warn you, if harm comes to Ravnica from this, none of the demons you've sworn to will stop me finding you. I will leave you with nothing, Liliana. I will strip your memory bare, however long that might take. She hissed like a scalded cat before recovering her poise, leering forward seductively. I remember when it wasn't my memory you were desperate to strip bare, Jace Bellerin. Still, those were different times. She turned to go, midnight dress swishing like the last moans of a ghost. I'll see you in 4 months, you and the others. Jace said no more, waiting until she left before sitting down and scrutinizing the list again, his vision flicking between 3 of the names as he chewed his lip in concern. As the glare faded, Chandra caught her breath and sucked her gnawed bottom lip. Memories really are nothing to be messed with. You can see I had a good reason to get the stone ready. She had to reel herself in to hear Jace's voice again. I hope you can see my concerns, though. See them? Yeah, but that really did feel weird. I heard and saw everything you did, but I couldn't feel anything you were feeling that was Liliana Vess. He nodded, still ashamed at that part of his life and the losses that had gone with it. It had taken a lot of trust to confide even to Chandra about his time in the consortium, and true to her promises, she didn't tease him about his former flame. Well, not too much. First time I've seen her in years, and she goes and drops this in my lap, he groaned, pulling a scrap of parchment from one of the pockets of his chair and passing it to her. In less than a third of a year, 10 other planeswalkers are going to descend on this place, and I can only imagine how well that's going to end. Apart from Liliana, I know you Vraska, and no more, so even with her help we're only about halfway there, and with little idea where the others could be found. Well, I know that one Chandra chipped in Gideon Jura. Did I tell you about him? I wasn't 100% sure until you said it, Jace admitted, mentally ticking off another name, and I know the name Revane, from an elven tribe of Zendikar, so that's as good as any place to start. Chandra snickered slightly. All paths crossed in that mess, don't they? How long have we got before Dominaria's solstice? 3 months and some, but I wasn't going anywhere without letting you and Vraska know. Liliana never said what she was doing this for, but I'd wager either it's nothing good or the gatherings for her own ends somehow. Either way, I wasn't going to risk you running into her or this mysterious thing she's tracking down without fair warning. Especially since Vraska's not been walking long. It's been half a normal year since her spark lit for Liliana, or whatever she's following. To know about her is worrying. And she keeps a low profile at the best of times. Chandra agreed, mulling this over. Can't think of anything or anyone who'd recognize her specifically, though if they knew I'm a planeswalker and saw us together, they might put 2 and 2 together. We're letting her know before we do anything else. Thanks for waiting and the warning, but don't think I'm blind. What? His confusion must have been evident as Chandra looked away with her nose in the air. I saw as she was leaving your office. If your eyes had been any more glued on her backside, they'd have followed it out the door. I was not looking much, he was forced to admit under her sardonic gaze. It's not my fault it's aesthetically appealing, and anyway Lavinia wears too much armor to get a good look. Oh, I am so telling her that when I see her next. Enjoy the guild meet that comes afterwards. Jace shuddered at the thought and frantically thought of a way to make amends before the firebrand made good on that threat. So what's the plan? Vraska should have paid off her guild tithes in a few days. Want me to tell her and go to Zendikar after this, Rivain? Not exactly. I want us to go to Zendikar, but Vraska can come if she wishes. Chandra's head snapped around so fast her neck cracked. What is in us too? What about the guilds? I can appoint a representative. If anyone complains, they can take it up with me when I get back, he assured her, the firebrand genuinely beaming at the thought of walking with him again. Trust me, after dealing with that lot for the past few months, I'm due some long service leave. Some hours later, after they'd dined again and made plans about the mysterious task Liliana had set, the sound of a falling volume made Jace glance up and chuckle every time. Though she never admitted it, the strain of her travels always caught up to the pyromaster the first night back, and this time was no exception. Chandra's breathing deep, and even as the denouement she'd been reading lay where it had slipped from her hand. Setting aside his own volume, the guildpact turned his attention to his lap, slowly effervescing the large globe of warm water that rested there, encasing his housemate's feet and few restorative herbs. The unusual soak was one of the rituals that had evolved between them, something that helped bind them together, despite their time apart, and he was grateful for it, even if he did have to put his foot down and say no occasionally, regardless of how heartbroken it made her look. Slowly the liquid dispersed, and he lowered Chandra's heels to the carpet, the red mage not stirring as he stepped up to her chair and carefully slid his arms under her. Straightening with a soft grunt of effort, Jace was careful not to tread on her book as he slowly trekked towards and up the stairs, a soft murmur of "I'm not asleep, you know," not making him pause. "I could tell by your breathing you woke up on the first step," he assured her, Chandra smiling and tucking herself in as he rounded the landing corner. "Just thought I'd mention it," she admitted, not opening her eyes until she felt fabric under her. The mind mage laying her on her bed. Jace? What was Liliana like? What do you mean? I can see why you fell for her. Her orange irises gleamed faintly in the darkness. She's beautiful. Got away with words. You said she was born a noble? It shows. It did, in all the wrong ways as well as the right ones. As the guildpact made to sit down, she shifted over, lying on her side and listening as he vented. She was, don't laugh, but she was a flirt, a tease, and I fell for it completely. It was a hard struggle, but Chandra managed not to let out a peep, waving for Jace to go on. I thought we could have it all, the consortium, Ravnica, each other. But she was a traitor. He clenched his fist, old wounds aching despite the present he'd buried them under. She took what she wanted, and she didn't care. That's what really got to me. She was in the chamber waiting, but even if I'd gone with her it wouldn't have lasted. I'd have just been another toy, something else to use until she found a better offer. But even knowing that, leaving the consortium and her behind was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Nothing hurts like love, huh? Whoever said that never met the business end of a Searle. Jace snorted at her frankness before regarding the other planeswalker curiously. Wasn't that Gideon's weapon? Yes, and it was bloody painful, Chandra complained, remembering those battles and their aftermath. Be interesting to see what he's been up to. With any luck we'll find out a few months from now. Either we find him or Liliana does, and she can be persuasive. Despite her best efforts she couldn't hold back a smile. I'm sure you can't spell necromancer without romance. The quip made Jace snicker before her next words turned him pale. So how many times did you strip that temptress bare? Chandra. He yelped scandalized. That was a long time ago, and she led me on. Must have been hard for her. She was in a mischievous mood and Jace scowled, bracing himself a wiggle of the hips here about there, and you'd eat out of her hands and anywhere else she wanted enough. He clapped his hands to his ears, scarlet at the insinuations. You're supposed to be helping me forget that old witch, not dredging up the worst of it. Don't be nasty. Just because she's neck deep in black mana you can't call her a witch, and you certainly can't call her old. She looked good enough to catch you at least. She always did have a fine eye for makeup, Jace admitted before snickering, and you'd not be the first to suckered in by it. She's not as young as she'd like people to think she is. Really? What, 30 or something? He did some mental maths. If I'm remembering right, she'll be 247 3 months tomorrow. What? Chandra sat upright, horror stuck. That's impossible. She's pre-mending? She is, and nothing's impossible when you deal with demons, Jace muttered darkly, recalling what little he knew of the pacts his former lover had made to maintain her beauty and power. The price of vanity outside is rot within. I didn't find out until later. I should hope not you. She's old enough to be your really, really old great-grandmother. Gods, she actually could be an ancestor of yours. Are you sure she wasn't lying? She showed me her family history. It was real enough. What was it, a cave painting? Really? Jace couldn't get someone your own age, so you went tomb robbing? He slapped a hand softly over her face and pushed backwards, the pyromaster still smirking as her hair hit the pillows. Shut up, I'm not proud of it. Get your head down. We'll get off to Zendikar soon, and try to find some leads about what's going on. If nothing else, the elves should be easy to find. Chandra nodded, sitting up again to unbuckle her slim pauldrons. As long as they don't ask us to stay for drinks. Still, good night. Don't let your near-dead lover bite. Why do I put up with you? Jace asked Ravnica at large, leaning down to embrace her, already knowing the answer. It was 101 things up to, and including saving his life during the maze run. Forget about her. With any luck it'll be months before she darkens this plane again. And anyway, she paused from slipping her gauntlet off. I know that tone. Even if she does have the backside, you've got the legs to kick it. As the insult lacked the venom it once held, you best not fall behind on Zendikar Beleren, or the last thing you see will be these legs walking away from you. Really? Good night, Chandra. Sleep well. He patted her nearest knee before departing, and she watched him go the whole way. Only when he shut the door did she sigh to herself, undoing her mailed shirt. A collection of planeswalkers arriving here in a few months, at the behest of Jace's old flame, and possibly another threat in the background. Would a few months' peace kill the multiverse? Oh well, it's a chance to get Jace off the plane. That was a comfort, especially if she could convince Vraska to sit this one out, just me and him, rather than 3 of us, even if at least 2 of us would end up under one blanket knowing cuddles. Just us 2 though. She shivered at the thought. You never know what might happen. That not knowing as well as a tip-off from a weather-beaten source was the reason that a few weeks later a large subterranean cavern suddenly echoed with a yell of shock. Only years of combat training let the stumbling man catch his balance before he fell into the black water just before him. It's not as funny when you don't make a splash, a disembodied voice whined. Recovering, the warrior intoned a swift word and glanced around, hand on the butt of his tri-bladed whip. His incantation worked, white mana rippling through the cavern, and with a shimmer like a heat haze the concealment was broken, leaving the hieromancer to start at his assailant. Chandra Naylor, he said, slowly recovering as the woman nodded. How ironic. Come here to find you, and the opposite happens. You were looking for me? Not the order still, surely? She was more relieved than she let on when Gideon Jura shook his head. I did a bit of digging at the Sanctum of Stars, found out more about what you'd stolen. His tone was frosty, and she gave a reluctant shrug. Probably not the best idea for a former thief to go looking to someone who draws their strength from the law. Had to study it for over a year, but it actually had directions for here on it. Fiendish map though. I wanted to know what the whole thing meant. Chandra shivered. Believe me, be grateful you never found out. Why are you looking for Ula's temple? How did you know I was after that? Metacore fisherwoman, she said you took passage on her boat. How did you think I knew where to find you? She also said you picked up a stowaway on your travels. Shake her off, did you? The white mage chuckled caustically. I can dream. I've a talent for finding waifs and strays, as you well know. Out of respect for his intervention at the order of Heliod, Chandra took the slight with reasonable grace, though she stepped back as his surl blurred the air. The odd whip cracked over the dark lake, lashing the water to a foam and flicking fat droplets everywhere as it retraced Chandra, nimbly dodging the shower. Hey, no need for that, says the woman who just tried to dunk me. Gideon cut back, wrapping up his whip as a small light became visible beneath the black water. It grew brighter and larger, carried up from the depths until it broke the surface, a dark shape just below it. What do you want? A childish voice called through the darkness. The big bad warrior need me to hold his hand again. I'm trying to make a breakthrough down here. The only thing you're trying is my patience, Gideon rumbled back, ignoring Chandra's snigger. Get over here, there's someone I want you to meet. They better not be muscling in on my treasure. Our treasure? I am getting a reasonable share for the past 4 months, aren't I? You'll get what you're worth. In the gloom, Chandra was able to pick out someone swimming towards them, probably a toenail or two. The statue's supposed to be big as me, flawless crystal. I'm sure Gideon sounded somewhere between resigned and exasperated, similar to how Jace did after a long guild meet. Now mind your tongue, this is Chandra Naylor and she's not as forgiving as I am. Liar, Chandra denounced her former jailer as someone pulled themselves onto the shore. I'm perfectly well-mannered when I have to be. Ignoring Gideon's disbelieving cough, the firebrand turned to the stranger, now dashing water from her fins. So who are you? Gideon's palm met his face. You had to ask, he muttered. The irritant that had fallen at his feet some 6 months ago and become his reluctant protege 2 months after that, ignoring him and grinning. Get ready. The small creature, definitely not human, gracefully back flipped into the water with a splash, speaking as soon as she surfaced from the frozen poles to the boiling center. All Zendikar's oceans know my name. Water rolled a spout, rising with her atop it. I'm the voice of the deep, the Leviathan, rider and mistress of the Krakens. I'm the one who'll find Ula's tomb, restore her glory to the surface world, and all will whisper the name of her prophet. The child leapt from her twister, landing gracefully on the shore with an arm thrust overhead. Kiora, the thundering wave. Gideon running away was her first clue. Something had gone wrong. She turned around in time to see her water spout collapse forwards, drenching her as she lamented. No, it was meant to explode into spray. Don't laugh, she demanded. The strange woman in red, with her hands on her knees, trying desperately not to. Eventually regaining control, Chandra stepped forwards, offering her hand to the sodden merfolk. Just keep practicing, I'm sure it'll be perfect next time. Really? Just what she needed. Gideon felt a headache brewing. More encouragement, thanks. You can have some of the treasure, me and that lunk find, which we were supposed to find 4 months ago, thanks to your infallible information. And weren't you the breaking wave last week? Yeah, but all waves break. I want to do something special, she riposted before glancing up at Chandra again. How did you find us anyway? This place is supposed to be hidden. I had a tip-off. Wait, your name's Kiora? The thundering wave, the diminutive merfolk protested, but Chandra was no longer listening, looking from a sheaf of parchment to the girl, disbelievingly. Woe too, for one. As she glanced at Gideon, is she? Guessing her meaning as she indicated the pair of them. The hieromancer nodded. Yeah, lit up a while ago. Unfortunately, if she hadn't, that squid would have eaten her, and I'd not have wasted all this time on a wild goose chase. It's not a wild goose chase, Kiora rebuked with conviction, before looking at Chandra anew. Wait, are you a planeswalker too? The firebrand ruffled her head fins, making her giggle. Bright little button, aren't you? Guess someone had to be the brains of the team. Yeah, I am Chandra Naylor, the Brimstone Fury. Hey, actually that's not a bad title. Listen, I need to borrow him a second. We've got some things to talk about. That okay with you? Help yourself, he's no use down there, swims like a rock. Thinks like one too. Happy thoughts. Just because I want to dangle them both head first in a bucket of hedron crabs doesn't mean I should got that right, but I've got work to do. Be gentle with him, he cries easily. As Chandra's laughter echoed around the underwater shrine, the white mage took a deep calming breath and adjusted his last mental image. I should use skip bugs. I can tell we're going to be friends, Kiora. This shouldn't take long. The mare girl nodded and dived without a sound, scooping up the light stone she'd left on the bottom of the lake and swimming for deeper water. Chandra watched until the shining disappeared and then turned to the older planeswalker. She's young. Too young, Gideon said softly, tracking her fading wake. It was a temple like this, a dead end with a kraken at the end of it. Didn't see it until it grabbed her underwater. I honestly thought she was dead, then felt her ignite. I finished it off and followed her trail, brought her back to Zendikar, been keeping an eye ever since. She's lucky you were there, Gideon. You're a good man, she told him without shame or embarrassment. Time and experience, letting her see the past she'd shared with him through a prism other than reckless anger. What about before? She barely looks old enough to be without her family. I don't know, haven't found the right time to ask, she cries in her sleep sometimes. The hieromancer admitted, grateful to have someone who understood close enough to listen, as Chandra, no stranger to nightmares, felt a whelm of pity for the mare girl. I don't want to push too hard. I'm teaching her basic magic, but I'm not great at shaping mana, and there's no way I'm letting her use a blade. I barely trust her with a hammer and chisel. I thought you law and order type, starting training young? Chandra probed teasingly, as the bigger man rolled a glowering eye over her. How did you meet? Despite himself, Gideon snickered. Well, it was a beautiful day to be at sea. If it hadn't been for the harrowing accounts he'd read and been told, he'd hardly have believed this plane had once been one of the most fractious and dangerous in the multiverse. He'd had no luck finding Chandra's trail, not that he'd ever held out much hope for it given the time it had taken him to investigate the sanctum she'd raided and translate the plane of origin as Zendikar, but the place was pleasant enough, and the old ruins, dungeons and temples around the place allowed him to keep his skills sharp. With the order gone, he had no one to report to, and feeling at a bit of a loss, he'd been looking for a boat across the water veil, and luckily one of the corps had needed an extra hand with her nets, and would see him across if he pitched in with labor and a few coins of fair price. And as the blue-skinned woman suddenly hauled at a now twitching line, a stroke of good fortune, as well bigger than I was expecting, the blue-skinned woman said worriedly, as he grabbed the rope. There's gaffs by your feet if we need them. Got it, he called back, hauling the sodden rope in arm over arm, and grateful as it came up rather than the other way around. There were worse things than sharks down there, so he'd heard. The hemp slid easily over the side of the boat, Hanii leaning over to snag the top of the net as it appeared, Gideon helping her heave it to the deck. Ouch. That was unusual in his experience. Fish didn't complain. Blundering landlings, get me out this damned net. Bah, the core declared, spitting over the side of her small coracle. Fishing for kraken, and we caught a sprat. Ugh. A bad-tempered one too, she declared as the creature let out a jet of water, soaking a leg of her trews. Uncaring of the chill, she hefted the net off the floor, and peering over her shoulder, Gideon saw a small finned face glaring defiantly back. Let me out, you have no right. The voice was cut off as her captor shook the hempen prison and spoke over her. I think you'll find I've got a lot of rights, marefolk. These aren't your hunting waters. You know what I do with rude sprats? I dangle M by their fins from the main brace until they learn better manners, or the birds start pecking M. Just try it, I'll get free and send this flotsam to the bottom. Hey, no, let me out. Wait, Gideon felt moved to interject as the core made to throw her catch net and all back into the ocean. She won't drown, will she? Never had much to do with marefolk. This one? We should be so lucky, but a ride behind us till sunset might teach her to behave. No, listen, the trapped marefolk finally showed a bit of humility. I'm sorry, but I wasn't fishing, I'm just crossing the water veil. Alone? Gideon guessed this wasn't a good thing by the alarm in the captain's voice. That's a long way. Not for me, I'm the rushing wave sweeping across Zendikar. Despite himself, the hieromancer let out a chuckle. He'd been young once and remembered such boasts all too well. Not here, you're not. Turn around and go back to shore. No, the marefolk remained defiant. Look, let me out of here and put me down. Your arms must be getting tired. The core chuckled, admiring her captive's pluck and not hearing her temporary first mate move until he spoke. Let her go, please, Ihani. She looked over her shoulder at him quizzically, but in the face of his calm assurance, did as she was bid, the stowaway on her feet before them a few seconds later. Thankula for the elandlings should know you need seaweed for a decent net by now. Rope's too rough for the fish. Not for you though, sprat. You're heading across the water, right? Yeah, just let me catch my breath and I'll go. You'll never make it. Gideon stepped in, facing down the merfolk's petulant face stonily. Hani had guessed it would take then 2 days if the tides were good, and it was barely midday of the first. Now how much for her passage? Defiance flowered into disbelief, an odd expression on the semi-human face. Keep your money, Jura, she'll pay her own way. Disbelief curdled into horror at the items thrown at her finned feet. Start scrubbing, and don't stop till every fleck of salt's gone. Don't even try going over the side. I'm a deadeye with a harpoon. But she looked at him beseechingly, but backed up by the law he drew strength from. Gideon nodded. That's firm but fair. Scowling, the core's catch ducked the rough brush into the bucket, muttering under her breath as she started scouring the small ship from stern to fore. The sun was sinking when she was done, left far too tired to swim and falling asleep in a hammock made from a torn net and Gideon's spare cloak. The white mage, with an eye on her as he declined the offer to share Ihani's pipe. Kiora, huh? As the story ended, Chandra nodded, then swatted his arm. Sounds like the sort of thing that happens to you. Look on the bright side, no vampires this time. Very true. Now what did you want, Chandra, and how is Ihani? I assume she told you about us. Never got her name, but blue skin tattoo of a sunrise on her left shoulder? That's her. She's fine. Something I hope will all be in a few months though. After meeting Kiora, I'm beginning to doubt it. Hearing her tone change, Gideon paid closer attention, reaching for his Cyril subconsciously as she held something out to him. Recognize any of these? He scanned the list, then snatched it away, looking from it to her. How did you know her name? Same way someone knew about Vraska. She's only been lit a few months longer than your little helper. Something strange is going on. I'm on Ravnica a lot of the time now, and that list was delivered to a friend of mine 3 weeks ago. As far as we can work out, it's naming planeswalkers, but whoever found it isn't telling us where it came from. Ever met Liliana Vess? Never heard of her. That'll be a fun introduction. Chandra could just picture how those two would likely get along, especially if he discovered the dark pacts Jace's former flame was supposedly involved in. She's the one who handed out that list, but she's keeping the reasons close to her chest. She's calling a council of planeswalkers, all of us marked. According to her, she's promised to reveal everything she knows there. It's set for the longest Dominarian Day at the Guildhall in Ravnica's 10th district. We're trying to find as many on this list as possible and get them there. Can you and Kiora make it? Ravnica Guildhall, the longest day. Gideon repeated, committing it to memory. Yeah, we'll be there. Someone knowing about new sparks is likely bad news, and Kiora's hardly been out my sight since hers ignited. Better keep her on a tighter leash, hell, as that might be for my peptic health. She can't be that bad. A piercing look made her try a different tack. Worse than me? There's not much in it. Speaking of which, what have you been up to recently? What made you settle in Ravnica? I haven't settled, it's just my base of operations, somewhere to go back to, you know? I can guess who's the lucky man. Wait, really? That was a shot in the dark. Even an angel would have laughed as Chandra cursed her inability to keep a straight face. Not a word, she demanded, embarrassed. It's not serious. He only chuckled harder. Don't lie to the law, man. Chandra, I'd have to flagellate you in penance. You even try, and all the water in this temple won't put you out. I'm not the hothead I was years ago, Gideon, she told him ironically just as her hair began to crackle. You'll meet him at the conclave. He's trying to find someone else here. Don't suppose you know any of those names we haven't marked off yet? The hieromancer shook his head. Sorry, no idea, but you're over halfway. We'll see you on Ravnica, Chandra, unless you'd like to go diving with that little menace? The pyromancer smiled. Nah, sorry, I can tell you something though. She grin approached impish levels as she leant forwards. Your crystal princess is in another temple. Ihani told me, she explained, remembering the core sailor she and Jace had met on the way to Halimar, their first port of call, to both fulfill Jace's promise to her gig and find out about the Rivane elves. Each of these temples is false, just leads you to the next. She's one of the few who've done the whole lot, followed it right to the end. She wouldn't tell me what was there, but that's why she got her tattoo. Reminds her not to follow a false dawn. Well, have fun on your chase. Cow. As the pyromancer departed, Gideon could only sigh. This was typical of his luck. No sooner had he found something worth his time and effort, something else came up he had to deal with. Only this time he wasn't in it alone, as a splash alerted him to company. Are you done yet? Quickly sidestepping the jet of water that came lancing out the lake, he tuned in to hear his pupil's indignant answer. No, I'm not. There's a lot of rock down there. It'll take all day to shift. Just make sure you look at the whole wall first. Last thing I need is for this whole place to come crashing down. I know. Where'd the lady go? Did you scare her off already? It'd take more than me to scare her off. Fishy spit water. One more time, I'll hold you up by your tail till your feet touch the floor, he warned, and remembering how sacrosanct he held his word, she fell silent. Get back below, unless you want to abandon this foolish quest of yours. I've got some thinking to do. That'll take longer than my quest, she quipped, vanishing under the water as he skipped a stone in her direction, not seeing the concern that flickered over his face. She's too young to bear her spark. Only when he'd seen the devastation dogging the pasts of his contemporaries, Chandra not least amongst them, had he realized how lucky he'd been that his mentor had trained him with the expectation he'd awakened his potential. And Kiora, could have been the same, awakened by grief or terror with no one to help, and now something else might be stirring as well. Not on my watch, though. Swearing that mental promise, he stood tall, wrapping his tri-bladed whip around his arm. Whether it comes from Zendikar or outside, or even this meeting, not on my watch. The stone in her pocket was heavy, a handy counterweight to the butterflies in her stomach, as she led the way through the mostly deserted streets. It was too early for most of the metropolis to be up. Something Chandra's traveling companion was most grateful for, even if she stuck to the shadows as much as possible. Her life amid the swarm and its lessons in laying low, hard to forget in a place where most people feared her. Hurry up, Vraska, the pyromancer called, realizing her friend had fallen behind again. Crossing a large street. Sooner were there, sooner. This whole mess is over. Gods know how Jace got up so early. It is not that early, Chandra the Gorgon replied as she stepped swiftly across the open space. The symbiotes she had in place of hair twitching as they scented the air for danger. I will be glad to see this over. However, I don't like large crowds. You'll be fine, trust me. If the others we're seeing here today are anything like me, you really won't be out of place. I could be afraid or amused by that remark, Vraska commented, her tone stony. I'm undecided. Glancing at her friend, Chandra bit back a sigh. Though she'd known the Gorgon several months now, she felt little nearer to understanding her than she had the first time they'd met under Vraska, a strange and scary sky. Her mind operated on a slightly different frequency. Something she, like most planeswalkers, had soon picked up on her travels was that the other races in the multiverse were not humans with funny-colored skin or pointed ears. What to her might be barbaric, such as a goblin's penchant for eating his dead neighbor, was to the goblin perfectly reasonable. Why waste a good meal? Thus it was with Vraska. Her mind was a cool, calm, and infuriatingly logical engine, seldom trumped by emotion, as hers was. Only in the face of true peril or desperate fear had she heard the Gorgon so much as gasp. She did things humans might find strange, but for her made sense, such as minimizing her time amongst others who feared her to avoid trouble, even when she does nothing to justify it. She can kill with a look, but I've looked her in the eye plenty of times. She can easily control it. I just wish these idiots would understand that probably best to be both. Hiding her musings, she reached back to grab her friend's hand, the smooth snakeskin dry under her fingers, at least until they get to know you a bit better. Once they find out you're a hugger, I'm sure you'll get on fine. She was dragged to a dead halt as Vraska suddenly stopped the Gorgon, a lot stronger than she was, and her grip like a constrictor's coils. As the firebrand smiled worriedly, might have gone a bit far with that one. Please don't mention that. Vraska's tone was pleasant enough, but as her living hair began to writhe, Chandra hastily nodded. Though not the nest of snakes attributed to legend, she'd seen what Vraska's symbiotes could do often enough to give them a healthy respect. Satisfied, the Gorgon let her go, and they made their way swiftly towards the inner reaches of the 10th district, towards the Guildhall, where the conclave of planeswalkers would soon take place. It had been a hectic 3 months getting ready, and after their stroke of luck on Zendikar, they'd found no others. It would be up to Liliana to bring the ones they hadn't met to the gathering. As they'd discussed the previous night, Jace had already left before Chandra awoke, the guild pact moving to ensure the hall was ready, and if necessary snuff out any trouble between the arriving travelers. But as the Guildhall hove into view and she saw the hazy figures hovering by its doors, Chandra realized he was no longer alone. Damn ghosts give me the creeps, she spat under her breath. It was one of the few things she didn't like about Ravnica. As far as she was concerned, the dead should stay dead, hence why she wasn't looking forwards to meeting the woman she'd only seen through Jace's eyes up until now. Where do they make you creep to? Vraska asked innocuously, and damn her snake-like face. Chandra couldn't tell if she was pulling her leg or not. And here, for a start, the red mage stepped through the departed, flanking the doorway to the Guildhall like sentinels, ignoring their moans, demanding her name. Stick close to me, Vraska. Anyone starts anything, they'll have to go through me, and Jace first. I'd stop them before they impaled you, the Gorgon assured her, and this time she did smile, revealing the tips of her pointed fangs as Chandra snorted, patting one of her flattened symbiotes. Glad to hear it now. If I'm remembering this right, it should be this way. We're trusting your memory? I can see why we left early. You sarcastic snake, no cuddles for you next time we're off this plane. I apologize. All right, then let's go. Luckily, Chandra's memory didn't let them down, and they soon emerged into the main conference room of the building, where all 10 of Ravnica's guilds sent their representatives to simultaneously get work done and make their guild pact's life miserable. Eyes sweeping all over the place, Chandra was relieved to see both Jace already waiting and no sign of his old flame, though, even as she waved to the mind mage a warning hiss, made her look around. Vraska, what whoa? Her gaze had missed something, or more accurately someone, a very large, exceptionally muscular someone. Just by looking she could tell he was a green mage of some kind. Only one skilled in that kind of mana could make Gideon Jura look puny. Chandra. Vraska. Jace had vaulted over the table to come to her side, the three of them, presenting a united front to the early arrival. This is Garrick, Wild Speaker Garrick, Chandra, Naylor and Vraska. The stranger said nothing, regarding them all from under heavy brown eyebrows, before slowly coming to his feet. His shadow lengthened and Chandra felt a bead of nervous sweat trickle down the back of her neck. He looked like he could snap all three of them in half with one hand, and that was to say nothing of the huge axe he had strapped to his back, nor the old metal face guard that hung at his belt. Good day. It was a thick voice, glottal from ill use, but surprisingly soft considering his almost inhuman physique. To you as well. Fortunately, Vraska answered for them, less intimidated than most people would be, and keeping her head low out of politeness. Are you the first from outside Ravnica to arrive? Talismans of Claw and Fang clacked softly as he shook his head, his thick mane of brown hair swaying. The rot woman was first. Liliana, a silent voice whispered before Chandra could open her mouth. He's got a good sense of smell. I'll bet, she said back before focusing as he turned from the Gorgon to regard her. She had time to notice his eyes were as brown as his hair before he pointed towards her waist. Why does one of red mana carry a stone? Huh? Oh, as her fingers brushed something solid in her pocket she realized what he was pointing to. He has got good senses. This is a stone of memory. We thought we might need it for this. Garrick's eyes narrowed as she withdrew it, and he held his hand forwards. At a nod from Jace she dropped it into his waiting palm. She felt the very faintest tingle of mana as he held it up, sniffing it suspiciously. Not from here. No, I found it on my travels, Chandra admitted, crossing her fingers. He wouldn't ask where she'd traveled to find it. I wanted to carve it into something, but Jace had a better idea. What? You can show other people your memories through it. Just think about what you want to show them and channel as much mana as you can. Know. His low rumble cut her off. What did you want to carve it into? Oh, a phoenix? Bird of Fire. Garrick nodded, offering her the stone back. Pinched between two of his massive fingers would have suited it. When does this start? I came because the rot woman said we were being hunted. Are we meat in her snare? Jace laughed nastily, possibly knowing her, though she's made herself part of the bait by being here. I imagine this gets started when the others arrive, though when that might be or how many are coming I don't know. Garrick snorted, nodded at them, and went back to his seat, sitting down and glowering at the walls as around him as Chandra felt a hand on her elbow. This way. Liliana labeled our seats for some reason. Vraska, you're sat over there. No, she's not. Chandra spared the arrangement a glance before tossing them out, quickly scouting the assembled tables and swapping two of the neatly folded pieces of paper. Over there you go, next to me. The Gorgon didn't say anything, but Chandra guessed she was grateful, as was she when she was a fair distance from the man mountain opposite and Jace sat down next to her. Miracle of miracles, you can be polite. Yeah, when someone's got wrists thick as my thighs? Okay, no more jokes, the mind mage assured her, clutching the ribs she'd just elbowed. Not seen Liliana yet, but Garrick arrived just after me. I get the feeling he doesn't like crowds either. He and Vraska should get on like a growlbar brawl. You're sure she's here? Sure as the Orzhov are going to be clamoring for an explanation and payment next week, the Guildpact groaned, not looking forwards to that meeting with the long-dead leaders of Ravnica's church. Those wraiths she's using as doorkeepers are definitely theirs, and none of their congregation are used without their say-so. She'd better have means to make amends. That she had. I wouldn't wish busting those old ghosts on my worst enemy, apart from you obviously. She snickered at his wounded look. You brought it on yourself, O living Guildpact. Would you rather have been reduced to dust by Azor's verdict? He riposted, winning the bout, before lapsing into silence for a minute, watching as the fourth planeswalker in the room summoned some kind of weasel as long as his arm. After purring to it in beast speech, the animal lay across his arm, and he began to stroke it, falling into a meditative silence. As expected, there was a bit of a wait before anything else happened, the odd enslaved ghost drifting through the walls, the height of entertainment, until a door at the back of the guildhall opened, and glancing across, Chandra found herself fighting down a sudden spike of aggression. In the flesh Liliana was even more coldly beautiful than she'd imagined though, as the necromancer narrowed her eyes Chandra refused to drop hers meeting the harrowing gaze, as she did most things head-on. I arranged the seating, her voice oozed charisma like a beehive oozed honey, a sweet allure with a deadly sting with a purpose in mind. And I rearranged it, Chandra said neutrally, not breaking eye contact with the much older walker, refusing to give her the satisfaction of reacting as Liliana's face twitched as though a nasty smell had just appeared under her nose. So you can sort your purpose out from there. I could, but why would I? A swooping chill at her back cooled even Chandra's fire, and she shivered. The shade Liliana had called drifting past to exchange another two of the place names. Good help is so easy to find on this plane. Really, Jace, you'd settle for that? Your standards truly have slipped. The Ravnican's hand, seizing her bicep, was all that stopped her melting the smug smile off that pale face though. Before either could answer, another voice cut, in its frankness more powerful than any outburst, no further than your standards in dressing even for a human. Vraska was regarding the stranger, inscrutably semi-living, hair rising in annoyance. You couldn't fight or run in that second skin. Vessa's attention snapped to the Gorgon, appraising as she looked the Golgari up and down. My, such interesting company. The Guild Pact keeps a word to the wise Gorgon: keep your forked tongue in your mouth when your betters speak, lest they make their next second skin out of yours. And before you try. The necromancer's eyes were suddenly hollow, consumed by darkness, as the mana of the swamps filled her. If you think your killing looks will work on me, you are sorely mistaken. But I'm not. Chandra grated, a flicker of fire snapping around her free hand. Either you drop your mana, or I drop you. Please, I'm begging you, go for option 2. I've a talent for making witches bleed. Liliana's dread gaze was less effective against someone who could meet it with flame. The two locking eyes, and not backing down until a warning cough from Garrick brought the struggle to a stalemate. Being ushered in by Liliana's unliving servants were 3 figures, one a man, and the other 2 certainly humanoid. They both had pale skin and long hair of some sort bound up in elaborate patterns atop their heads. Chandra would have said core, but their excessive height and lack of grapnels, to say nothing of the robes they wore, made that wrong. She flicked a look at Jace the mind mage, nodding minutely, and reassured she let his mental voice into her ear. Soratami from Kamigawa. Of course they are. Chandra could have kicked herself at the reminder. Went there to get your record of their war, didn't I? Never met one though. Didn't know anyone from that plane could walk. I think I've heard of one of them, the Moon Sage. Don't ask me which one she is though. I don't know who the man is either, but his name's Venzer. It's the name where he sat, he explained to her quizzical glance. Liliana must have found these 3, and Garrick. Wonder how she doesn't seem like the type to make friends. He almost winced at her mental snarl, though he certainly didn't blame her for it. So now we wait. Looks that way. Spaced out by the necromancer's seating plan, there was little conversation between the scattered groups. Only at another entrant to the gathering was anything said. Jace, standing and bowing to greet the new arrival, as he had several months previously. Rivain, he said quietly, knowing her hearing was keener than his welcome to this home. The elf said nothing, taking in all before her before stepping forwards as noiselessly as a cat. Bellerin, she didn't bow back. Is this conclave begun? Not yet. You are the 9th to arrive. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable. The Zendikarian nodded again, before, rather than looking for a seat, retreating to the nearest corner and leaning against it, her large amber eyes continually darting over all the others assembled. Zendikar Jace could only hope none of the others took offense. A plane that makes even goblins wary of ambush and treachery. I was lucky she even deigned to speak with me without riddling me with arrows. He had few pleasant memories of that place, and even fewer of its denizens. The elves that patrolled its remaining forests were xenophobic even for their kind, and it had taken much bartering luck and the odd cantrip to even gain an audience with one of their most powerful shaman. Nissa, though he wouldn't call her that, as a knife in the stomach often hurt, had the aloofness of all elves, but also a wary streak a mile wide and a hair trigger to danger. Coupled with her formidable skills with a bladed staff and her strengths as an elementalist, it was a dangerous combination. Even relaxed she, like Garrick, was ever alert. The odd Ravnican spirit that loomed too close quickly cut in half by the bladed staff. Jace wincing with every figure she inconvenienced as he saw the price of the Ghost Council's silence going up before his eyes. Well, this is going swimmingly. Not for the first time he cursed his younger self for ever getting involved in the consortium and all those within it. Chandra accepted he couldn't think of a single positive thing it had ever done for him, and now this trapped in a room with 8 powerful mages, and almost none of us know each other. I swear if Nicol Bolas comes crashing through the wall, if it's the last thing I do, I'm throwing Liliana into his maw and bidding him bon appetit. Fortunately, the entrance that brought the gathering into double figures broke the mounting tension, Chandra hailing the duo and coincidentally banishing the fear that had one of them mostly hiding behind the other. Hey Squirt, lead the lummox here, okay? Yep, told you to leave it to me. Gideon was left to fume silently as his diminutive apprentice abandoned him, scooting around the loose horseshoe of tables to where the firebrand sat. And I'll give you Squirt Brimstone, don't forget you're talking to the tidal wave. Thought you were the thundering wave anyway, thanks. You just reminded me of something. The mergirl's eyes widened as she let a small barrage of firecrackers out from her gauntlet. Wow, what was that? A celebration. I finally met a planeswalker smaller than me. Hey. Not by much though, you've shot up since I saw you last, the pyromaster went on before the younger planeswalker could get too indignant. And never forget size, doesn't matter, hit M where it hurts and they'll drop no matter how big they are. Anyway, less of that, how did your quest go? I don't want to talk about it. From the corner of her eye she saw Gideon now sat down, rest his nose atop his hands to cover his smirk. Hula, can kiss my tail. Bad as that, huh? Don't worry about it, plenty of time to make your fortune yet. These are two of my friends, Vraska. This is Kiora, the thundering wave, tidal wave. The mare girl corrected her before gazing up at the figure that looked over its shoulder at her, enthralled by the sight. Wow, is that your hair? No, Vraska replied, after a second, looking as bewildered as she had the first time Chandra had met her. I do not have hair, they are symbiotes, part of me, but separate. Kiora cocked her head, looking at the twitching mass as they scented her. How does that work? A symbiote, never heard of them. They grow when we metamorphosize from base creature to Gorgon, Vraska explained, not sure how to react to a child who didn't flee from her screaming after the birthing bite of Vraska. Please don't give her ideas, I don't need any more children trying to run away and join the Simic. Jace pleaded, remembering the constant headache that Guild caused whenever trespassers and truants got lost in their birthing pools and he was left trying to undo the damage in ways not involving vivisection. Hello Kiora, my name is Jace Bellerin. Chandra told me about you and Gideon, it's nice to meet you at last. She glanced up at the guild pact and cocked her head. She didn't say anything about you, as the mind mage's ego was pricked. Chandra coughed to disguise a laugh, but if you're her friend you can't be too much of a worm. Kiora. The authoritative bark made her jump as Chandra disintegrated, trying to apologize to her housemate, as hidden by his hood he smiled a little as well. I can see why the firebrand took a shine to you. What have I told you about language? Get over here. Any thoughts of testing his temper fled at the sternness in his eye, and she quickly waved farewell to the brimstone fury, dashing around the table and pulling out a seat next to the hieromancer. All was quiet for a few moments before Gideon looked away and she turned to the person, a seat over a high. She tried to whisper, but the guildhall had been designed to carry sound, otherwise none would have ever heard the Orzhov or Demir delegates. Garrick, looking across and down as she pointed at the furry body covering his far forearm, is he friendly? The beastmage shook his head, but as Kiora sat back disgruntled he placed his hand upon the desk before him and growled, a small bundle of fluff visible when he removed it. He is the hunter, grated, tapping the rabbit on the rump while holding his weasel tightly about the neck to stop it going for his newest summon. The smaller creature got about 4 hops before the mare girl scooped it up, hoisting it into her lap and petting its ears as her mentor glanced over her to catch Garrick's eye. The two of them held a long silent conversation before the hieromancer nodded and looked away just as another of the assembled stood up, facing the doorway with disbelief in his tone. Elspeth? Venzer? It was a woman who answered, a woman wearing a spotless white robe bound by a sigilled clasp and with a sword scabbard at her belt. Alighting the stairs quickly she was met by her old friend, the two clasping forearm to forearm as the artificer smiled. This is a surprise and coughed as well. Most eyes had been drawn to the figure who cast the woman he'd accompanied into shadow, the metallic plates interwoven into his skin making him stand out even amongst the planeswalkers gathered together. Let me guess, you got the same message we all did? A warning of sorts, the geomancer confirmed, touching his knuckles to those of his friends in the traditional Volshok greeting. Something? Or someone knowing many of us, this many? So it would seem, but you two are the last, the sojourner told them, looking at his old friends fondly as he remembered their trials together and the miracle that had saved not just their plane, but his life. Take a seat, you're both over there next to the empty chair. I'll make introductions when this is over. I'd be glad to hear how you're remaking Mirodan. "We'll tell you everything," the former Knight of Bant assured her old friend, as she hunted for a seat, registering the others seated and ticking off their likely strengths in case this was a trap. She'd never before heard of so many sparks gathered in one place, and at the behest of a necromancer. "You best do the same, though it's been a long time." "Too long, but it's not been easy. My friends and I have had a pest problem for a while," the artificer admitted cryptically, the two Soratami sharing an eerily knowing look. "Even if one of them appeared blind, still we're all here bar one now." "And that one," a luxurious voice purred from the head table as a sliver of midnight coalesced into being, the attention of several of the men drawn to the figure who emerged from it. "Bids you welcome." The tension was thick, magic all but striking sparks off the walls as the planeswalkers regarded each other and their supposed host, smirking. She had a secret and relished the leverage that gave her. "So then here we are," she began, pacing up behind the high table at the head of the assembled seats. 13 of us who hold the spark, who walk the multiverse and its worlds. There's never been such a gathering, so many of us in one place. But I've called you here to tell you this." She leant over the table, hair cascading from her neck enticingly as her next words cut the air like a bone-fletched knife. "We are all united by more than what we are. Someone else who will soon be regretting their actions very deeply has united us by mockery." Mockery. It was Gideon who spoke, disdain in his voice as he regarded the woman and all but tasted the taint of darkness on her words. "Do little harm, necromancer." Liliana laughed coldly. "Ah yes, the power of the righteous to know their cause is just and good and noble, no matter the cost. You likely think me a monster, but riddle me this, sun mage who puts in the ground what I raise from it? More innocents have been lost to justice than to famine, disease and disaster. Think on that." Enough. It was Jace who spoke, already experienced with this kind of diplomacy. "Accusations will get nothing accomplished. You swore this gathering had a purpose, Vess, so speak as you promised. What is it that threatens so many of us?" Liliana turned, looking at him for a long minute before, to his consternation, smirking. "Seems you've fitted into your new role well, Bellerin, though for how long I'm not so sure. Once your precious guilds discover the other name you've been going by along with your Abel." Before he could question her or Chandra could decide if she'd been insulted or appraised, the necromancer threw something towards them, something the Ravnican snatched out the air before he looked at it. For a blood-freezing second, he thought he was holding something that had nearly broken him once, but then the fear faded and he flipped the small novel over, glancing at the title utterly mystified. It possessed no aura of magic and appeared like any other of Ravnica's myriad penny dreadfuls. "Jace, is that us?" Tearing his attention from the title, the words "Ice and Fire" superimposed upon a stylized H, he took in the cover and blanched. The hair was different, the eyes were the wrong color, and Chandra wasn't quite that short next to him, but there was no doubt who it depicted. "It must be what's?" He stuttered to a halt, the first page, making him blush puce as Chandra, reading over his shoulder, glared up at the necromancer furiously. "Is this your idea of a joke?" "Hardly, though doubtless someone finds it amusing," Liliana told her sweetly. "Why so red, Jace? Surely you've seen it all before?" "Seen it? No." He spluttered, thumbing through the repulsive literature with building horror and outrage. "This is trash, absolute gutter filth." "That's unfair. I quite enjoyed it." The dark mage twisted the knife mercilessly. "A young thief raids an old wizard's tower looking for his secret treasure, only to find him more powerful, and not quite as old as she was expecting. I'm sure you can guess where it goes from there. The risque illustrations merely add to its bestseller quality, though I wonder where the author got his inspiration. Perhaps you could enlighten us, Sandra?" The fire mage stared at her, face redder than her hair. "It's Chandra, not in there." "It's not." Liliana Singh songed. "As soon as that novel reaches its target audience, I imagine Sandra Naylor and Cage Nebril will be more famous than the pair of you ever were." Kill me now." Chandra had been done by and pulled some pretty fast ones in her time, but surely this took the cake. Hands over her face and peering through her fingers, she looked past the smirking necromancer to those sat opposite, most of whom were regarding her with expressions somewhere between pity and gut-busting hilarity. With molten embarrassment, all but squirting blood out her ears, and Jace beside her, mortified, all she could do was look up at the grinning black mage and beg to be put out her misery. "Wait a minute, that wasn't her voice." She looked over to see Venzer, if that was his name. Looking around, am I to assume we're sat as couples for a reason? There was a second of absolute perfect silence, before with a crash someone shot to their feet. "Oh hells no." "No indeed," Liliana called over Gideon's denunciation, holding up another volume. "Yours is the most touching of the lot." I almost shed a tear. our hero finds a young girl wandering the streets and against his better judgment takes her home whip and wave tells how she muscles in on his life and puts the brakes on his all-womanizing ways. The necromancer threw the novel over Gideon, flicking through it frantically and shuddering his turn on the rack of humiliation, then spun into overdrive as his supposed co-star reading the back cover looked up at him confused. What's a cock block? The firebrand was just fast enough, teeth closing around glove, as absolute hilarity shook her vision, fracturing into tears that showed her one-time nemesis redder than she was. One hand clapped over his face. Somehow Gideon stood tall, and after a long deep breath finally managed to reply, "You're far too young to know, and I'll flay anyone who tells you." You want to write out my rules again?" Kiora shook her head fearfully. "Then just stroke your rabbit." Jace slumped over, hugging his stomach, as Chandra's eyes bulged, biting her hand so hard it hurt. Gideon must have been unaware of the Ravnican slang. "Who dared write this, necromancer? Tell me." Liliana put a finger to her lip, teasing him. "You look a little flustered." Hero, starting to recover from a combination of shock, horror, hilarity, and though he'd never admitted a tiny iota of arousal, some illustrations of Sandra and stroke or cage left very little to the imagination. Jace glanced up at his former lover with undisguised contempt. "She's arranged this to humiliate us all and get away with it herself. She must be in one of them. That's the connection between us all. But she can't draw to save her life." "How did she find out about this collection?" "How about something amusing? A young man inherits an ancestral mansion and finds it all too much for him. He advertises for some help, and wouldn't you know it, two young and pretty maids arrive on the same day to apply. He's too nice to fire either of them, so sets them a challenge. The one who does the best job after a month he'll keep to get the post, win his bumbling heart, and get rid of their rival. What lows will they stoop to, and will they be rivals by the end? Are you making a point or a sales pitch? It's me, isn't it, or us?" Venzer said heavily, catching the novel tossed his way and wishing he wasn't sat between the two. Soratami Sage and Rabbit. Interesting title. Oh gods, he looked away from the page. It fell open. I've never had maids, and if I did they wouldn't wear that. "I am glad to hear it." One of the Soratami, the one with normal eyes, replied. Her voice was lilting, almost musical, and could have frozen a bonfire. "You are an amusing companion, Venzer-san. I would not like to have our assassin friend extend his contract to your head as well." "I didn't do this to Mio-san, and you know that as well as I do." "Kagaya-san, are you all right?" "I am the blind-looking," Soratami answered as redness tinged her cheeks. "That looks tight." "It does indeed," Venzer admitted, closing the novel with a slam, before glaring up at the smirking master of ceremonies. "Just get this over with. I'm sure there are at least two more. Three actually, but one you don't need to know about. Sword and hammer, about two old foes and love on the battlefield, while this one, my personal favorite, puts a different spin on the Monster Slayer story. You may want to peel yourself away from your corner, elf. This one involves you finally recovering." Chandra was able to sit up just as her friend caught her own bestseller and flicked through the first pages, apparently disinterested, before pausing and looking up. "This is not well-informed. Gorgons do not couple." It was the deadpan straw that broke the camel's back. Chandra howled with helpless mirth and heard at least two others do the same, one being Jace, as the mind mage collapsed face down on the table, thumping it with a free fist. Falling against the snake woman's shoulder and feeling symbiotes rustle over her hair and neck, the firebrand laughed until it hurt, and then finally heaved down some much-needed air. "Vraska," she gasped, "promise me you'll never change. I think I just burst my spleen." "That would be unlikely," the Gorgon answered before with a collective hiss. Her symbiotes rose, weaving out rapidly, as the one who'd been trying to sneak up on her backed away. "It's polite to announce yourself." Wiping her eyes, Chandra saw the feral-looking elf staring over her friend's shoulder, her better-than-human vision granting her a clear sight of the novel's contents. "Whoever wrote this will die, as punishment." Rivain said, her tone almost as factual as Vraska's. Elves, as far as the firebrand could remember, were either very good or notoriously poor at taking a joke, and it seemed the Zendikarian fell into the latter category. Before she could puzzle this through any more, a woman's voice cut through the hubbub. "This is childish, but seems unworthy to call us all here." It was the caped woman who spoke, addressing Lilana with a calm but determined demeanor. "Yes, yours is the cleanest of the six. However, when the noble Hepslet virile dreams of battle or its aftermath with her nemesis Thok the Rammer, well, be still my beating heart." Even so, this the knight trailed off as her companion tapped her shoulder gently with his partially metallic hands, passing her the part-way opened novel, and unable to meet her gaze. she glanced down and double-took, snatching the publication away and holding it up to her face. When it dropped again a few seconds later, it was a mercy the pages hadn't shriveled from the heat of her glowing cheeks. "I'm with the Lady Rivain," she whispered. "Whoever wrote this travesty dies. I agree repeatedly if I get my claws into him. Why, I notice you've not nominated yourself, and there's only one left to be your partner." Jace cut in, looking pointedly at the other unnamed party. "You were seldom one to show and not tell Liliana." "Liliana now, is it?" "Jace, flattery will get you everywhere." Chandra's fists clenched, but seeing his expression stony, forced herself not to rise to the bait. "I'll admit I've been captured in ink, just as you have. Beast and Beauty was my title." "I see," Vraska said solemnly, glancing up from the novel she'd been quietly reading to look across the room. "Hello, beautiful." Garrett gave a rumbling chortle. Most of the others forced to glance away as Liliana stumbled before shooting the Gorgon a terrible glare. "Regardless of that, it's not the books that made me hunt you all down, it's what the books represent. I don't know all of you, and glad I am for that, but something knows who we all are, and worse, who amongst us know each other, even if we've only met fleetingly. Or at all." Nissa cut in, "I've never seen the half-snake before." "Nor I you, though this work may refer to another elf. Cisna is male, and somewhat cowardly. You are neither, even if you fear me." "I fear little, you least of all." Vraska nodded, then suddenly hissed, her symbiotes flaring up and casting both Chandra and the empty seat. The elf should have been sad and into shadow. Nissa leapt back 5 feet without touching the floor as the Gorgon settled, showing neither glee nor upset at proving her point as the elf reached for her spear. "Hold, please, Rivain." Jace requested, his hand raised in supplication. "She like us are ignorant to many of your ways. No offense was meant, but some might be taken if you don't sit down." Chandra chipped in, speaking up for her friend. "I've seen too many people treat her like a monster. Not here and not now. I've put my life in Vraska's hands several times, as she has hers in mine, and we're both still here. What does that tell you? You're either braver or more foolish than you look," the elementalist countered, but she did haltingly approach and take her seat, though she was much closer to the Volshok on her other side than she was the Gorgon. "As I was saying," Liliana's voice slewed the conversation back on track, the necromancer locking eyes on the squabbling rabble before and daring them to interrupt again. "We have all been found and humiliated in this manner. This raises the question who committed the offense, how it was done, and for what purpose. I don't need Bellerin to tell me. None here are the culprit. We're all strangers to at least some of each other, so I took the liberty of having that question answered as well." "How?" Liliana's throaty chuckle at Koth's question was both wicked and warming use of guile and trickery. "Things those touched by mountainous mana will never know." The Volshok glowered, some of the veins under his metallic skin glowing at the snub use. "What brains you have! Only planeswalkers, plural, could know all of us. Only another cabal such as the one I've called here could have both done this and set these volumes for sale throughout the multiverse." The collective intake of breath made the walls bow in. "Bad enough these copies existed, how many others could be out there?" "Wait," it was Kiora, least affected, who broke the silence, depositing Garrick's rabbit on the table in front of her to lean forwards. "You mean we're in these books everywhere?" The merfolk wasn't sure she liked the smile the pale woman gave her, and she really didn't like that. Gideon was still aware enough to catch her hand as it inched towards the mysterious novel she was in. "We are for shame, Guildpact, your intellect undermined by a mere child." Jace paled. "Oh no," the thought made his blood chill. "The proof of the printing mark made it freeze solid." "Oh yes, though I had to pre-order these. They go on sale a few weeks from now." Vindictive to the end, Liliana took great pleasure in seeing someone who'd denied her wriggle and squirm. "How would your precious guilds take to finding their mediator has a double life as an erotic muse, I wonder?" Jace buried his head in his hands, only just feeling Chandra's arm on his shoulder in support. "The Orzhov, the Demir, I'm doomed, utterly doomed." He sat bolt upright as something worse filtered through his mind. "This'll be in every Boros garrison in a month. That's it, let the verdict happen. I'm leaving the plane." "You always were good at running away," Liliana mused cruelly, not affected by the combined glares of Jace and the commoner he'd found in her absence. "But don't go anywhere yet. I, as a devoted fan, have been in touch with the publisher. Because of my persistence, one of the authors has agreed to appear at this Guildhall to address the president of his Ravnican fan club and her loyal supporters for a private book signing. He'll be here in about an hour." Everyone swapped glances, some alarmed, some concerned, and many murderous. "I suggest we arrange a suitable reception." Given the amount of magic and experience present within the Guildhall, it came as no surprise that within 10 minutes the place was a death trap impossible to walk out of and filled with layers of mana-plated traps and snares. apart from Garrick and Vraska, who seemed little concerned about the issue at hand, and Kiora, who couldn't help and spent most of the time introducing herself to any who'd listen. The remaining planeswalkers bent their strength to preparing to capture whoever had heaped this humiliation on their heads. Few words were exchanged, though. Acting as a medium, Venzer was reintroduced to those who'd stood beside him on Mirodan, telling them of his adventures since, and glad to hear the plane was healing its scars, as well as a few other surprises. Married Koth, or compounded I should say? He exclaimed, looking the Volshok up and down that I wasn't expecting. Why not? I compounded with Nerthu for peace amongst the tribes, and to raise Tista. A short pause followed that name, as it always would between those who knew her mysterious origins. She's growing well. Elspeth has promised to train her when she is of age. If she wants to. The knight cut in, evil memories flitting behind her eyes regarding the fate of her other squires. She'll have to be a bit older before she earns her sword. Malira's looking after her along with Nerthu. Venzer smiled. Seems the nightmares might be fading for you after all. Elspeth, glad to hear it, though don't think I've forgotten that mask you put me in. Metalman, the Sojourner warned Koth, looking away guiltily despite his smirk. Though before we hash up those embarrassments, these are Tamio, who I met after a spot of bother with my journal, and Kagaya, who joined us later. Soratami, human, and Volshok regarded each other warily, the barriers of unfamiliarity not easily breached, but eventually making cool but cordial headway as the old friends reunited and told of new adventures. Meanwhile, Jace and Chandra, the former having sent a small wisp to keep a lookout at the front of the Guildhall, were sat side by side uncomfortably. Vraska was occupied with Kiora's questions and Gideon watching over his young charge, and there was only one thing that could help them kill time. Well, she broke the ice, first lead in her tone, as she dragged the book over to them inch by inch. Let's see just how bad this. Oh, that's it. Even the first picture made her insides writhe. Whoever did this burns. The second, after he tells us where his friends are. I agree. Her housemate backed her assumption up, barely able to glance between the sequential illustrations and the woman at his side. Though, just out of curiosity, do you have a birthmark? Not on my hip. Got a scar though. Why didn't he just draw her in a belt and have done with it? Page 114. I didn't ask you. Liliana retreated, hands in the air and smirking as the younger planeswalker braced herself, took a breath, and turned the page. In all honesty, it wasn't, as they would admit years later, quite as bad as they'd feared. There were several bits that made them snicker, quite a few that made them laugh, and one or two that really resonated. The revelation of Nebril's treasure, the memory of his wife and the daughter she'd died in labor with, brought a lump to both their throats, as did the scene where Sandra threw herself from the top of his tower, forcing her antagonist to choose between leaving the sanctuary he'd sworn never to abandon following their deaths to save her, or letting her die. It even had a happy ending, the two of them, and Kaput Nebril's familiar walking off into the distance, hand in hand. Though that does, Jace said forebodingly as he looked at the inside back cover to see the other titles available. Leave it open for a sequel. Not when I get through with the writer, Chandra assured him, scanning the small pages and ticking them off with the assembled planeswalkers. They're all roughly right. You'd have to look twice if you saw us in the street, but whoever did this knew what we look like. Where is this guy anyway? I want to burn more than just his books. Are they really that bad? Jace hastily stowed the publication out of sight as a small head surfaced beside the table, craning for a peek. Yes, they are, and if I see you trying to read one again, I'll get Garrick to set his weasel on you. You wouldn't. Try me. Kiora glared up, Gideon glared down, and Chandra snickered at the pair of them. How did you two survive Zendikar? Anyway, Gideon, this is Jace Bellerin, or Cage. Thank you. Jace cut her off, standing and nodding in greeting to the bigger man. A pleasure, Master Jura. Chandra told me much about you. I'll bet she did the embarrassing bits? Some of them, Jace said wheedlingly, the hieromancer smirking a little as he realized the Ravnikan's game, but all in good fun. If you want to see something funny, show her something big with between 7 and 9 legs. Jace nodded, face carefully blank as his housemate scowled, pricked by the reminder. Just make sure you've got water ready. Her kill it with fire reaction tends to be on a hair trigger with them around. When isn't it? No, that's unfair. Jace cut off the teasing before the pyromancer could grow truly irate. We've both changed a lot, much of it for the better. Lucky you wish this one would, Gideon muttered, the marefolk sticking her tongue out at him before speaking to Vraska again. So what's this guild pact you've got on? What was that? Everyone fell silent as the small tremor passed through the ground, a click of wood against stone, bringing all eyes onto Nissa, as she rapped the butt of her spear against the floor. "He comes," she growled from her corner, having retreated there following setting a few wards of her own. Her certainty was confirmed a moment later. Jace, and the others who'd left guardians or alert spells on the entrance to the Guildhall. As they retook their seats, Liliana again behind the head table, she found herself hailed by the guild pack. "Dismiss them." "Dismiss who? Don't play coy, it doesn't suit you." Jace's voice was cooler than the mana he tapped the Orzhov. "Let them away from here. If this breaks into warfare, I want none save us in the crossfire." "Since when did you care for the dead?" "Since they came under my protection. Now unbind them before I do." Liliana's purple eyes crackled with challenge before she shrugged, releasing her hold over the specters she'd held sway over for the morning. The effort so trivial she'd all but forgotten she'd done it. "As you command, Bellerin. Perhaps being a living document is doing you some good. You were never this forceful before. That's attractive in a man. To you maybe, but I prefer being what I am. It lets me hold on to what I've got." Chandra felt a rush of gratitude for the blue mage, flipping the necromancer off under the table as Liliana glared at her, and Jace took his seat again. "Remember everyone." Koth was speaking, heat shimmering from his gently venting metal patches. "Interrogate, then do away with." There were a smattering of chuckles to this, the assembled planeswalkers preparing for their invited guest, and not once considering that their wards shielding the meeting room were being circumvented even as they sat down. Once more it was Nissa who reacted first, spinning her spear into a guard stance just as Garrett straightened his hunting beast, likewise going rigid as it felt its master's concern. All waited with bated breath, eyes trained on the open doors and with spells on their lips, just as a faint noise tickled the edges of their perception. It grew louder and louder, a definite rattling preceding the figure who burst through the door slightly before they were all ready. "My adoring fans, ready for your signing, are you?" "In a line, then, ladies first." "Ah, you're not my adoring fans, are you?" "You. And you're certainly not the president of my fan club, nor are you a lady." Attention was torn between the figure at the doorway and the terrible gargoyle hunched over the table glaring at him. Liliana's cultured poise had been stripped away. Her eyes were blazing purple, her once inviting lips withdrawn above fangs as sharp as any viper's, as livid runes etched upon her skin flared. Even as she tensed like a wildcat ready to spring, another voice cut in a deep rumbling as Garrick laughed aloud, looking between her and the newcomer as though he recognized both. Seeing this was enough to put some of the pieces together, and before anyone could stop her, Chandra moved, hand diving into her pocket before the space between them was scarred red, a polished stone flashing as she shouted, "Hey big guy, don't keep it to yourself." With a predator's reflexes he snatched the stone out the air, regarded it, and just as others began to realize what had happened, the green mage smiled darkly. There was a flare of mana, and he ran, leaping over tangled roots and ducking branches. Prey scent in his nose as he followed the frantic cries for help and snarls of his tracking beasts. The noise was louder now, and in the distance he saw the source, though couldn't see what it was until he was close enough to call off the pack. Cowing those who chafed at being denied prey, with a snarl he looked up to see the odd bundle clinging to its branch, the man obviously in some terror as he yelped aloud, "Help, someone call the wretched beast off." "Will no one help an old man? Oh, they've stopped." Shouldering his axe, the green mage watched as the large canvas pack swayed side to side until, having gained sufficient momentum, its owner was able to glimpse him. "A good day, my pleasant fellow heir. Would you mind awfully helping me down?" It was easier than picking a nut once he was back on the floor and assured the beasts were under control. The old man looked up at his towering savior and held out a hand. "Timothy von Pomperduck the third, though I prefer Timmy or Tim." "Garrick," he answered, his hand swallowing half the other man's arm. "Why are you here?" "A good question. I was actually looking for an ancient temple which is supposed to be around these parts." "Ghastly place. Apparently some ogre tribe used to live there when I ran afoul of your beast there. Poking about in ruins might be a young man's game, but it's a hard habit to break, though you seem to be a dab hand with that axe of yours." "I'm just going to explore and if necessary deal with anything nasty I find. I can cut you in." Money and goods were of little use to him, but the old were worthy of respect. The toughest prey were often those who'd survived into age. Because of that he tracked the older man's wake, his beasts at his heels as he blocked out the incessant chattering to listen to nature, the beasts and birds guiding his paths better than this half-mad man might. keep heading west. Yes, follow the sun. The ogres were very particular about it. You know, they'd only do their sacrifices at dawn and dusk. Suspicious lot. Still, they were supposed to be crafters of a sort. All sorts of dark magic might be there still. His pack leader snarled a request and Garrick squelched it with a low bark. The old man was not prey, and then he fell down a hole, a long yelp echoing from its depths as the beast midge peered into it. You alive? Oh, is that you, young man? Yes, I'm fine actually. This is excellent. I must have slid into the catacombs of the temple. Aha, that's the rune of, oh dear, that's unpleasant. Listen, Garrick, just keep heading west. You should see the temple in the cliffs. I'll be able to meet you there. Now which way from here is Two Skulls and a Knucklebone, north or east? Come on, Timmy, it hasn't been too long since you studied this. The voice faded away. Garrick left to mull the development over before shrugging. He got what he came to this plane for, memories of the hunt still fresh in his mind, but the old man may need help. Calling his hunters to heel, he strode away into the bushes, tracking his way towards the cliffs rising in the distance. At a hustle he made it just as the sun began to sink, but at a familiar scent he sank low to the ground and approached cautiously, eyes confirming what his nose had warned him of. Horseflesh was near, and there was something else on the wind as well, the scent of man, smokier and sweeter than normal. Before he could puzzle through what it might mean, the wind shifted, and he saw the animal's ear twitch. It began to whinny, tugging on its bridle as it caught the scent of predators. Stepping forwards, Garrick had the pack disperse the hunting beasts, sloping into the woods as he marked this quarry as his own, his manner reaching out and soothing the panicked steed. Drawing closer as the spell left the animal in a stupor, Garrick took a better scent and paused. There was no doubt the stink of that manna on the reins. Swiftly clipping on his mask, he stepped within the massive edifice, before him the teeth of the temple like a gateway to hell. The air was foul down here, and made fouler still by its recent stirring. His quarry was definitely a woman, likely a sorceress, and facing them never boded well. Pausing to reconnect himself with the earth, and trying to find any trace of his temporary packmate, he pressed on, hoping to find the old man before he ran into trouble. In this, however, he was to be disappointed, though he saw the sorceress before she saw him. Something alerted her, and he found himself subject to a haughty glare. You're cute and all, but I don't deal with dirt midges. Stay there like a good boy, I have work to do. Garrick growled his axe before him as her spell took effect, and one of the entombed skeletons, as big as several of the beasts he'd bound to himself on his hunts, lumbered towards him. He easily evaded its clumsy blows, but it was strong, and it was relentless, almost immune to his return strikes that sent chips of bone flying. Ducking under its fist, he rolled in close and hacked into its knee-desiccated ligaments, parted like mooring ropes, the skeleton half collapsing and letting him knock the head from its shoulders with the butt of his weapon. His foe destroyed, he looked again for the shadow mage, seeing her just in time to see a glowing door open before her, amusement glittering in her spiteful eyes. Not bad for a beast, but I've no time to. She waved and ducked halfway into the portal before being bounced back out. Garrick had just enough time to recognize disbelief on her face when another figure appeared and made his expression echo hers. Many thanks, that door was a pig to find from the other side. Ah, it's you, the young lady from earlier, and the young man made it too. Timothy swept his battered hat from his head, not noticing the shock on both their faces as he straightened up. Well, this is a regular meeting, isn't it? Shall we go outside? It's not very nice in here. Grounding the head of his axe, Garrick coughed in amusement. The Deathbringer lost for words as she looked from the explorer to the now blank stone wall, jaw working soundlessly before she noticed something and recovered her voice. That's mine. The old man turned, looking down at himself. What is that? The veil. I was here to find it. Well, I'm afraid I beat you to it. Timothy shrugged, sounding apologetic. However, if you send a letter to the Von Pomperduck estate, I'm sure we can come to a reasonable agreement. Oh, I agree. Here are my terms. Garrick dropped into a defensive stance, holding his bloodlust in check as the shadows grew longer, black mana flooding the room as across the woman's pale skin writhing lines became visible. Either you give me that veil, or your corpse will. Opening himself to the strength of the earth, Garrick prepared to enter the fray, testing his strength against one cursed by dark power, but a thin arm barred his path. Its owner, regarding the shadow mage coldly. My mistake. I thought you a lady when you're just a brat. Leave this to me, young man, it's not your business. With a rushing silence, the shadows shot forwards like spears of knights, spears that sizzled off a shield of brightness. As the man threw his hand up, weren't expecting that, were you, brat? The old duffer's got a bit of fight left in him. Then allow me to take it from him, the woman replied. All humanity now bled from her to power her skin-inked runes. Garrick leapt onto the nearest wall, clinging on with one hand, as the floor became unstable, more of the undead rising from their rest, as the necromancer called out to them. Swinging across, he was able to plant his axe between the eye sockets of one before it could get free, though, even as it fell, the clatter of bones echoed loudly in the still of the tomb. Pulling his weapon free and glancing over his shoulder, the hunter saw the old man stood exactly where he had been before, each of the skeletons slumped over with. Did that one have a skillet in the kneecap? Well, now seems we're at an impasse. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, and we'll both walk away, or maybe not. Fine on your head, metaphorically speaking, be it. Brushing off the grasping darkness, his hands alight with blazing white mana, the old man stalked towards the other mage, now looking less sure of herself, as her barrage of darkness failed to have much lasting effect, save blowing his hat off and making his pans rattle ominously. From his elevated position, Garrick narrowed his eyes. Prey was most dangerous when it was desperate, something the Shadowmancer proved as she lunged forwards with a stiletto of midnight coalesced in her hand. The thin blade rang off the edge of a thick frying pan, the unusual weapon, then flipped around by a deft flick of the wrist, making her stumble forwards. Cocking his head, the beastmage watched as the old man reached out with his free hand, something glowing upon it. As soon as he gripped the Death Witch's arm, she stiffened, her tattoos fading away to nothingness. Weren't expecting that either, were you? He said, cuttingly, catching her dagger in his pan as it fell from her shaking grip. One of the things you learn as a treasure hunter, how to deal with curses. The witch said nothing, trying to call on help from beyond, and cut off by his spell, her once beautiful face ravaged by spite. What did you do? I locked away the power you were given for a minute, he replied, before grabbing her wrist again, the woman trying to dig her heels in as he dragged her towards the altar just long enough. Let go of me. No, this is what your father should have done a long time ago. Her punches and kicks rattled off his backpack, and when she made a desperate lunge for the small brace of chain he'd hung at his waist, her knuckles were wrapped by his skillet. Before she could do much more than gasp at the pain, she was yanked off her feet, Timothy spinning around and sitting down on the rough stone, before flipping her blade of black mana out of his unusual weapon. As he raised the skillet high, its base began to glow white, then the dagger he'd tossed up fell directly onto the now glimmering surface, creating a strange symmetrical pattern of light and darkness. As the old man looked down at the kicking, swearing caster he dragged across his lap, only one cure for spoiled children. The pan came down. Garrick saw the necromancer's eyes bulge, her jaw drop. Oh. Stop it, Storg, no. I'll kill you. I'll end your children, and the our children too. The writing on the walls suddenly held his fascination, though he couldn't read much of it. The screeches of pain and sound of metal on flesh were terrible distractions. He didn't look back. Chastisement in the pack was between pack members, but it seemed to go on for a long time, the shadow mage refusing to show sense and yield. Only when there was a sudden thump of body on stone did he break from his musing and drop off the wall. She was at the altar's feet, glaring incarnate death at the man who'd pushed her off his knees and now leveled his frying pan between her eyes. And if you thought that was bad, be grateful you don't have my silver borders, he told her, running his free hand through his white hair as he stood up. Now I'm going to walk out that door and go back to civilization. You stay here and improve your breeding. Take this, young gentleman, recovering his hat from where the duel had dislodged it. Timothy tipped it towards the hulking planeswalker as he left. As good an example as you could wish for. My thanks for your time, Garrick. May you have safe fortune on your journeys. Here the hunter caught the pan he was thrown with his offhand, regarding it curiously, but paying respectful attention as the adventurer smiled. Keep hold of that, it might come in useful one day. Still, I must be going. I'd like to be in a comfortable inn before nightfall. Now how does that verse go? To know that's it, diddly d, and a mighty fine one, for his voice faded away as he moved towards the temple entrance. Garrick, watching him go until scuffling from behind him made him look around and snort with laughter. The Shadowmancer was gingerly regaining her feet, face flushed red and tears of disgrace spotting her cheeks. Brilliant, she hissed venomously. Absolutely brilliant. You say nothing of what happened here. I have to get that veil back. Good luck, the beastmage grunted before smirking. I doubt you can ride after him. She hissed, stung at the rebuke, but before she could retort with either word or deed she stiffened, saved from collapse only by falling against the altar itself. Despite himself, Garrick took a step forwards as her face became a rictus of pain, her skin cracking along her tattoos and weeping brackish blood. she bore the agony stoically, runes flaring wildly as their constrained mana fought for release, and she sought to contain it, eventually proving the master. Her stoicism earned a sliver of respect, and he dropped to a knee, calling to mind the powers of reptiles as he placed his palm upon the earth, channeling that strength to her. Maybe for a second she relaxed at the green mana rushing over her, then she was herself again. "So you can do more than kill rare in a dust mage," she said, voice still tight with suffering. "You want my thanks? You'll be waiting until you're as dusty as those bags of bones." "You are strong," he admitted, boosting himself to full height and looking down at her, "but do not follow that one." She laughed, a bitter noise that ended in a gasp as she made to sit on the altar, Garrick holding in a chuckle as he realized his spell had dulled the pain of her chastisement. "Like I have a choice. Someone I know tasked me to find it, and he doesn't take failure well. Either I kill the old man and get the veil, or I kill the demon." Garrick pondered this for a moment before facing the shadow mage again. "What is a demon?" Liliana's expression of shock and disdain was the last thing they saw, and it was infinitely preferable to the visage of dread and murder awaiting them when the memory faded. The necromancer was trembling, fury erupting from every pore as no one else dared look at each other for fear of being the first to break. Chandra especially was keeping her head down, hoping against hope. Liliana had forgotten exactly how the memory had become public knowledge, and not helped by a small voice in her ear. "If that's in print, all is forgiven." It was a tough struggle, but somehow she kept her laughter contained and mind still enough to answer, "Me too, I need to get a copy before." Another voice made her look over. "All glad to see you again, young man, and in good company at last. What was that you just used? May I see it, and did that pan come in handy at all?" "Traded it for a good spear," Garrick admitted, handing over the now warm red stone, and though it didn't look like it, hoping he didn't take offense at the loss of his kitchenware. "Told you it would come in handy, didn't I? And you brat." Smoke was rising from Liliana's hands, that it would react badly and likely fatally with the already laid enchantments they'd weaved. The only reason she hadn't drowned the room in the mana of the swamps. "Look somewhere else with that glare, lest I give you more of the same. I've plenty of copper bottoms left to test yours." Before Liliana could see who sniggered, the man who'd humiliated her was before them all in the center of the horseshoe of tables and glancing around appraisingly. "Well, you've been thorough, I'll grant you that," he admitted, stuffing his hat into his pocket. "I told them we were moving too fast, but would they listen? These young whippersnappers have no respect for their elders. Maybe I should do to them what I did to you. Actually, I'll note that down. It's a good idea." Liliana's nails dragged grooves through the table she was lent on, her skin white as chalk and veins of mana pulsing with dark power. "As someone else spoke, you wrote these?" Nissa had her spear in hand, face expressionless save for the murder in her eyes as she held up the book Vraska had shown her. The old human squinted at it, and she felt naught but disdain. Their vision was so terrible. "Not that one. No beast and beauty was mine. So tell me what you've found out in your investigations. I'm sure my associates will want to know how thorough you've been." "Associates?" Tamio's voice was sharper than before. "How many of you are there?" "Enough to write a book series popular across half the multiverse, though I have to say yours wasn't the best seller," he answered the moonfolk, apparently unconcerned as she narrowed her eyes. "I did tell him Lorwyn was a bad place to start, but he wouldn't listen. He likes that plain too much. Sales picked up when we moved away from there, though." "Enough." Koth was on his feet, the Volshok's gauntlets running red with power as the rocks under his feet trembled at his rage. "Who are you? Who are your friends? And what reason do you have for this rusting of our names? Speak quickly, lest I beat the answers from you." Temper, the man warned him, waving a finger. "I am as I thought you'd seen from this marvelous stone, Timothy von Pomperduck, but I am not as you might think, a planeswalker. None of us are my associates, and I discovered a different method of moving through the planes. I can see your questions, your demands to know how dare I do this, or that all I have to say is I can only answer some of you. The rest will have to wait for their own authors." "Where are they?" Gideon, to his credit, wasn't as angry as many of the others. It was up to him to set a good example, even if his associate was reluctant to heed it. "Can you contact them somehow? Or give us their names? We'll kick the doors in ourselves," Chandra assured him, plugging her gauntlet in and preparing to run fire through the ley lines she'd helped Jace set up. The elderly gentleman glanced at her appraisingly before shrugging. "Seeing the legs on you, I don't doubt it. He dies, and so do you later." Jace's snicker was the only reason she didn't immediately flash fry the impudent man. "But there's no need to get head up. You'll be seeing them all about 5. 5? Venzer glanced about his Soratomi companions, looking just as mystified. 5 what?" 543. They were all moving mana of every hue rushing through spells and being called to augment strength, when Ravnica suddenly jumped under them, throwing them all off balance. The opportunity, the only one unperturbed by this, needed. His hands were a blur, small items whickering through the air, and those they struck vanished on the spot, no chance to defend themselves against the onslaught. Only two were left untouched, one of them sending the table before him smashing against the far wall as he surged to his feet. Where are they? Garrick cared little for people at the best of times, but none of the assembled had thought him a monster, and the maregirl had treated his companion well. There with their authors now, there was no joviality in his tone, even the twin frying pans he was spinning in his hands not making him look comical as he regarded the two planeswalkers, left with a chilling smile. You look surprised. Maybe I shouldn't be. After all, how could an absent-minded fool pose a threat to you? The planeswalkers, some of the greatest minds, mages, geomancers, necromancers, and such like, to exist within the multiverse? Arrogance was ever your downfall, even before the mending, and you've less excuse than most. I'll need no excuses. Fool. Liliana was already drawing on her power. Now free of the others, she could really go to work and repay her embarrassment 1,000 times over, first on him, then on the wretch who dared show that memory, then on the wench who let him do so. Even demons will weep for your fate. So you say. Timothy grinned, clashing his pans together. Come then, brat, you as well, my young gentleman. Show an old duffer what you've got. He leapt out the doors, Garrick smashing through them a second later with his weasel leading the way and axe held ready as Liliana floated behind, borne aloft by twisted ebon magic and content to let the beastmage weaken her foe before she dealt the killing blow. They ran throughout the guildhall, sending spells ricocheting off walls and shattering furniture, until finally Timothy crossed skillets holding back the edge of Garrick's axe, was hurled through the main doors by the strength of the green mage's arm. Bounding after his foe with Liliana's phantoms screaming overhead, neither planeswalker realized immediately what had changed until they were in the thick of battle, and by then it was too late. As left behind in the wreckage of the council room, a small bundle of fluff hopped around the overturned table, found a piece of paper, and gave it a cautious nibble. Chapter 9. Facing the Demons. He could hear the sea, and turned to face it, waiting for his vision to recover as he unraveled his whip. Whatever technique the other mage had used he both hadn't seen before and didn't like. He'd never trusted any magic to do with speed or teleportation. Gideon, the quaver of fear in a familiar voice, made him glad the whiteness was starting to shimmer away. Are you there? It's all right, Kiora. He fed mana into his Cyril, the lash writhing around him softly as he tried to home in on her voice. Keep talking, I'll find you. I can't see. Don't panic, it'll fade. The Cyril touched something, and he hastily felt down at a blurry picture forming just as his hand met a much smaller one clinging to his whip. Relief coursing through him, he held tight, feeling her fins tremble as her strangled whisper of "I'm scared" broke his heart. He'd sworn she'd not be put in danger, sworn it, and now this I know I am too, he admitted, feeling her head fins brush his arm as her face swam into a view, a little smeared, but clearing. Can you see yet? A bit. Where are we? I can hear the ocean. So can I. I'm going to let go now. He did gradually. I don't know what's going on. My seal alone should have prevented abjuration from that room. He must have had an artifact of some kind, something that didn't need mana to move us against our will. The hieromancer was finally able to clear his vision completely, and despite himself chuckled as he noticed something he hadn't seen up to that point. What? Kiora heard his mirth and started as she glanced up at him. You've been hit. So have you, he replied, the merfolk crossing her eyes as he reached down and gently tugged the small suction cup dart from the center of her forehead, mirroring the one on his chest. Some kind of touch trigger working the instant it touched a body. Yes, that might do it. He split us up into our couples. It was a kind of twisted game, one that made his teeth grind. He expected, even relished tests of skill and strength, but this kind of convoluted plot, especially involving innocents, gave him a bad feeling. So why bring us here? Kiora, is there any Kiora? She wasn't listening, not an unusual occurrence, but this time for a valid reason. Her eyes were fixed on the distance, and after he followed them so were his. A figure stood between them and the gently rolling sea, a familiar one that sent a jolt of both recognition and betrayal through Gideon's chest despite the softness in her eyes. He tried to say something but fumbled. Introductions left to the maregirl now bristling beside him. My nemesis, she declared venomously, making the familiar stranger smile as she exhaled a plume of smoke before knocking out her pipe. So curiosity didn't kill the sprat then? She drawled, a spiked gaff resting loosely over one shoulder as she faced the pair of them. Do you even know what nemesis means? Yeah, you're my enemy. Why though, Hani? Gideon cut in preparing to do what was needed, even if it meant cutting down one who'd once done him right. You wrote our book? I supplied the story. The core nodded, swinging her gaff to aim at him, and looking as resigned as he felt. It's up to you to decide how it ends. The hieromancer shook his head. We don't have to fight, and you don't want to. I can see that. Is someone forcing you? Can we help whatever trouble you're in? She smiled softly, looking from the man to the mare. Girl, you always want to help Jura. That's why Whip and Wave turned out as it did. You put others above yourself when not many will. You're right, of course. I don't really want to fight you. There's no real need. So her smile deepened, her legs bunching under her trews. Consider me a spar for what's coming. Coming? You mean after you? Yes, Hani answered her once captive's half-furious, half-concerned question with a nod. You know how many books were written, how many different authors there must be. None of them, save maybe one, are as unwilling to fight as I am. You made a good impression. Few of the others did. Hyora's hand flew to her mouth. The others, like Fury and the snake hair lady, they're in danger? They could very well be. Then I'll make this quick. The air blurred cracks of a now blazing whip making all present jump as Gideon stepped forwards, putting his feelings aside for the good of the many. Stay behind me. Just this once the marefolk did as she was told. A gaff spun, lashes snapped, and the battle was joined. Tomio-san, duck. Fortunately, teleportation was not something any of the three were unfamiliar with due to Venzer and Kagaya's by now reflexive use of her unusual gift. Following the jaunt, gave her fellow Soratami plenty of warning. The moon sage bowed lowly from the waist, the movement as elegant and graceful as everything else she did, unruffled as a flash of metal passed through where her head had been seconds before. Sucking leeches on an Aki corpse. I curse rescuing you. Really, Splaypayu? Venzer groaned, taking in the continual pain in his and Tomio's and later Kagaya's collective sides. Crouched a little way away. Couldn't carry out your contract, so you peddled stories to pay your way? Tomio shot her fellow chronicler of the multiverse a sharp look. You believe him to be the one who insulted us in print? It has to be. Who but Kamigawa's worst assassin knows all three of us? I doubted he could read. Hey, I stood here, the Nezumi demanded, ears pricked up in irritation at the slander, and I still need your head, moonfolk. Even with my cut, I'm still penniless. Yes, we were told it sold poorly. Kagaya chipped in, regarding the rodent with an expression somewhere between disdain and fondness for all the trouble he caused. She did owe him for saving her life. Don't I know it, he complained, his needle teeth exposed in a rough approximation of a smile. I only need one of you. I'm not paid for extra heads. Can we just skip this bit? You know we're going to say you can't kill Tomio-san. Venzer cut in, abruptly recalling the first time their paths had crossed. Where the hell was that journal? He'd only put it down for an instant, and someone had walked off with it. You couldn't trust anyone these days, the sojourner thought to himself, surreptitiously linking himself to the minor enchantment he'd placed over his most prized possession for just this purpose. The trail was faint, but easy enough to follow, and the notes he'd taken had been written in such a way to ensure few could actually read them, especially the things he was now investigating, such as the end of the Phyrexian invasion of Mirodan, something he still scarcely believed, despite his two friends swearing its truth on all that was dear to them. A thin shimmer of mana connected him to the errant journal, and he followed it, passing through the Ragathan market square, and seeing the trail end by the side of someone sat outside a minor library. That was conscientious. They must have thought it missing, and he was about to reclaim his property before he noticed something suspicious. It wasn't just his diary that was glowing in his mage sight, the woman was as well. Attuned to the mana of the sun and sky, he was easily able to tell the presence of a glamoring. The plain woman wasn't who she presented herself as, and with his journal she had access to something few could be trusted with. Whoever the stranger was, she seemed little threat, buried in a scroll, and making notes of her own, hardly even looking up as he sat down opposite her and cleared his throat. Forgive me, madam, but I believe you have something of mine there. She looked up at him, and forewarned, he saw the glint of something more than normal in the gray eyes that glanced at him. And what is that? My journal. I'm afraid I misplaced it earlier. He indicated the book by her side. I've been looking for it all morning. Where did you find it? On the street over there. You must have dropped it. I thought it one of the library novels and went to return it. I hope you do not mind, but I took a brief look and realized it was not in the local language. I'm not from around here. Venzer had felt her subtle glamour just as she must have felt his. She was evidently a caster of some kind. I'm grateful for finding it. If it's not improper, may I repay you with a short translation to some of the more obscure passages? She scrutinized him for a minute, and he didn't resist the minor rustles of mana-infused wine she disguised with her breath, before nodding silently, gathering up what he recognized as a calligraphy set of unusual quality before standing. He followed the two of them, disappeared around a corner, and down a small alley unseen. They went a short distance before she stopped and bowed slightly, letting the enchantment on her voice drop. Forgive me. Her first words convinced him he'd been right, though her words were flawless. Her accent wasn't just foreign, it wasn't even human. I did not steal. I know I wouldn't even accuse you of theft. It's my fault for leaving this thing lying about, and I'm not angry you looked, Venza replied, deflecting her apology. I keep meaning to make copies of some. Whether it was the noise of claws on slate, a shadow at the corner of his eye, or just plain intuition, he would never know, but whatever it was that made him lunge forwards and pull her into him, he was forever grateful. Even his shock made her eyes widen. There was a rush just behind her, a black shape dropping from the roof overhead, as Venzer pushed the girl behind him, summoning his mana, as he recognized a blade in the creature's hand. Damn it, stupid man, the thing, some grotesque amalgamation of man and rat, spat, as it stood to its full height, sheathing its notched knife. You know how hard it is to find moon sage and hide, and this man worn this long? Who are you? The sojourner demanded, ready to banish this thing back to whatever hell had spawned it in an instant, but to his relief it scurried back a safe distance and glared at him, very annoyed. Stupid man, her head is worth much coin and you saved it. A gust of cold wind made the hairs on Venzer's neck stand up, and he risked a glance over his shoulder only to start free of her disguise. His fellow planeswalker, for nothing on Regatha, looked like she did, regarded the rat man as though it were something beneath her. And who paid for my head, Nezumi? Ha, like I tell you moonfolk, I get you next time. Venzer noticed his tail twitch too late, dropping a small ball that burst with an explosion of evil-smelling smoke. By the time it cleared, the creature was gone, and Venzer was left wondering what to say to someone who could stare down an attempt on her life with little more than a cool glare. Ah, someone doesn't like you, I take it? It was a brave stab, and to his credit the other being nodded slowly, after sizing him up. So it would seem. My thanks for your help. Please, it was nothing, I barely knew what was going on. Venzer waved off her praise modestly. My name is Venzer, may I have your name, and well, if you know what that thing was. Tamio, Chronicler of the Moon, came the lilting reply, and he was a Nezumi, a repulsive scraping from a Kamigawan swamp. An assassin, it seems, though a poor one. I doubt we will see him again. The cowards tend to leave what they cannot stab in the back alone. In this, however, Tamio had been proven wrong. The Nezumi was a cunning and relentless foe, though he appeared curiously unlucky, or as Venzer suggested, after a loose roofing tile had resulted in the lurking rat-man falling noisily to the floor at their feet, he was delaying taking the moon sage's head for some reason. If he wasn't a planeswalker himself, he knew someone who was even moving around the multiverse didn't shake him from their shadows. Along with a mutual interest in history and record-keeping, the assassin's attempts became something else that filled their time, as did the aftermath of the one time they met him supposedly off-duty. Tamio, glancing over Venzer's shoulder and placing her calligraphy brush down. Do not look now, but I wonder if I teleported him to one of the moons, do you think he'd leave us be? I doubt it. He is remarkably slow to learn his lessons, even for a Nezumi. The sojourner snorted softly, having come to enjoy the Soratami's dry humor over the past few months. He seems to want something other than my head, however. Looking over his shoulder, the artificer narrowed his eyes. It could be a trick, but the assassin did look edgier than normal, and was beckoning them frantically. In fact, now he thought about it, this was likely the first time he'd even seen the creature when he wasn't trying to kill them. I'll go, he won't hurt me. Tamio nodded. It was true enough. More than once her would-be killer had pulled a blow, or diffused a trap that Venzer rather than her would have walked into. The Nezumi said and did nothing as carefully. He opened the window a crack and spoke. All right, Flea Pit, what is it? Voice down, stupid man, it hissed back, ears flat, as it crouched on the windowsill. Get moon sage, no contract, he said sharply at Venzer's look, pointing to his belt. No knives, no blades. What do you need her for? Too many questions, stupid man. Get her quick, quick, then go to main door. I wait there. He dropped into the night, without a sound. Venzer left mystified, as he shut the window and told Tamio the rat shinobi's cryptic message. They did decide to heed it, and it was for the best. They did. True to his word, the Nezumi was unarmed, and he quickly led them away from the inn they were staying in, explaining over his shoulder as he did. Apparently he'd followed a rumor that the moon sage had separated from the stupid man and seized his chance for the kill only to realize too late. She not you, he finished, pointing at Tomio, as the Soratami took in the figure sat, huddled on the side of the street, poorly disguised in rags. I got her out, but she bad hurt. She Soratami, so I bring her to you. She not like Kamigawa. Tomio said nothing, stepping past the diminutive native to her world as his tail reached up, gripping Venzer's wrist as he went to follow her. Girl talk, the Nezumi explained shortly as the two moonfolk whispered, leaving the sojourner dumbfounded. They have that on Kamigawa? Much, very much. I have 8 sisters, grew up more out of Warren than in it from girl talk. Mint grass you want? He offered something up in his paw, shrugging, when Venzer shook his head and throwing it into his mouth, chewing with every indication of enjoyment, as the planeswalker regarded him. You're a very odd assassin, aren't you? And you a very stupid man. One day I need to complete my contract, not be able to care about extra heads, the Nezumi said warningly. Well, let's hope that's in the future. Can I at least get your name, and why are you trying to kill Tomio? In the dim light of the moons, the rat man's black eyes gleamed as he regarded the much taller human, before shrugging Splaypaw. It took Venzer a second to realize that must have been his name, and it for coin. She has good price and I have many mouths to feed. I see, couldn't you? No is honor as well. If I fail no one hires me, my runts starve. Unfortunate. Well, for what it's worth I hope you don't succeed, and your runts live long. The Nezumi's fangs were bared the closest he could get to a smile. You a good stupid man. They come I go. Spitting out a cut of mashed grass, the assassin scrambled up the nearest wall like a spider, his tail disappearing just as Tomio appeared again, another Soratami half leaning on her shoulder. That immediately told Venzer this was a serious matter. If nothing else, he quickly learned the moonfolk were a proud people, almost too proud. In some ways she is hurt, Venzer. There was more than a trace of warning in the moon sage's melodious voice. We must get her to shelter. Much has happened. Where is the Nezumi? Gone, the sojourner said shortly, trying to take in the newcomer, but bringing himself up short as she flinched upon noticing him. Is she? What happened to her eyes? Later we must go back. Right, follow me. Kagaya, as Tomio had later introduced them, soon joined them, and slowly her past had been revealed, though much of it she couldn't recall after her experience with the dangerous fruit. Eventually she managed to relax around Venzer, and when the two of them rescued the moon sage together from the blades of her usual assailant, Splaypaw, quickly abandoning his temporary truce, her gifted vision became an invaluable tool. So the three of them took to the multiverse together, recording and taking cuttings from the varied planes and fending off their persistent annoyance, waiting for him to either finally leave them alone or give them a chance to be rid of him for good. And it seemed today would be that day. The Nezumi looked more serious than normal and held a pair of ill-used blades rather than just his usual one. Regardless, Nezumi-san, the answer is still no, Kagaya said softly, her pupilless eyes set upon him as he shook his head despairingly. Why, she just one. I have 3 10 and 2 squealing runts to feed and more litters on the way. Your poor planning is not my error, rat, Splaypaw hissed at the insult before smirking. Rather mine than yours, Kurosumasuki. Even in book you couldn't get rut. Joy Venzer guessed the unfamiliar word was an insult as both Soratami gasped. Your Shitagi hangs on with cobwebs. I blame stupid man. Tomio reddened, Kagaya covering her mouth with a hand, while Venzer, amazed as he'd never seen the either Soratami this flustered before, spoke. Regardless, Splaypaw, you cannot. He never saw the rat move. He only felt a sudden coldness on his cheek, and there was blood on his fingers as he touched there. Even as he realized what had happened, the Nezumi lowered his now empty hand, looking regretful, but determined. Her head is overdue, he said evenly. Now I take more if I must. No more games. For her blindness was not the terror it was for most gifted other senses, since her selection to bear a Gorgon's bite, Vraska merely waited for her sight to return, sensing both an ally and a possible opponent as her symbiotes prepared for battle. Elf, is your name Revane? Snake woman, came the reply, one blot in her prey sight moving. Did you know of this? No, and I am Vraska, not Snake woman. The Gorgon had the impression the elf would have said something else, likely derogatory, had an unfamiliar voice not beaten her to it. Nope, no snakes in this forest, just me you've got to worry about, princess. I believed you dead. The distaste in the Zendikarian's voice was palpable as she leveled her spear in the voice's direction. A belief I will soon make true. The earth heaved, Vraska darting to the side as the ground lurched upright, imbued with elemental power and lumbering towards their hidden foe. A warning would be appreciated, Revane. "Stay out of my way, snake woman, that is your warning," the elf spat back, before glancing ahead in shock. The living land was sinking back, the life she'd imbued spilling away through a rent in what had been its head, its conqueror, riding its body to the ground, as the elemental was subsumed into the earth. "Well, this is going to be fun, I can tell," the stranger said. Only she wasn't a stranger. Vraska stiffened in shock, remembering both the voice and the face, one of the first faces she'd ever seen eye to. "You when the Azorius came to arrest us, you were there." "I was, and so were you." "Hey." A handful of razor-edged leaves flew between them, the woman ducking swiftly out of the way. "And you wonder why I had to completely redesign you for eyes and ears? For that insult you will die." The elf gave a brief salute with her spear before advancing, while her opponent, definitely human and clad in a manner similar to a Ravnican gateless, mirrored the gesture with a short sword she pulled from under her cloak. "And for your rudeness, you're in for a rude awakening." Unbeknownst to them, the other two denizens of Ravnica had been dropped relatively close to their Gorgon friend, though they were just before the forest rather than within it. Even as he fought, the nausea from the transport Jace had latched onto whatever mana he could find, though by his estimate he was a good distance from any major source of water. He'd just have to be careful with his mana, and a familiar warmth at his back gave him confidence. "Jace, you're here too, right?" "I am. Do you see any of the others?" "Can't see bugger all," the pyromaster replied, and he heard the familiar snap of her goggles falling over her eyes. "Decrepit bastard, how did he beat everyone's wards?" "I do not know." Upon arrival, Jace had reflexively scanned the area for hostile magic, but unfortunately, the mana lattice that had brought them here had dispersed by that point. The brightness that had temporarily blinded him, making him miss the smoke as it burnt out, must have been some kind of teleportal. "No doubt the Izzet could tell us more if they were here." "Rather you than me dealing with them," Chandra snorted, her sight returning and stained sepia through her eyewear. "Hey Jace, I think I know why you and Liliana failed." She needed a firm hand. The reminder made him convulse. The sight he'd seen through the wild speaker's eyes ones he'd be revisiting for years to come. Despite the delicious revenge, however, he had to keep his mind on the issue at hand. "No, don't think about hands or kitchenware, Chandra. We've been dropped in the middle of God's nowhere with no supplies and no idea where anyone else is, and if that's the sum of our problems, we'll be lucky. The last thing either of us need now is a fit of the giggles." "Speak for yourself," she managed in reply, trying to hold back the tide just as he was. "Can you see anything yet?" "It's coming back, I think." "Oh balls, that's not good." Anything that could drive the mind mage to profanity was, in Chandra's experience, something to avoid. "Strike me blind again. I should have known one of the guilds was involved in this, but I wouldn't have guessed yours." "Who?" "Oh, finally a witch I can kill." "How's your hand, blood bitch?" Grin stretched beyond sanity. The former maze runner of the Rakdos cult lifted her maimed appendage, looking at it as though it were a curiosity to amuse her. "Tell me when it's buried in your guts." Her voice was a high shrill shriek, hearing long since ruined by the music favored by her guild, and all else about her ravaged by excess. All save the hand. Her glassy gaze was staring at the flesh fused to the metal it would grasp for eternity, by something other than one of her clan's mad initiation rites. Not for the first time, Jace decided his mind had a death wish. Really, who was ever so interested in a few strange marks in the 10th district? They'd looked deeply into the matter, and even more so when the plot thickened so much it led to a kidnapping and a nightclub owned by the most depraved maniacs in a plain-wide city where violence was scarcely far away. A sensible man would have walked away. He, on the other hand, was biting back a snarl of pain as a thin dagger was dug slowly into his shoulder, and praying none of his enchantments wore out, otherwise things were going to get very messy indeed. "Not a talker then?" "Ah, but I wonder," the Rakdos witch crooned as she slid her blade out of his flesh, leaning in so close he could smell the tang of intoxicants on her breath. "Are you a screamer?" "You know, it's been so long I've forgotten," he managed, exhausted by the mental effort of simultaneously ensuring this crazy killer kept her attention on him rather than the elf her cultists had kidnapped. Masking the feeble trickle of healing magic Emra was feeding into him and stopping anyone else in this hellhole noticing what was going on. His only hope was that his absence was missed by his fellow investigator, but as Xava grinned madly and showed the points her teeth had been filed into, that hope was failing. Luckily, Emra's work numbed the pain so much so that he barely felt the next incision. Even if he made a show of screwing up his face, it was the Rakdos, after all, best to give a bit of a show to prevent her moving into the second act. Over the explosive noise of the disco, the unbearable heat, and Xava's attentions, there was no rational way he should have heard the small, almost silent gasp but hear it he did, and the sight, when he looked up, was one of the most welcome things he'd ever seen. With the smoking bodies of the bouncers trying to feebly crawl away from her feet, Chandra Naylor stood in the club's entryway, beautiful in her fury, terrible in her wrath, as her embered gaze swept over him. Some of the cultists cheered as they saw her, thinking her part of the entertainment, until a blazing ball of fire blew the main speakers up. The sudden silence, so abrupt it was deafening, as was the demand that followed it. Everyone out. Steam vented from the pyromancer's back as her gauntlets were plugged, in her icy tone, in stark contrast to her blazing eyes. You've just been shut down. The smart ones, as much as the term could apply to the Rakdos, quickly ran when those who rushed her were turned into torches, the club devolving into a riot as Chandra stepped forwards, tongues of fire licking out to set the furnishings alight and see this pit burnt to the ground. Xavier bellowed in rage, leaving her captives to push through the crowd, and Jace seized his chance, incapacitating all close enough to interfere with a pulse of mental energy as Emra slipped her bonds. Come on, she shouted, kicking out as one of his victims began stirring and sending the cultist into full unconsciousness. I saw them slipping out this way, it must lead outside. Not without Chandra. Jace's eyes were glowing more than just vision, scrying over the crowd as his mana pulsed, confusing all about him and letting him see what would happen an instant before it did. His cry of alarm was lost in the din. Chandra, having lost her opponent in the crush, until Xavier, driven to beyond fury by the destruction of her club, flung herself from a low table towards the source of her ruination. The pyromancer was alerted by her scream, but couldn't avoid her completely, the two women going down as Jace rushed towards them, throwing bodies left and right with his mana and his mind as worry flooded his gut. The club was emptying, the stampede lessening as people made for the exits, and his heart stopped at the sight on the club floor. Xavier straddled the firebrand, her poniard buried in red-headed woman's shoulder, and drawing her head back to laugh. Ravnica grayed out, the crackle of flame faded, and all Jace could see was the knife, the hand that wielded it, and what it had done. Xavier's mind was a ruin, a diseased, polluted thing he'd only brushed before, but no longer now. He would tear it apart, no matter what it cost him. It was the work of a second to prepare himself before the scream reached him, a terrible rending noise. Xavier wasn't laughing. Her hand was smothered by Chandra's gauntlet, and there was more than smoke in the air. The stink of burning flesh filled the club as the pyromaster bucked her enemy off, swearing as the dagger was dragged from her shoulder, but still alive and now in control of the fight as she willed her fire to consume the woman's hand. You like knives, bitch, she growled, the words sawing through the ringmaster's agonized screeches. Hold on to this. Her boot came up and then down, a vicious curb stomp that splattered the Rakdo's nose, and she straightened, gripping her wound as she dropped the twisted hunk of meat and melted metal that had once been a fist, and Jace had never felt such relief. Chandra. She looked up at his shut eyes, still consumed by flame, as he reached her, and on a dance floor covered in smoke and ruin they embraced. It was an instant of peace, an oasis of silence in the maelstrom. But it couldn't last. Jace disentangling himself as he felt the firebrand twitch. Emra, he called, holding her at arm's length and terrified by the blood trickling down her arm. How much healing have you got left? It's nothing, I'm the one smart enough to wear armor. The point of the poniard had pierced her chain, but it hadn't gone in deeply. Glancing from the elf to her housemate, she raised an eyebrow. Pretty girl, in a place like this, something you want to tell me, Jace? Even Emra smirked as the mind mage stuttered. It's not like that. Explain later. Chandra cut him off. The heavy mobs on their way I might have caused some disturbance on the whatever she'd caused was nothing, absolutely nothing to the disturbance that suddenly burst over them, both planeswalkers going rigid as they realized what must have happened, but it couldn't be, it surely couldn't. Only the crash as a ceiling beam fell in and Emra shouted they needed to go now brought them back to reality. Sharing a glance, get her out of here and find out about this damned maze. I'll sort this. Jace nodded, reaching for the Celestia elf, before pausing just for a heartbeat. Chandra, preparing to enter the eternity. She glanced at him. That was the most beautiful I've ever seen. It could have been a trick of the light, but he would have sworn. She blushed, and he smiled. Emra glancing between the two and speaking as she followed her friend towards the back exit. What about her? She'll be fine. Any fire trying to burn her will scald itself. She'll erase any trace we were there. Good, we'd best lay low for a while. You can tell me about Chandra, was it, while we're licking our wounds? Judging from the impish smile on the elf's face, he guessed that was going to be a long and torturous conversation, though the fact the firebrand had rescued them both should stand her in better stead than the last woman he'd brought to her doorstep. Even as the two made their escape, the aforementioned pyromancer was reaching the end of a trail and arrived in an unfamiliar place with a squelch. It always had to be mud. Pushing herself to her feet, she glanced around, saw a shape cloaked in the darkens of the murky trees nearby, and raised her hands though she was ready to defend herself. If need be. It's all right, she said, as soothingly as she could manage. You just arrived here, didn't you? The shadow she was watching flickered slightly, and emboldened she carried on. I know you're scared, you're wondering what just happened, and where you are now. You're all right, you're not mad. I'm the same as you, I can explain. Will you come out? The nascent planeswalker did breaching her concealment, and despite herself Chandra looked away, heart hammering at the sight of the creature. She'd never seen one before, but she knew the legends. I will not harm you if you return the courtesy. The voice, slightly rasping but perfectly understandable, made her glance up, taken the dull olive scales, and more than that, the threadbare clothing that covered some of them. Your Golgari? A loose affiliation, but this is not Ravnica. What happened to me? What's the last thing you remember? My name is Vraska. I was begging in the streets of the 10th district when the wall behind me exploded. I believe it was a giant or ogre of the Rakdos. I felt pain, then falling, I wanted to return to the swarm and safety. Though you may not believe me, my gaze won't harm you unless I will it. Hence why you ended up here. This is like your safe place, Chandra mumbled to herself, before steeling her courage and rationalizing that if the other planeswalker was lying she wouldn't be in any fit state to complain about it. She looked up, seeing the vertical pupils of the snake-like face regarding her, the emotions within hidden and likely very different to her own. Sorry, but no need to apologize. Explain where we are now and what is your name. Okay, Vraska, my name's Chandra Naylor, and I'm well. Actually, we are planeswalkers. I'll have to explain a few things, so you'd best get comfortable. Both had thought the Mad Witch dead until the start of the deadly race some time later, and time hadn't improved Xava's looks much. Dragged from the rubble, scarcely alive, and consumed by the fires of Chandra's rage and her planeswalk, what was not a pretty sight had been left a horror Jace was forced to endure on a weekly basis at the guild meet, though. While there she was forced to cover the deadly fusion of metal and scorched flesh left by her handshake with the Pyromaster. Xava said little, usually too strung out on whatever intoxicants the Rakdos were indulging that week, but here she seemed alert and crazier than ever, pupils expanded and gums bloody as she smiled, grinding her teeth through her flame-marked face. A pretty thing. All it can do is murder and maim, and that's what it will do. It will, she cackled, apparently unconcerned as the duo, who'd reduced to her pitiful state, focused on her again, summoning fire and mist. The guild pact will be rewritten in blood, is hers and mine too. Oh, what fun we'll have bleeding together. Even as he stumbled upon landing, he heard Elspeth mutter, shadow conceal, and the rasp of her sword being drawn, and stilled, one hand in the soft sand at his knees as he recovered his balance. Having fought with the woman across half of Mirodan, he knew her training well, and respected it even more than night could kill without her vision. Any sound would alert her, something he didn't want to risk, as he heard waves in the distance, and maybe something else nearby, as well, a very faint scraping that was familiar, but he couldn't quite place. Channeling mana through the sand was difficult, though not waterlogged. It was soft and unresponsive, but he eventually set up a decent perimeter alert if anything stepped within 20 paces. Eventually, his sight cleared, and the Volshok stood glancing around and realizing, as expected, he was at the back of a beach somewhere, a river over to his left. As he spoke, me Elspeth, she twitched, but recognized him, opening her eyes quickly, and then nodded. Light reveal, so she can see too, as can I now. Scanning his surroundings, he saw the figure sitting with its back to them just as he finally placed the noise, one he heard every day in his forge, one he'd used for many nights to quiet little Tista when she'd been a moat. So it truly was real, and this is the time. Stand and face us. The voice of his comrade was firm and steady, as it had ever been. I will not strike a foe in the back. The sitting figure said nothing for a minute, running the whetstone over the blade of its scythe, a myriad of other blades sheathed across its back as it honed what both planeswalkers guessed was an already fine edge. You are a fool. They looked at each other, and understanding passed between them. The same voice. He was real. Honor, valor, are they worth more than the gift you were given? Not to me, Koth rasped, punching his fists together with a bang. Tista is my fleck now. The name of the Volshok's adopted daughter finally brought a reaction. The sharpening stopped, and he stood unimpeded by the gray plate mail that should have sunk him to his knees in the loose sand, his collection of blades clinking. He was as they remembered through foggy memories, the menacing silhouette, the face shielded by an ornate headguard and veiled, but for the gray eyes that swept over them like a storm, just as a storm had liberated their world from the tyranny of a threat more dreadful than any had imagined. It began with Venzer's screaming, a scream soon echoed from every quarter. The council was abandoned, the forces mustered under their ragged banner, rushing to aid the wounded who now writhed under the touch of the dread disease of their enemies. Holding the sojourner as he clutched his chest, Elspeth reached for her mana, tearing off his tunic, and revolted at the spots of black bubbling up beneath his flesh. Weaving the healing mana around the affliction, the Knight of Bant bit her lip. Will as much as weaving, forcing the spell to work. She couldn't lose anyone else to these monsters, especially not another planeswalker, even if his ideas for questing for his former mentor were ridiculous given the Resistance's perilous state. Coils of white mana constricted the loathsome oil, a memento from Venzer's previous battles with the Phyrexian menace, before suddenly they burst. Elspeth stepping back to avoid contamination as the evil slime oozed from the rent in his skin, dripping and dribbling over the floor in a black stream. Venzer, she demanded, calling on her strength once more, but to her surprise there was no blood. The exit wound she'd been expecting missing. As with a clatter of metal, Koth ran. And what happened? He cut off mana, flaring at the sight of the oil that was soon lost in fire, sizzling to nothingness. Where did that come from? Me, a weak voice answered Venzer, struggling to sit upright. I don't know what happened, it just hurt. And not just for you. Elspeth was already stood, cape on and mana flaring as she headed towards the other sounds of suffering. Koth, with me, whatever the machines are doing, we must stop it here. But it could not be stopped. From all the infected the glistening oil writhed and boiled, the harbinger of the nightmare seeping out of its hosts. Though the Volshok shaman, Koth foremost amongst them, burnt much of it to ruin, some escaped, flowing back out of their hidden camp in rivulets of night. Many too ravaged by the sickness died, but come the morning it seemed those who survived had truly survived, with no signs of the dreaded change continuing, though they were left weak by the parasite's loss. Venzer was foremost amongst them, the sojourner regarding his two friends grimly. I have no idea what happened, but it can't be good. Even if the oil is gone, it must have a purpose somehow. The Phyrexians would never abandon their work like this. We never knew they could. Koth cut, and thinking the night's events over, some have survived the infection, but none like you. And why didn't you say you were suffering? Caught out, and under Elspeth's gimlet, the older walker, gave a guilty smile. Didn't want to worry you anyway. Forget that. We have to know what those monsters are up to. We have to follow the corruption and hope it leads us to the source. We can't fight blind against these things. We tried that before. We did, and it cost us. Elspeth's expression was haunted as she pulled up her cloak. We need a scouting party. Small numbers will be harder for them to detect. That a small number would be less crippling to the Resistance if they were lost went unsaid, and within an hour they were gone. A mix of former enemies forced together in this stand as Volshok and Auriok were united. Leaving Venzer still recovering to hold the base, the walkers led the mission, looking for any traces of the Phyrexians, making another attack against those who had yet to undergo their monstrous phyresis. They found nothing. The watches set up to hunt the Resistance were gone, leaving them stalking through empty and deserted tunnels, eerily quiet and echoing. There was something, though, in the air, in the very soul of the corrupted plane. A change was afoot, something even those without the spark could detect. Moving swiftly, but cautiously, the tribesmen found evidence of their suspicious empty husks of Phyrexians, or those that had been infected, scattered parts and decaying organic matter, but not a trace, not even a drop of the deadly virus that had caused such misery. Coming onto the surface of the first circle of the plain, they sought high ground, and from there saw the first truth of what was going on, the new madness that had gripped their enemies. On the surface of the plain was carnage, a mass migration of murderous machines, all driving headlong. This was no organized march, it was a headlong stampede on both land and sky. Those that fell were crushed underfoot, but even then their suffering did not end. The surface was slick with oil, the vector of the corruption oozing like it was alive towards a single point, the last place any in the plain would wish to travel, the legendary Vault of Ish-Saw. Traveling in the wake of the march, alert for any hint of oil, and alarmed as here and there it bubbled up from the lower levels, the travelers went on to the outskirts of the Mephedros, the Nim within, either already fallen to or destroyed by the relentless Phyrexians. Can we go on? Elspeth asked, overturning a smashed hulk with the tip of her blade. Is the mist safe? No, but there are paths. One of the Moriok, a scavenger, made a strange ally by the assault on their world, said the vault's not impregnable. I have been there. Lead on, Koth said, before spinning to face down the others. Those who do not want to follow can fall back and branded for their cowardice. It was enough to have most of them moving on the scavenging artificer, leading them through the cheerless place made even more desolate by the sweeping advance. The mist was ever present, a stagnant, strangulating horror that more than one was lost to, though, as the 5 suns shone. It was Elspeth, keen-eyed, and with the white sun overhead, who saw what awaited them. The vault, she said, squinting into the distance. What is that atop it? Koth was beside her, shading his eyes, as he tried to pierce the murk surrounding the foreboding peak. I don't know, we must get closer. We can't, one of the Oriok reported, holding out a cracked, but still serviceable spyglass. A great boon for the resistance, they'll slice us down before we get close enough. Putting it to his eye, and ignoring the large crack running down at the geomancer's armor, flared in alarm the others, grabbing their weapons at the signal. What is it? They all of them have gathered the Volshok, answered the knight, disbelieving at the sight arrayed before them, and at the core of his molten heart realizing it was a hopeless battle. They seek to launch a new sun, or corrupt one maybe? I don't know, Elspeth admitted, seeing the large conglomeration gathering atop the vault, a huge shimmering sphere of utter darkness that dwarfed the mountain pinnacle. By why gather all their forces? See, blue-black, all the praetors together, it doesn't make sense. By cruel irony, as those words left her lips, the world changed. All saw the huge portal open a hole in the sky, framing Ishsar, and casting the shadow of the Phyrexian weapon into dreadful relief. All prayed, many falling to their knees as slowly, the sphere was subsumed into the great maw, disappearing from view. They waited for the end of the world, the death of the plane, the 2 planeswalkers, amongst them still standing defiant, even if one was grateful for it to end. The seconds dragged on, cruel as Phyrexian surgery, until as soon as it had come the portal was closed, disappearing in the blink of an eye, and all was still until the blast came sweeping from the mountain, blowing back Elspeth's hood and bringing doom in its wake. Necrogen. The warning came too late. None had time to seek shelter or protection, as the devouring mist swept over them like a living thing. Even as they held their breath, or tried to drive it away with fire, the fog infiltrated their lungs, choked off their breathing, and made them one by one fall into nothingness. Was this as the end, what she had longed for? It was a hazy, sickly yellow. Everything seemed slowed in her eyes. She could see Koth's lips moving long before she registered his words. Swaying to her feet made the whole world tilt crazily, her stomach rebelling, until she managed to control her nausea and steady the Volshok, who also forced himself upright. Where are we? Her voice echoed in the still, the pale yellow, disorientating as Koth shrugged. Don't know, we could be dead, he added helpfully, his gruff humor making the knight smile. Let's hope not, she lied, drawing her blade and stepping forwards, Koth at her shoulder, and her challenge answered almost before she made it. Through the pale mist a shadow appeared, darkening, as they stood ready, wondering if this was test of this strange realm, as at last the figure took shape, a tall, relatively thin man, but heavy with armor, many swords, and a scythe slung over his back, and made no less threatening by the bundle he cradled in his arms. Elspeth lowered her blade into a guard, Koth readying his deadly fists, as the being came closer, though he paused outside of blade range, looking from one to the other with eyes gray and cold as death. He did nothing but kneel, leaving the basket at his feet, then abruptly stepped backwards, retreating into the mist as silently as he'd come. Wait, Koth's voice made him pause. Who are you? No one of importance. The voice was even more chill than his eyes. That is important. He pointed at the bundle, and Elspeth realized it was twitching, as though something alive was within her. Heart ceased beating. Is that a dream? The stranger was fading, his voice echoing around them. We will meet again, and we will see how close you hold that dream. The echoes grew louder, so loud she fell to a knee, planting her blade in the ground to press her hands to her ears. A ring of metal on wire told her Koth had done the same, but the noise was inside here, head bouncing in her skull, and nothing could still it. To preserve her sanity, she slipped away into the darkness, and her eyes opened to the light blue of Mirrodin's sun, the blue orb spreading a calming radiance as she recovered consciousness. There was a faint breeze, the faintest whiff of necrogen, as she slowly sat up, registering what was before her, with a dry laugh. That's not a pretty sight, Koth. What happened? The Volshok on his hands and knees in front of her didn't answer, shuffling towards something she couldn't see and kneeling when he got there. The pounding in her head receding, Elspeth realized they must still be in the dross. The mist must have blown right over them and knocked them into a dream. It would take time to recover from, but at least it had been only a fleeting exposure. She had no desire to end her days as a ravenous half-metal undead, and made to get to her feet. Speaking as she did, I'll rouse the others. We'd best be gone before that peak starts vomiting gas again. Koth, can you hear me? Concerned by his silence, the white mana user made to step forwards, only to see him turning around on his knees at the sight of what he now carried in his terrible hands. Her stomach dissolved to slush. No, she shook her head, disbelieving. It can't have been real. The necrogen made us pass out. The geomancer looked up at her, a spark of mana around his free hand, and his expression struck with wonder and disbelief, almost as profound as her own. He whispered, looking down at the baby left for them. She is Tista. It was the Volshok word for flawless and the baby-like, but the direct opposite of Malira, had become a beacon of hope for the survivors of the Shattered Plane. She and Koth had been careful to never reveal her origins, claiming they had found her in the graveyard of the Phyrexians, the Mephedros, surrounding the vault, carpeted with lifeless hulks, the war machines left rusting in their waterlogged tomb. Remembering the young child she had bidden farewell to in the company of Koth's compound, and the girl, who more than anything wished to be Elspeth's squire before the conference began, the knight readied herself for a struggle. So you do exist? Was this part of your test, to mock us into making mistakes? I care not for the scribblings, the warrior said, his voice as flat as his blade, as he fell into a stance she was unfamiliar with. I care for the dream. Now you, he looked between them, grey eyes narrowing, show your worth. Across a strange land, and under an unfamiliar sky, man was summoned, spells took form, and battle began. Chapter 10 Duels of the Planeswalkers. For all their magic, their prowess hand to hand, and the ability to traverse the planes of existence, planeswalkers were, though few of them would admit it, flawed beings. Born mortal and ascended only by chance, usually a dark or life-threatening one, they were set apart by the spark. But despite their connection to mana, they were mortal beings who lived, loved, and fell prey to the same vices as any other. These weaknesses were seldom tested. Few who knew what they were dealing with would berate a planeswalker to their faces, even if they were no longer the gods they once had been, but even so there were flaws there for those who knew how to exploit them. And of all flaws of the planeswalkers, there was never one so common or so costly as arrogance. Twisting her blade up and around again, the shaman of the Revain tribe kept a hard grip on her temper as the human once more evaded a strike that should have split her in two. She had remarkable balance and dexterity, almost that of an elf, and a virtually preternatural knowledge of where she was going to strike, suffering little more than rips in her cloak as she evaded Nissa's constant offense. Even the earth couldn't help her, as in close she couldn't spare an instant's concentration to imbue her mana into the living soil and wood. Sweat trickling down her brow, Nissa sped up even more, her lithe form dancing as her spear became a forest of points, each one ringing off the answering web of steel the human wove about herself. You're getting closer, almost cut my greave that time, Nissa snarled quietly, jumping back to gain some more room, but unable to keep away the human right behind her as her sword flashed. Not exactly smart to get so close with a spear, though maybe next time you'll know better than to interrupt a civilized conversation. There is little humans do I would call civilized. Strange coming from a feral elf. No offense, plenty was taken, but again Nissa's opponent was her match, speaking even as spear clashed against blade. Your tribe's not known for settling down. We're also not known for mercy to those who insult us, she riposted. We leave them as bait for the beasts, as even you should remember. I do remember, the woman mused, hence why I had to change Cisna up a bit to make him likable, though, for the record, I'm sorry I got the genders wrong. It's well I didn't exactly get a time for a good look at either of you. I flipped a coin and called it wrong. Apologize in blood, Nissa demanded, a pulse of mana through her feet, making the grass under her opponent erupt into thorns, forcing her to jump away and granting the elf time to flick sweat from her brow before it could run down and sting her eyes as another voice, one she'd almost forgotten about, spoke over the lull in the fighting. What is your name? Melanie Vinsaker. See, Revain politeness can get you a lot further than brutality can. The elf didn't even waste her breath in a snort of derision as the human focused on the half-snake. Long time no see, though I never got your name either. Yet you have used a form of it. Skrov is Vraska written differently. Melanie smiled sheepishly. Okay, you got me. I didn't know it when the Azorius came, though I found out later. Even the Golgari don't have many Gorgons, so it didn't take much digging. We are few, Vraska agreed before glancing at her companion. Please do not attack, I am talking. Nissa's ear twitched, the only sign of her aggravation, as she spat, and I don't care to listen. This thing insulted me, and I will have a blood price. You will kill her? Of course. Then will you eat her? The bland question drowned Nissa's trepidation of the other planeswalker under disgusted shock. Loathsome beast, I am above such things. Vraska's symbiotes, hissed the elf, taking a pace back. I am loathsome, yet I kill only to eat or defend myself, and my close ones you murder for honor and valor and call yourself civilized? Your logic makes no sense. Here the Gorgon had an unexpected ally. Melanie, clapping her hand against her sword arm in applause. I tried to get that across in the print, how Scrov's nice even to the elf sent to kill her. I hope it came through all right. It did, though you are ill-informed about Gorgon reproduction. We do not lay eggs contrary to popular belief. I know, but Scrov had to have a reason for staying put, and anyway the bite you use wouldn't enough. Nissa had gone beyond her limited patience. You care nothing for what you do, or do not have, Snake Woman, but I value the name of my clan and will not tolerate some stranger besmirching it and me. Now stop this pointless babbling and face me. Tapping into the earth to fortify her aggressive stance, the elf lowered the tip of her spear towards the woman's heart. Melanie, not moving for a moment, as she appeared shocked at the interruption, shock that would be the death of her as the ground under her feet split asunder, gaping jaws of mud rising up smother her opponent. She noticed too late the flash of mana, a pearlescent blue that shone under the human's feet before agony exploded in her midriff, folding her up like a punctured bladder bulb as she was hurled away by the impact. A second agonizing slap to the back of her hand, making her lose her grip on her spear. She hit the ground hard several feet away, but natural agility honed by years of survival from before Zendikar's calming had her roll to her feet in an eye blink, pain already fading as the soothing touch of green mana as she beheld her opponent commit sacrilege, the human daring to place her hand on the weapon she had claimed upon surviving her tribe's ritual into adulthood. I've had enough of you. The human's eyes, once sparkling green, were now dull, her ash-gray hair swaying in the wind. You think we're barbarians and monsters compared to you elves, princess? Fine, hold these. Vraska. Nissa was forced to watch in horror as blasphemy was added to insult, her staff thrown to the Gorgon along with the human sword as the other mage raised her fists, fury burning in her gaze. This barbarian is going to give you a beating you'll never forget. Please, Ula, Cozy and Emiria, I'll do my salutations every day. I found your temple, Ula, and I'm sorry I swore there. I'll go back and pay homage 100 times if don't let Gideon get hurt. The fight was like a royal storm, so terrible you should look away, but too enthralling to even blink from the two warriors, so swift it seemed 3 gaffs were fending off blazing white lashes without number. She'd seen Gideon practice and half listened when he told her of mana and how it had to be respected before she could hope to use it. Now she wished she'd listened harder, so much harder, as the white mage stood like a sea cliff, his whip blurring around him and snapping at the twirling dancing core. The mare girl had seen Gideon fight before and seen the Cyril put to other uses, such as escaping from temple traps, or if there was money on it, snatching 3 separate bottles off a bar top and depositing them in front of those who requested them, but she'd never seen his full strength, the mana he was unleashing, both majestic and fearsome. Ihanii was equally as strong, her gaff knocking away the Cyril's questing heads and sparks of blue flying into most of the white mana structures the Hieromancer weaved, destabilizing them before they could take effect. Biting her lip, trying to think of some way to help and cursing herself for being so weak that she couldn't, Kiora was too far away to see the small figure that ended the battle before it was too late. The core was a fearsome warrior and skilled, far more skilled than he was at shaping and casting mana, the ocean's strength, undermining the formulas of his orthodoxy magic. This battle would be won or lost at close quarters, and Ihanii was a frustratingly defensive fighter, her fishing gaff able to keep his Cyril at bay, and the core herself borne to the sand, the loose footing not slowing her down as it did him. Snapping the steel lash and planning his next moves as the crash of an abnormally large wave drowned out his battle psalm, the Hieromancer was distracted just for an instant by a familiar flash of blue-green trying to sneak up behind his opponent, coming in from the core's left. Kiora. If he got out of this alive, he was going to drown her. He wasn't sure how, but he'd figure it out later as he desperately twisted his lash, seeking to goad Ihanii into circling away from the merfolk girl. It was a gambit that failed in an acrobatic combination. She rolled under one head, knocked another away with the butt of her hooked spear, and pulled her stomach in to avoid the white blaze. The third shot at her, the hindering light earthing harmlessly behind her. Damn it. No choice now. Kiora was running straight towards her, looking to tackle her around the knees, and Hani, focused solely on the fight, would hit her, maybe even kill her. Without realizing she'd done it, he flicked his wrist, sacrificing his defense and sending the last tip of his Cyril out the core, dodging past it and towards him as it hit the running merfolk in the stomach and passed straight through her. An illusion. A bastard illusion, and he'd fallen right for it. Had his life not been in danger, he would have been impressed, as it was years of training from both before and after his ascension let him pull off the only move the tactician before him didn't expect. She was within the sweep of his Cyril, and her gaff was already coming down. Whatever he did was going to hurt, so he would make sure it hurt her more than him. Dropping the whip, he focused mana into his offhand, relishing the panic in his opponent's eyes as her blow was too late to stop. Pain shot through his right arm as the hook of her weapon bit into it like a nail, cleanly going in one side of his bicep and out the other, but he was used to pain, and it didn't stop him reaching forwards and gripping her arm with his left hand. Chains of binding white mana wrapped around her, and she was too close to counter him. He held on through the excruciation and snarled as he realized she too had a last-ditch gambit. Abandoning her weapon, she snatched a knife from her belt. Gideon, even while concentrating on his spell, just able to shift his arm enough that Hani merely scratched the back of his hand with its tip. Just before the binding completed, the hieromancer looked into the core's face, her determined but regretful gaze, and her mouthing the words, "Well, won," the last he saw of her before it exiled her within a circle of gold. With his foe vanquished, he sagged, a little battle fever fading, and the pain of his wounds catching up, along with an odd tingle from his left hand that he guessed meant nothing good. Gideon. The metal hook in his arm stopped him turning around, so he looked over his shoulder, trying to put a brave face on his pain as Kiora came to a dead halt, hand clasped over her mouth. "Were you always that green?" he quipped lamely, his humor lost on the trembling girl. "You've got a gaff in your arm." "I know now, look away." He braced himself for more pain, forcing his left hand towards the head of the embedded weapon. "No, it has to go out as it came in." The mere girl shrieked, fear he'd do himself even more damage, overcoming revulsion as she stepped closer to him. "I'll do it." "You can't reach." "Kneel down or squat," she croaked, reaching for the butt of the weapon and not looking at him. "I've used these for years, I know what I'm doing." Gideon's nod let a lead weight fall into her stomach, his voice resonating like a bell in her head. "Remember, when you have to act." Without pause, Kiora second guessed him the saying, not hiding the feeling of wood in her palms or quelling the nausea roiling in her gut. "It's just like a fish, just a fish. Push forwards and up, and it slides out. 1, 2, 3. She pushed forwards and up, the hook slid free cleanly, and Gideon fell to his knees, left hand clapped across the now spurting hole as the veins stood out in his neck, a strangled gargle, all he allowed himself to express at the white-hot needle coring his muscle. Existence flashed white, then blue, then red. He barely felt the impact into his side until at last the tide of agony receded, and he was able to focus on the shivering little bundle now burrowed into his uninjured side. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. This is my fault. I shouldn't have let you follow me. I'm bad luck. I should have run away." Trying to staunch the bleeding, Gideon managed to drop an elbow on top of her head, looking to stop the recriminations before they could begin. "Don't be stupid. They should have thrown me to the royal. I'm cursed. I'm a curse on Kiora." He very rarely shouted, and she listened when he did, turning her watering gaze onto him as he breathed in and out to master his pain and speak calmly. "We don't have time. The others could be in danger. I need you to bandage my arm." "And what were you talking about, the royal?" She bit her lip, sniffing hard as she withdrew from under his arm, reaching into one of the pouches at his belt for the bandages he habitually carried, along with flint, tinder, and other sundries needed for life. "A royal tide came just after I was born, took half my school. My father. I should have been thrown out to appease it, but my mother outcast because she wouldn't because of me. We were alone until she told me what she'd done. I left, swam away, so she could go back." "And Ula's temple?" "I heard drunk landlings saying about it. Thought if I could give her statue to my school they wouldn't think I was bad luck." She stopped, shivering as he slowly uncovered his injury, the bleeding sluggish, but not stopped as she began wrapping the cloth around it, tears coming again as she went on. "Halimar was trying to get there when I got caught by that bitch. I should have swum away, so you." Gideon cut in, his voice strong, after he swallowed a lump in his throat. The tidal wave was sprung from sorrow. "I was truly blessed in my life. Would still have a gaff in my arm if you weren't here." "That doesn't sound like bad luck to me." "It is. She made something look like me, and she hurt you, and even on Zendikar I was bad, didn't listen." I'm a curse royal spawned, you should hate me, she hissed brokenly, before stiffening. Gideon had thrown his numbing left arm around her, and in his embrace the wave of Zendikar trembled even harder, face screwed up to deny tears. You are not cursed, you are not bad luck, and I will never hate you. Every shrine, every trap, every step I took behind you on Zendikar I would take again gladly. I don't want to hear you say anything like that again, promise me. But Ihanii was a very skilled mage, attuned to the sea. I should have expected mirages. Now promise me, he demanded, releasing the mere girl only when he heard her murmur her agreement, and regarding her as severely as he could. You know how seriously I take a promise? At her nod he smiled, grateful to see the expression echoed on her face as his old training resurfaced. Good, now we need to get out of here and find the others. Get my Cyril. She nodded, quickly dragging the steel lash out of the sand and helping him wrap it around his waist as he couldn't use his arms. The bare trickle of mana he could channel without his hands was enough to keep him on his feet and resolute, the strength of the fields helping numb the poison and the pain as Kiora glanced up at the remnant of his spell. What did you do? It's an imprisonment, the hieromancer explained, flexing his left hand and grimacing. I can barely hold a dagger. Never mind my Cyril, while it's in place she can't escape. Why didn't you? Because I didn't need to have told you. Taking a life should be the last resort, and I mean it. Besides, she didn't want to kill me. The core's face and the truth within it passed in front of him again, as he glanced down at the mere girl. Kiora, stunned as he explained, if she wanted me dead she'd have swung for my neck, not my arm. Anyway, it's done now, we have to go. Right, which way? Inland. We'd see or hear others fighting on the beach, but we've no idea where they've been sent. He set off, not seeing the mere girl stoop by the side of his containment spell for a second before catching up, falling in on his right side to catch him if he fell. The beach quickly fell away to rolling bluffs, the two staying low with Kiora ranging ahead due to her size and coloring, until a sudden bellow to the left a long way away made her rush back to Gideon's side, her fright met with his stoicism as he realized the most likely reason for the rising echoing roar. It was the noise a beast might make if enraged or afraid. Who the hell? As she dodged backwards from flensing steel and forced her opponent away with a jet of flame, Chandra snatched a breath, grateful her eyewear was designed to not fog up. Made this bitch fireproof? Fortunately, a flickering wisp distracted her opponent, Xava, leaping after the guild pact with a frenzied smile and suggestions, so lewd the pyromancer's toes curled. Mentally swearing to deliver their champion back to the Rakdos in an urn, she paused, heeding an unspoken message. What they were using so far hadn't worked, it was time to get creative. Xava was different, much more dangerous than they'd ever seen her before, quite an achievement for a Rakdos. Whatever drugs were coursing through her system had her flipping around like a simic creation in boiling water, damned near impossible to hit, and her mental state precarious to begin with, so degraded Jace's illusions were having little effect. Aside from tearing open the odd phantasm as it flew towards her, she was also surprisingly clinical, sparing little or no effort to dodge the varied spells the two mages were throwing towards her, as she appeared immune to them. That shock had cost Chandra as the mad banshee charged through a curtain of flame, unharmed. Jace's bolt of force blasting the blood which away before her maimed hand gave her more than a scratch. Fire that would have turned steel to slag seemed to fade around her, negating a lot of Chandra's options, but she wasn't conceding. Jace always had a plan now, while she's distracted. On it evening, her breathing, the red mage ignored the danger Jace was in to focus her fire into a new shape, a new form, birthed with a keening cry. Glad as her phoenix swept over the battlefield, Chandra raced after the pair of them, guided by the maddening cackle of their opponent. First your fingers, then your nose, then your eyelids, then your toes, and that's still better than what they played at her club. I like your face, guild pact, I'll like it even more stuffed and mounted. From the distance she saw Jace's hand shimmer blue, concentrating as the signal was given. Shame I never liked yours, Xava. Jace admitted, a gleaming spider's web springing up between them, but somehow split apart by her ever-gripped knife, a mana blade of some kind. That's not good. He had no good memories of such weapons, and if someone had given this maniac one, they had to stop her here just as well. It's leaving now. Her look of confusion was one he'd remember forever, as a wake of flame passed overhead, the summoned bird of fire and rage latching onto her shoulders and dragging her aloft, her curses and screams fading slightly as she was pulled into the air. Recovering slightly and focusing to pull a little mana from the distant sea, he could feel he suddenly ducked as there was a loud blast above him, scorching warmth on his back as the phoenix detonated. The way she would have wanted to go, the thought made him chuckle grimly as he turned towards the distant figure of his friend, the first true one he'd had in many years. Only to squint at her expression, it was hard to tell through her lenses, but she looked almost Jace afraid. That wasn't me. It took a few seconds to sink, in a few seconds too long, as several small dark spheres flew over his head and a shadow fell over him. Spinning, knowing it was already too late, Jace had time for a last regret as the smoking fire-blackened thing plunged towards him, blade outstretched. I won't be writing any more denouements for you, I'm sorry, Chandra. Unaware of her friend's peril, the fire mage was prone on the ground, hands over her ears and mouth open as she'd recognized the small metal containers spinning through the air. The small bombs had been badly aimed, but they hardly needed to be accurate to kill. Who the hell was giving the guild explosives? As the earth ceased juddering, she threw herself to her feet, vision still sepia through her goggles as a puff of wind blew the smoke away. Jace, she called, trying to bank down her rising fear as she remembered the shape falling towards him. If Xava had survived and landed close enough, she couldn't think of it. Jace, talk to me. Chandra, relief hit her like a punch in the guts. Run. That was a punch from a giant. Her very core chilled as the smoke blew away. Jace stood ramrod straight, with a dagger under his jaw, the Rakdos, with her legs scissoring his waist and her chin on his shoulder. It might have been sensual had she not been black with soot and grinning psychotically. Her mouth ran dry, heart palpitating wildly as Xava rubbed her cheek against the mind mage's illegal bind. She cackled madly at her own joke. Jace, shivering, but otherwise unable to move his telepathy useless against someone with a mind so base and broken. Let's cut it open and see what falls out. No. Chandra stepped forward. Run, you idiot. Shut up, she demanded aloud, realizing her mistake only when the dagger pushed up harder, puckering the flesh of the mind mage's jaw as Xava tooted. No, shhhh, I am talking. I hate the pact, the peace. Where's the fun without anarchy? So I will break the pact, I will break him. And all you have ever known will end if you do. The blood witch looked up as Chandra lifted her goggles, letting her see the topaz jewels her eyes had become as she delivered her promise. Kill him, hell hurt him, and I will return to Ravnica and put the Rakdos to the torch. Every club, every riot, every cultist. Your guild will be ashes, its name a hex. You think you've seen fire, bitch. Suddenly she was ablaze, every blade of grass within 30 feet shriveling as she regarded her quarry with a glare like the sun's fury. Hurt, Jace Bellerin, and I will show you what it means to burn. It wasn't for show, not all of it. From what Chandra knew of the Rakdos, their champions were thrill killers, berserkers who cared little if they lived or died as long as they made a good spectacle. By making herself the biggest threat possible, she might be able to lure the blood witch into dropping her captive to hunt her, a plan that half worked as Xava's glassy eyes focused for a second. Her fiery form was reflected in their engorged pupils as she licked her lips. Then she nuzzled closer to her prisoner's neck. Words Chandra couldn't hear taking effect as a trickle of mana flowed into Jace's ear. She's a caster now. Oh great, this made a bad situation even worse as the cultist dismounted her stolen ride and pushed gently Jace, unable to catch himself as he fell flat on his face. The guild pact falls, he is hurt, and there was a smear of blood on Jace's chin cut by a sharp rock as Xava grinned. Show me your fire. Chandra did, twin blades of flame flaring in her hands as she rushed forwards, unable to risk her larger spells in case she caught the other planeswalker in the disaster radius. With a wild laugh, Xava sprang to meet her, the single knife and her strange protection for the tongues of flame preventing Chandra score a lasting hit, but that was never the intention. Kicking out, she caught her enemy on the knee. Xava, not even feeling the blow that made her stumble, but that was immaterial. Before she could recover, Chandra was where she needed to be, Jace behind her and facing her opponent, smirking. Now I've got the pact. Good. It was her smile, cruel and cold, as opposed to her usual madcap grin, which made Chandra's skin prickle when she cast aside part of her robe. The firebrand's hair all but stood up. Bombs? No, the thought of being outwitted by this madwoman chilled her as Xava pulled a pin with the tip of her fire-melded blade. She wanted us to switch places. Let's play catch. After his first blade had scratched Venzor, the assassin had ripped the call from their eyes, their underestimation of him their undoing. Before the trio could even gather mana, he was amongst them, quickness and skills they'd never seen or suspected catching them unprepared. Venzor had been first tripped and was now strangled by his lashing tail as he skillfully sliced apart a blizzard of paper cranes. Tamio's scrolls set upon him as she alighted to the air. He snarled after her, keeping the last of the three within his sight, as she picked herself up from where she'd fallen. As he tightened his grip on his captive stupid man dying moon sage, he chattered, beckoning the floating Soratami with his blade. You come down, I let him and other go. She didn't move, remaining in the sky with her kami-blessed paper shields about her. As she watched the human's struggles grow weaker, biting her lip, she had no wish to lose her head, but at the same time Venzer was innocent in this affair and had saved her from the assassin many times before. Could she pass into the cloud gates with his blood on her hands? Even as she wrestled with the karmic question, it was answered. Another coming forwards, who had already suffered too much. Leave him alone. Kagaya's voice was soft but determined, as she stepped forwards, the Nezumi watching her warily. You don't like killing Splay-Pa-san. You could have killed Tamio-san before. Was no need now, is the Nezumi replied, brandishing his weapon threateningly. Stay back, Cloud Gaze. The Soratami smiled slightly at his name. He had never been able to meet her changed eyes, thinking them bad luck, and considering how often I saw him coming, he was right. No, Splay-Pa-san, I will not. She stepped forwards again, ignoring Tamio's calls and Venzer's frantic, if feeble gestures, to go back. If you want to kill her, I must die first. Then the Nezumi lowered his blade, looking down before his head snapped up, teeth bared, as he lunged forwards. Die. Tamio gasped, her prepared spell slipping from her mind as she saw the other Soratami slump, the Ratman's blade finding its mark. She had never thought, barely even considered, their lives were in danger from the inept ninja. Now an innocent was dead. She should have gone back to Oboro, hunted down those responsible for sending assassins after her. And I will, though she knew little offensive magic, she knew enough to see her friend avenged. I will find them all and slit their throats at their executions myself. I will carve the name Kagaya on the temple of the grandfathers. What? Only her attunement to the mana of the clouds let her sense at the faintest tickling of mist gathering atop the back of the now dead Soratami, who was changing before them. Her shock was echoed in Venzer's purpling face as the Nezumi squealed, realizing his peril too late. Kagaya's flesh hardened to wood and grew the mana of the earth and water, combining to let branches and tendrils ensnare their foe. As he was caged in living branches, the ground beneath the moon sage shifted, the real Kagaya, emerging and looking severe. So you would kill me, Splay-Pa-san? So be it. She gestured, mana of a different hue fortifying her creation, and the Nezumi squealed again, this time in pain, as the black mana sprouted thorns in his prison. As he lashed to free himself, Venzer was at least able to heave himself free of the tail that had nearly killed him, heaving down a breath as scrolls whispered around him, Tamio's creations shielding him from reflexive lashes of the appendage. As she returned to the earth, looking at the older planeswalker with new respect, Kagaya-chan, you have never shown that spell before. It is not strictly a spell, she admitted, opening her palm to show a handful of seeds. I was once a gardener. I have never forgotten my craft. The moon sage smiled, bowing deeply from the waist. Should you ever wish to return to Oboro, all its lands and gardens will be put at your disposal. And I'll be the first to visit, Venzer added as he stood up, still a little croaky as he rubbed his throat, the vision of the gardener's supposed death making his normally warm gaze cold as he gathered mana into his palm. Now let me get rid of this thing. Still trapped and impaled, the Nezumi snarled, snapping at the plants entangling him futilely, before in desperation he curled his tail in and chattered something in a high tone. None had heard him speak before. Her research giving her a rough idea of the Nezumi tongue. Tamio realized what he was doing, but was too late to stop him, her smothering mist landing just as the assassin seemed to vanish, slipping between shadows and escaping his demise at Venzer's hand, the artificer dispersing the mana before it hit Kagaya's simulacrum. Her eyes were already alight, the veins protruding as her blessed vision saw all trying to locate their escaped aggressor. He is beyond my sight. We've got time then, Venzer said quickly, regarding the now empty plant. The Soratami's mana had grown with all able to plate together for colors. Kagaya had the greatest breadth of strength he'd ever seen in a planeswalker, even if she could only channel it through wood, grass and trees. What was that? Kanji magic shadow spells, Tamio explained, eyes on the surrounding area and grateful they weren't in a wood or otherwise shaded area. He must have written one in blood and activated it to escape. Then we should do the same before he comes back. We need the others. I know. The sojourner was cut off by a sudden gasp from Kagaya, the Soratami still with her eyes open as she turned to him. Your friends, I see them over there. We go, Tamio answered for them, kanji flying from her scrolls and branding themselves onto the clothes of her friends, allowing the wind to bear them aloft. Lead the way, Kagaya-san. We will find them, and if that pestilential assassin returns, she raised her arms and bore them away. Her last words left as a challenge: he will regret signing that contract for my head. They were borne away much faster in the air than over land. The tree nurtured by the Soratami gardener quickly left behind and out of sight, as a moment later a whiskered snout emerged from its shadow, sniffing the air and followed by the rest of the Nezumi as he realized they were gone. Tracking their likely progress, he paused only to recover his weapon and chew on a sprig of mint grass, smiling slightly as he made to go after them. This hunt was far from over. What took you so long? Blocking out the Volshok's grim humor, Venzer raced across the sand, momentarily forgetting the Soratami at his heels as he took in the two prone figures lying conjoined before him. He mapped out the battle while assessing its aftermath: scuffs in the sand indicating tight footwork, blasted and vitrified patches showing the power of geomancy, and worse, the trench Koth had dug as he dragged himself finger-length, by agonizing finger-length, to throw his maimed arm over his friend. Diving onto his knees and grimacing as he saw the Hammer tribe leader's forearms pierced cleanly, he couldn't help but demand answers. What the hell happened? We lost. Details: this'll hurt. Do it. The Volshok grimaced, his metallic hair clicking in pain as Venzer's mana began slowly repairing the damage his arms had suffered. It was him. Venzer, the man from the mists, was real. But how? Never mind, just like with the resistance, questions not devoted to warfare could be answered later. Your enemy? Venzer checked over his shoulder, grateful to see his companions at his back with their eyes out for danger. Gone for now, don't know how long for though. Who was he? Didn't get his name. Even through the pain of being partially reforged, Koth somehow managed to laugh gutturally before turning serious. He knows Venzer. He told us the truth about her, about Tista. Later. No, it broke Elspeth. The Volshok broke off to glare at the woman partially under him. She swore she was better. She swore it. Venzer nodded, glancing at the fallen knight with a heavy heart. More than once, during the darkest days of Mirodan, he'd heard crying from her quarters, seen her practice until she could no longer lift her blade, and watched her stalk off to be alone for many long hours, trying to outrun some doom that dogged her heels. Following the end of the invasion and the rebuilding beginning, she'd been happier than he'd ever seen her, even more so when she'd taken Malira under her wing, but he sensed that even the end of the Phyrexian threat hadn't truly brought her the peace she craved. What did he say? The artificer didn't truly want to know. He was the only one the other two planeswalkers had trusted with the truth of Tista's origins, and if the truth was enough to shatter a woman as formidable as Elspeth Tyrrell, it was something to be dreaded. She's a machine. My Fleck is the perfect machine, Koth said, pain lacing his tone as he thought about the little girl waiting with his compound for her father to return. She's all metal, as Malira is all flesh. We knew this, but we did not know the rest. She's like us, Venzer. She bears the Ether's mark. That's impossible. The mere thought made the artificer's skin crawl, in both disbelief and in a strange way hope. Since his mentor had fallen, the silver golem left hollow and destroyed by the removal of the glistening oil that had finally corrupted him, there were no others like him that bore the spark. Even Karn was made a planeswalker. But Karn didn't live. Tista does. She eats, sleeps, and feels. She cannot be told from flesh. His arms repaired by the artificer, Koth brought his hand to his face, and she was never the dream of Mirodan. Who would? The Volshok shifted and Venzer stopped dead, seeing the Dreadbrand and remembering for the first time in ages the tales of his homeland, the other name it bore. He lied. He must have. Their father is dead. He has never lied. A machine with a spark, the dream of Yawgmoth himself. Koth's tears were burning as they slid down his face, his voice quiet and choked. The perfect Phyrexian. Venzer felt dislocated, torn from reality. He wanted to deny it, to shake the Volshok by the shoulders until he said it wasn't the truth, but it was never going to happen. Koth wouldn't lie about his daughter, and he wouldn't be the worst affected. Elspeth, as Koth made to sorely stand up, testing the repairs made to his arm. The artificer saw her properly for the first time and felt his guts twist. Physically she was well, but her eyes were blank, seeing nothing, and she didn't react as he held her limp as a doll with her sword lying in the sand. Following his gaze, Koth grimly finished his account of their battle's aftermath. He told us as we were fighting, just as I told you. When she realized she fell, just fell. He left her focused on me, and he was strong. Red mana here is weaker. I couldn't stop him with the earth, and hand to hand he glanced at the discolored metal on his arms. He's as deadly as she is. Where is he now? That way. The voice made them both jump. Kagaya's tread so light they hadn't heard her approach, traveling inland. A thrill ran up Venzer's spine. He's going for the others. And we have to stop him. Get her sword. Koth scooped Elspeth up, Kagaya picking the weapon from its sandy tomb gingerly just as a flock of paper flew overhead to Mio, joining them, and conjuring the same marks as before. As she spoke, the clouds have shown me where we have been scattered to. Those maps should tell the others. How far? Finally, Venzer's relief was palpable. Some good news. Not very. I saw your enemy Koth-san. I know his likely route. She held out one of the maps she'd hastily scrawled, and the Volshok scrutinized it before jabbing part of it with a metal finger. Can you get us there? The Soratami nodded, gesturing her shining kanji to affix to them, all the effort taxing her as they rose. I will cloak our passage. Kagaya breathed, a small stream of mist issuing from her sleeves and chilling the air around them, her eyes guiding them where others would be thwarted by their cover, as together in the mist the planeswalkers moved on to stop one of their enemies. One of the effects of the process that had birthed her was that she barely remembered the human woman she had once been. The bite of her sire had changed her mind as well as her body. Because of this, Vraska knew a lot of the time she came across as insensitive, but what she said was usually justified, hence why she felt no shame as she made her observation about the two being not in front of her. That looks remarkably painful. Anyone ever tell you you're a master of understatement, Vraska? The victor of the fist fight laughed, pulling backwards on her opponent's arms as on her knees, and kept there by the human sandals pressing out the back of them. The elf tensed in agony. Once or twice, the Gorgon admitted, before glancing at the pinned shaman. You might as well concede. You're just going to hurt yourself more. Nissa snarled, and then stiffened, more pressure strangling her retort as Mel spoke for her. You're wasting your time. You know what these prideful folk are like, Vraska. I'm sure she's got a plan. I mean, how could a pitiful human like me beat a great and powerful elf like her, and of the Jiraga tribe, to boot, the best of the multiverse? She's probably trying to work out how I cheated as we speak, and don't waste your breath asking her to show sense. She'd rather die than admit defeat to someone other than another pointy ear. We could be here a while, unless of course I'm wrong. What do you say, elf? Ready to give in yet? Trying to force her mana into the soil, but blocked by the blue ribbon the human had wended around her. It was all Nissa could do to shake her head. She was bruised and beaten, but even with her arms screaming for relief, she would never concede. Fine, bored now. I'm ending this. Nissa's mask of suffering became even more pronounced as the human leant down, more weight on the back of her knees grinding them into the forest floor. Her arms were locked out. She couldn't bend them as the woman reached down and looped one arm around both her captive's elbows, leaving her a hand free. She braced herself for more pain, so much so that the feather light touches that suddenly raced along her ear made her gasp. Oh, sensitive, are they? I always wondered about that, Mel admitted freely, continuing to fondle the keen organ as the shaman of the Jiraga tribe bit her lip, quivering at the ambivalent sensations of pain and pleasure. So, if I did this, she twisted the tip, and Nissa couldn't stop a faint mewl of suffering. Yes, that should work. Tweaky tweaky, I wonder if I can pull one longer than the other? Enough. Vraska's rasp broke into the conversation, the Gorgon taking a decisive step forwards. There's no need for this, Mel Vinsaker, you've won. Well, 2 out of 3 of us figured that much out. Listen, Vraska, I like you, and I really mean that. You're not judgmental even to folk who damn you in an instant. I know what that's like, and that, Nissa hissed, tears clustering at the corner of her eyes as her ear was yanked unmercifully, is why I can't stand people like Princess here. We've met before, haven't we? Elf, want to tell her what happened, what you tried to do to me just because I was there and I wasn't one of you? Speak, or I'll pull your ear off and stab you in the eye with it. On my oath, as a warrior I will. You, Nissa managed, as the pain at the side of her head finally ebbed. You were on our lands. Why? What? Why was I on your lands? I don't know exactly. You didn't even ask. I was just there, and I wasn't a hoity-toity forest dweller, so the only thing I was good for was worm bait. I could have been lost, I could have been a messenger. Hell, I could have been coming to warn you of your forthcoming doom. It wouldn't have mattered. You'd have had me for fertilizer anyway. She tried to kill me, Vraska. Kill me for just existing. You've been there, haven't you? People wanting you dead for being what you are. What would you do if you were me now? Beaten her as you have done. But the Gorgon raised a hand, looking between the elf and the girl who had her pinned. I know humiliation as well as I know hate. I wouldn't have anyone else suffer either. You've beaten her, there's no need for any more. You'd stop me? If I must, honor isn't worth dying for. I doubt Princess agrees. Are you really willing to save someone who hates you? Revane, close your eyes. Remembering the legends she did, as she was bid pride abandoned for survival, as she heard the hated human speak again. You'd really wow, you're not joking, are you? Have you ever used it before on a person, I mean? 4 times each of them regretted, but necessary. Well, let's not strike though that tally gate here, she's not worth it. Nissa's knees and elbows sobbed in relief as the pressure was lifted. Then she was shoved face first into the dirt, pinned by a sandal, as a voice growling in her throbbing ear, I want you to remember this, princess, remember that a barbarian beat you, and a loathsome beast you wouldn't spit on stood up for you. You consider yourself, and your fellow elves, the pinnacle of the multiverse. You're not worth the dust on Vraska's feet. Her politeness, and her defending you are the only reasons you're free. Think about that. Toss us my sword, please. If I throw it over there, will you be offended? I would be tempted to leave a scar or scratch. So you're not above petty revenge then? Fine, toss it that way. I've got places to be. Spikes, Mr. Whiskers and Lady Stabbington are probably going overboard, and Uncle Timmy can't be everywhere at once. None of those names filled Vraska with any confidence, so she quickly threw the sheathed blade into the forest meld, giving her beaten opponent's arm one last twist before scampering after it, quickly lost to sight amid the trees as the Gorgon glanced down at the prone elf. You're not dead. When this got no response, Vraska, running out of patience and worried for her friends, prodded the shaman with the butt of her spear. Get up, we have to find the others. Leave me alone. Nissa's voice was flat as she turned her head away, bile swirling in her belly as humiliation burned like a physical wound. Fortunately, this pain faded a few seconds later. Unfortunately, this was because she was being hauled up by the hair, her watering eyes impaled by Vraska's cold stare. We don't have time for your self-pity. Why did you lose? What? The question was so unexpected. Nissa stopped kicking at the Gorgon, regarding her. Why did you lose? I ask myself that question, or a variant of it, when someone defeats me, as my friends often do. How did Melanie beat you? Answer me. The reminder of her defeat stung worse than her bruises, and both were less painful than her next admission. She used a spell I didn't see and disarmed me, and she was faster, stronger, and more skilled in brawling than you are? Vraska supplied helpfully, the elf looking away, but reluctantly nodding as much as she was able to. So, how will you not lose next time? Nissa's jaw worked soundlessly. Never before had she been lectured like this. I get faster and stronger, or use my casting? That would be sensible. I'm going to let go now. Do not attack me. The Gorgon did so, and to Nissa's surprise, offered her back her spear. You can use this better than me. We must find the others. I do not like the names Melanie gave us, assuming they're friends of hers. Her stave was a comforting weight, the sting of her humiliation dulling a little as Vraska's words forced her to take stock almost against her will. Beaten, but the lesser was more skilled in close quarters. I should not have fought her there. But she'd been so sure she would win, so certain she couldn't lose, and reality had given her a slap in the face. She could have easily died by either Mel's blade or her hand, if not for Vraska stepping in. She was so caught up by her realization it wasn't until a hissing something passed almost under her chin she snapped back to reality, jumping, and unable to stop the reflexive quiver. Apologies. There may have been a trace of bitterness in the chafing tone. I assume you can track? I can, and it is not you. What is not? Nissa swallowed. She was not in the habit of divulging secrets, to less those who weren't elves. I was bitten as a child. I've feared snakes ever since. I know you are not a snake, but you are far from the first to assume that later we must move. Yes, this way. I hear something. Despite Mel's attentions, her hearing was as keen as ever. It sounds like I don't know the word. Humans use them to celebrate loud explosions of color. Fireworks. We have them on Ravnica. Lead on, Rivain. I will follow you. Nissa, even as she made to ask, the shaman explained. Rivain is my tribe name. Call me Nissa. The noise is this way. They ran through the forest, the noise getting louder with each step, and though Vraska was so sluggish, it forced her almost to a jogging pace. Nissa didn't let the Gorgon fall out of her sight. Though she was a witness to her defeat, she wasn't the cause of it, nor had she gloated. She hadn't even asked for payment for rescuing her. Slowing her pace to let the other being catch up, Nissa felt the most pressing question weigh down on her until, as the continual bangs became loud enough for even for a human to hear, she dropped to the Gorgon's shoulder and asked, Why did you step in? I have been discourteous to you. All are equal in the swarm. That is to say, though she'd been making progress under Chundra's guidance as a new planeswalker, Vraska sometimes forgot not everyone was familiar with Ravnica. We all rot the same when the time comes. I know what it's like to be treated with scorn, as though I was nothing. It is not something I would wish on anyone. I see, thank you. The words came surprisingly easily. Nissa left, reeling a little. She sounded almost profound. Despite herself, the elf felt a rush of, if not sympathy then at least understanding towards the other planeswalker. When this was ended she decided she would talk more with the Gorgon, but as they saw light ahead she put that aside to focus on the explosions and other noises they could hear. Even at a distance she could see the trio of figures, and from the stiffness in Vraska's posture, and the hissing of her hair she guessed the Gorgon recognized the two. She did not. Who are the others aside from Jace Beleren? The woman defending him is Chandra Naylor, my friend. The one she is fighting is Xava. You know her? Only by reputation. She is a mad cultist of my plane who hates both of them. We have to help them. I think Jace is injured. That much. Nissa agreed with. Even humans weren't so foolish as to lie flat when people were throwing dangerous things at them. Xava is not like Melanie. She will go for the kill. It would be unwise to get close. She is dangerous and those explosives would likely do much damage. Then we need a clean kill. Your eyes, how far can you cast your gaze? Not that far, and Chandra might be caught by it. Nissa thought for a moment, before nodding. It would cost her pride, but as she had already learned in pain, this was a place they could ill afford it. I have an idea. Stay here and don't move or this enchantment will break the earth. Screamed. He told it to be quiet as he funneling more mana into the never-ending void levitating just above it. He could barely feel his hands now sunk deep into the soft sod, hoping both someone friendly and no one unfriendly heard his call. It was distasteful to ask for help, but given what might happen if he stopped the flow of mana he could ill afford to spurn it. Garrick enjoyed his simple life, matching his wits, skills and ferocity against the beasts he hunted, relishing either the kill or binding those he brought to bay. He was a hunter primarily, his use of mana generally restricted to maintaining control of the pack or strengthening his own formidable ferocity, but nature was adaptable and thus so was he, and just as well. The stink of blood and corruption was still heavy on the air. The rot woman was racked from within by whatever their rival had done, and suspended by the cushion of green he was channeling the life-giving mana, consumed by the blanket of darkness about her. Without hunting the belows I'd not know how to heal wounds, mine or others, and that would be the end of us both. He'd had to keep an eye on both his opponent and his supposed pack, made as the fight wore on gut instinct, suspecting she'd drown them both in the filth she drew her mana from if she could. However, like him, she'd had little chance to land a telling blow on the frustrating man. Garrick alone had landed half a dozen strikes that would have felled a stout tree, but had somehow been blocked by a copper or steel bottom, and he walked out of blizzards of shadow or ghostly green fire with little more than a wistful comment about how things had been different when he was a young man. However, when the rot woman had snapped, calling out a curse on his ancestors and family, Timothy had stopped, his look chilling even a hunter like the wild speaker. My children, and there's a not the first time you've threatened them. His whisper had been deadly, and Garrick had paused, not wanting to risk attacking prey that could become potentially enraged. It's time you learned what happens when you make promises you can't keep. Fending off Garrick with a thrown brace of ladles, if nothing else this hunt had taught him the effectiveness of improvised weapons, especially if aimed at the soft bits. He had rushed past him towards the rot woman, white mana blinding him and neutralizing her potent shadow protections. When he recovered his sight, he'd expected to see something akin to the last time she had fought with the man, her power choked off by his binding, but what had actually occurred was far more worrying. All was obscured by a cloud of dirt. Timothy, stalking out of it, after a few seconds, and nodding at him. Do yourself a favor, young man, walk away, and don't look back. The elder had then followed his own advice, stalking away as Garrick watched, unwary of striking such a dangerous prey in the back, and then alerted by the sudden change behind him. As before, the runes of the woman were bleeding, but this time, the mana was beyond her control. Before his eyes she was aging, the dark mana sucking the life from her, and instinctively, as he would for any of his pack, he counteracted it with the vitality of the earth, a vitality he was then forced to focus on completely as the hungry nothingness devoured it. It seemed insatiable, and all Garrick could do was feed it more. If he stopped now, he didn't want to think about what else it could consume in lieu of mana. He'd called for aid when he had the breath, though nothing had answered until he heard rushing behind him and glanced over his shoulder, relieved as he recognized those approaching. Stay back, he barked in warning. Don't go near her. What happened? Don't know, he grunted, sensing them coming closer. It was the old man. She eats mana now. If I stop, it will eat all. Damn it, and I can't channel with these arms, explains the blood smell. Garrett growled under his breath, knowing a problem didn't solve it. It's those scribings. She's made dark pacts at least 2. Can you stop them? Not without mana, Kiora. What? Garrett heard quick light footsteps and stilled his instinct to lash out as something came up on his blind side and squeezed under his arm. A voice talked hurriedly, its owner, so small she could stand under his chest even as he knelt. What do I have to do? Come back here. It's the only way, the mare girl shouted back, resigning herself to a tongue lashing later. You need mana, and he can heal you, so you can get it. You can heal him, right? Yes, I hope you've not channeled like this before. I'll learn fast. What do I have to do, Garrett? Feel the earth. Glancing down, he saw 2 small webbed hands between his own. You have it? Remembering all she could of Gideon's lectures of how to link with mana, Kiora breathed in and out, centering herself, feeling a grip beyond her hands reach through the soil to the life within. Gideon had said every planeswalker had their own way to best pull the energy they needed. His was through reciting mental prayers and teachings, hence the excessively long lists he knew and had her write down when she misbehaved, and hers she hoped was just to bowl through. She reached phantasmal fingers, feeling something, and seizing it, the weight making her buckle almost at once. She had used the strength of the forests before to help Gideon and her find their way across Zendikar, but never like this. It's like he's pulling up a mountain. How strong is he? It's heavy, she gasped, closing her eyes to concentrate. Better give me a minute, then help him. His answer was a grunt as she focused, feeling more and more of the weight transfer to her as Garrett slowly withdrew his hands from the ground. When he eventually let of the mana completely, she held her breath, feeling like her shoulders were being pulled for their sockets as she dredged the power up. Her last request, a moaning hiss, as she felt his earth-shaking footsteps leave. Hurry! Gideon had already ripped the bandages away with his teeth, holding both arms out to the beastmage as he looked to the source of the corruption. Eyes narrowed. No good comes from playing with the dark. He could see runes of binding, an evil promise, likely a pledge of her soul, if not worse, but there was little to be done for it now. Gods forbid they might need the necromancer, and even if they didn't, Kiora had put herself in danger from whatever was tearing her apart. She's brave. Not the word I'd use, Gideon grated, seeing the mergirl's tail swish. She does that when she's afraid or hurting. Stupid, foolish girl. He was so caught up watching over her he barely noticed Garrett probing the scratch on his left hand with the tip of his tongue. Poison, the green mage spat into his palm, placing it over the cut and concentrating his other hand, wrapping around half Gideon's arm. The aeromancer not reacting save for the faintest twitch as his broken muscle was reknitted. His focus was on the small shivering back before him. It was a race between Garrett and his apprentice, and as the levitated woman began to descend slowly, the streamers of green mana bearing her aloft starting to thin, he feared it was a race they might lose. It's so heavy, I can't. No, I can, I will. But determination didn't stop the ache, the feeling like her back was breaking. I mustn't let go. If I do, Gideon can't run fast enough. Just a second to rest, then no rest. If I drop it, I'll never pick it up again, and the lady might die. I can't let that happen. She forced herself to carry on, but her grip over the mana was slipping, fatigue like sweat. I won't give in. The royal couldn't claim me, and neither will this. It's another storm, another temple. This mana mountain won't stop me. Waves break mountains, and I'm the wave of Zendikar. I am the wave. Water, there's water in the earth, or it'd be dust. Roll, flow, break the earth down. Waves don't carry mountains, they build beaches from sand. She took in a punctured gasp, seeing home in her mind's eye the pitch and spray of the sea, and how it shaped the fractious plain. Concentrating hard, she imagined the moisture in the soil, clear water to swim through, to play in until it crashes. The wave will be ever flowing, ever free. The snippet of memory came unbidden. The old rhyme of her mother's let her imagine the ocean, focus on it, become it under her, urging the mana of the trapped water span over and over against the mana of the earth, breaking it down and letting her carry it to the surface pinch by pinch. The weight had lessened, but it was still so hard, so heavy. Her head throbbed, and she felt sick, but a wave in motion couldn't be stopped. She was a finder of the Temple of Ula, and not all the stupid soil in all the multiverse was going to beat her. To save someone she barely knew, Kiora of Zendikar, cursed child, royal spawn, survivor, planeswalker, whirled through the mana of the earth and water and found a way. Since his ascension, Gideon Jura had searched for a moment, a single fleeting instant to match that of his spark's ignition. He had been looking for the wrong thing. Now as the necromancer bobbed gently on a tide of green and blue mana, he knew at last why the man who had taught him had invested so much into preparing him for his gift. As his pupil reached beyond her limits, Gideon's memories of his ignition were dimmed forever behind something else, an emotion much stronger. Garrick stepped back, throwing the ball of colorless goo his spell and spit had extracted from the dagger wound far into the distance, and he stepped forwards, white mana flowing to him and the spell effortless in his mind. Speaking clearly and intoning the runes without a pause, the white mage stepped past his apprentice and faced the nihil without fear. Blazing with the strength of the plains, he slashed the darkness with his whip, clearing a path to impress a small clay tablet on the woman's sternum, demanding her debts be held until later, and by his command it was so. The hungry shroud shrank, new etchings scrawled on his tablet, locking both her strength and her arrears in check, dissipating the lingering taint for now. After making sure the tablet wouldn't move, he gingerly shifted the comatose woman off her blanket of mana, dried blood flaking from her now unmarked skin as the tide receded. Looking away, he glanced around at movement behind him, seeing Garrick approach, guiding a much smaller, stumbling figure. Kiora seemed less than half awake, barely noticing as he came forwards and thrust his burden out. "Swap," he said stonily, a mite of command in his voice as Garrick regarded the witch with distaste. He eventually nodded, throwing her over a shoulder as Gideon fell to a knee, trembling arms encircling his neck as he pulled the mare girl close and lifted her off her feet. His voice cracked. He had to swallow and try again. "You are the most foolish, courageous, and infuriating child I have ever met. You could have been torn in two. Why did you do that? You'd have done it. I taught you too well," he breathed, skewered by his own code, as he stood up, shifting Kiora's small weight enough to cradle her. "Are you hurt?" "My head a bit," she murmured, curling up in his arms and holding the now unmarked hand supporting her shoulder, his thumb caressing her cheek. "I'm tired, but we did it. We did. You did. I have never been prouder of anything, or anyone in my life than I am now." She looked away shyly as a shadow fell over them. Garrick, with his passenger held in place by his axe. He regarded them both and smiled, reaching for his wrist and removing one of the charms hanging from it. "Safe, drowsy," and with Gideon's steady heartbeat against her ear, Kiora didn't move as the huge man placed it over her head, the little tooth on its thong fitting like a necklace. "Grow strong, small claw," the wild speaker purred respectfully. "You and your father will hunt great prey one day." Gideon felt warm ice slosh down his backbone. Were whatever he wanted to say was lost as his burden shifted. Kiora revolved into him, and he felt her shake, small hands grip his jerkin hard. He held her closer, but dared not look down. If he did, he would break, and they couldn't afford that. Garrick's look could have filled a library, and the hieromancer nodded just once before the wild speaker stiffened, looking over his head. Dropping behind the beastmage to keep Kiora out of danger, Gideon saw his ally snatch something from the air. Eyes widened as he caught a scent from it, one of the tall ones from the sky. He ripped it open and scanned it. A map. This way. Gideon knew better than to doubt the wild mage. Out of all casters, they were least likely to deceive, so pausing only to make sure he was holding the child. "My child, blood be damned." Safely, he took off on Garrick's heels with Kiora in his arms, recovering a true wave no longer. A wave was free until it crashed, and though neither of them had known it until now, the wave of Zendikar had crashed upon Gideon Jura a long time ago. Damn it, damn it, damn it, why am I always helpless? He could feel the insidious spell knotted around his soul and body, cutting him off from the ether and making more than breathing impossible. Why am I always watching others fight? Logically, he should be grateful Chandra was protecting him. Emotionally, it was worse than death. The psychotic Rakdos was lobbing bombs by the handful, Chandra's flames blowing them up in the air, but the damned blood which seemed to have an endless supply. He wanted so desperately to tell her to run, leave him alone, but he dared not upset her concentration, forced to watch her dance along a knife edge. One mistake could be her last, and that Jace couldn't countenance. Smoke was venting from her back and gloves as she kept pace with her mad opponent, but if this pace kept up, she'd either overheat or snuff out entirely, and it would be over. Cursing himself, the mind mage tried to dislodge the ribbon of strange mana that bound him by force of will alone, but it remained cold, unyielding, and inevitable as death, his only comfort. A vow sworn as he watched the fire mage fight. Chandra had sworn she would make the Rakdos the memory if he was hurt, if the mad guilds which harmed her he would erase even that. "You're warming up, little sparkler," Xava crooned, tossing two explosives at once that her opponent met with twin spits of flame. "You'll see the living paper alight." "Go to hell." Been there got bored came back Rakdos owed me a favor she ran her tongue along her teeth bloodying it as she prepared more explosives these should be fun for you. They explode into furhum. She fell silent before leaping upwards dropping the explosive into the jaws that opened beneath her and landing behind as the earth belched smoke, face a mask of fury. Who stopped my game? It was you, wasn't it? Jace couldn't see who she was addressing, and took his chance gritting his teeth against the flames of Chandra's mind, as he exerted the only influence he could. Your armor's glowing, you need to cool down. Get out my head. No, you can't take her as you are. And we can't let her go, damn it Xava, leave her alone, I'm the one you want. Chandra made to follow the screeching witch as she ran away but then stopped. Jace saw her looking back at him, and shamed curdled his stomach as he realized why I can't defend myself. I'm pathetic. He couldn't even look away to hide his shame as her shins came closer, the firebrand looking all around to keep an eye out for danger. Misery roiling in his belly, Jace was too busy castigating himself for neglecting his practice, something Chandra had warned him about so often, to hear the firebrand speak until she prodded him with her toe. What did she do to you? It took him a second to focus, the red mage's mind still smoldering with concern as she watched something he couldn't see. I don't know, not felt anything like it. Who called the bitch off? The elf Ravain. She's making the floor stand up. Get her, get, damn it, she blew it up. Get out of here, you dumb knife ear. She's going for the woods, I'll set them on. No, he would have jumped at her shout had he been able to. Jace, wait here. Take your time. The sour thought did little to distract him from his worry as Chandra's boots pounded away, clouds of dust flying behind her as she chased her foe. Suddenly she slewed to a halt and his breath hitched, fearing the worst. I don't, Vraska, I'd kiss you if you weren't venomous. Relief flooded through him at Chandra's cheering though, as she shouted praise after the friend. He couldn't see she was too excited to hear him until he was all but telepathically yelling in her ear. What happened? Vraska the pyromaster declared breathlessly, running back to him and gabbling quickly she was a tree well pretending to be one. The elf fell over. Xava dived for her and the tree moved, grabbed her, and as soon as she looked, bang, got the bitch. Free cuddles on me next time we're plane hunting. Jace sagged in relief. One of them fallen, and none of ours I know of hurt. That's a blessing, but at what cost? Chandra, the tone of his mental voice stymied her celebrations somewhat. If she has problems with what she's done, tell her to see me no matter what I'm doing. What do you owe? The offer quieted her grandstanding. As far as she knew, Vraska had never used her deadly glare before. I see what you mean, Jace. Best do that now if we can. They're coming this way. Hopefully Ravain can undo whatever that bit. No, look out. Where is she? Where the hell did they go? Who? Ravain was about to stick Xava and something exploded. Not a bomb, just water, I think. I saw someone, I'm sure of it. She grabbed the Rakdos and pulled her under. Damn it, we had her. We still do, unless they can undo Vraska's stare quickly, and even if they can, we know what she can do now. Even she can't carry too many more explosives, surely. Chandra? Yeah. Could you roll me over? There's a really sharp stone right under my chin. Yes, hilarious. Judging by the chortling, she certainly thought it was. Please and thank you. For what? Never said I'd do it. Don't count your dragons and all that, Jace. Not for that, he sighed, mental voice softening, for saving me. Her laughter died away and the mind mage heard her come closer, felt a hand at his shoulder. Then he was facing up, the light overhead partially blocked by the curtain of scarlet hair spiraling towards him as Chandra stared down, serious despite being smudged with soot. You'd have done the same, she stated with complete certainty, kneeling at his side while still keeping an eye out for danger. So Liliana, Emra, Aurea, Lavinia, and now the Rakdos cultist. Any other women I should know about throwing themselves at you? I can stay in a tavern if you need some private nights. You know it'll be very discreet. Sadly for the memory adept, Xava's foul binding didn't extend to his blush response. Chandra snickering, as with the danger gone and her mail plinking as it cooled down. She had a little fun with her housemate while keeping an eye open. Oh come on, you must have known you'd get popular when you became the guild-packed most powerful man in Ravnica. What girl wouldn't want you? Brings a whole new meaning to the phrase hammered by the law, doesn't it? Don't joke about Aurea. It was hard for her to admit that crush. I was sorry to see her go to the Celestia, but it was better for all concerned. Yet fewer youngsters to hear the law being laid down. This isn't fair. You're picking on a helpless man. I can't even cover my ears. pretty sure it's not your ears they want to cover, she pointed out, Jace turning steadily more maroon as she refused to show mercy, and just think we can get hold of that Vaughn whoever he was and get the sequel put away in record time. Your very own denouement series, Jace, you'd be so proud. Don't forget who my first co-star was. I'm not famous. Yet I can make it happen, Chandra, I am the Guild Pact, after all. Hey, quit that, I was joking. So am I the fire mage, said, tapping his forehead persistently as he glared up at her. That's really irritating. Thought it might be. You're not going to stop, are you? Wasn't planning on it. As soon as I get my body and mana back, and we're out of this mess, I'm going to do something you'll regret. Oh, scary, she told him, prodding the tip of his nose. Instead, tell me more, Guild Pact, what are your plans? Getting more ominous with every tap, he promised, darkly relieved, as she finally ceased and stood up, waving to someone he couldn't see. Hi, Vraska Revane, thanks for that. Xava's a real bitch. Wow, what happened to you? I thought you were walking funny. Just call me Nissa. Oh, that's not fair. Remembering the hoops he'd had to jump through to find out the shaman's name, Jace could only fume as she gave it away freely. Our opponent was skilled hand to hand. What happened to Bellerin? Well, he's a bit shy, doesn't get out the library much. She flashed him. Fatal, that's it. Spiders, lots and lots of spiders. Can either of you break this sort of magic? I might crisp him by mistake. I can. Jace heard Vraska's husking tone and the chafing of her scales, then felt a sudden spike of fear. Even mana rots. By the time he thought his concern, it was too late. A horrible fusion and green and black mana, life and death, landed on his chest, sinking through his flesh like treacle. His only saving grace was that he couldn't cringe and accidentally offend the Gorgon. As her spell ate through the mana binding him, he could feel it loosen until with a rush it broke. Jace sitting up and half coughing, half belching out the residue. Ugh, that was worse than her tossed salad. You promised you'd never mention that. No, I promised I'd never mention what you put in it, he clarified at Chandra's betrayed horror, recalling with a shudder the time she'd tried to surprise him and not realized what he'd hung around the kitchen to dry weren't vegetables, but a selection of somewhat esoteric potion ingredients. Still, it was a surprise for the plumbing. Are you both? Although he cut off as he saw Nissa's face. Whoever did this will suffer for their slight against. No, the elf held up a hand, grateful to have her spear back in it after leaving it with Vraska to make her fleeing deer act a more alluring bait. There's no honor here, we're all equal in this. Too right, equally, hunted Chandra bit in. Who was the girl who rescued Xava? One of them. Her name is Melanie Vinsaker. She is a brawler, but skilled with blue and green mana. She escaped us using the technique you just saw, Vraska explained, shooting Nissa a sidelong glance. The elf was confused for an instant, then understood another reason to be grateful to the Gorgon as Jace stood up, his mind on the problem facing them. So her Xava and that Timothy von Pomperduck, 3 casters, 2 of whom we've seen can use translocomotion magic. Not good news. There should be 6 of them in total if one wrote each book. Against 13 of us, odds should be in our favor, but that word was all important as the pyromancer scowled. Were scattered, and they know some of our spells. I would have turned the Blood Witch to charcoal, but she was immune to fire somehow, and how did she learn to cast mana, least of all from the plains? What? You didn't know? Jace's horrified expression convinced her he didn't. There was definitely a tinge of white in what you just got rid of. She shouldn't be able to weave that. No, it takes calm to hold it, and she doesn't have any, despite having only been chased by the shrieking woman for a minute or so. Nissa was confident that was true. We need to find the others. Whoever these people are, they've split us up for a reason. So let's undo that reason, Chandra declared, thinking and glad to have had a chance to cool down, but for their intervention she might well have been in serious trouble. I know a few spells for finding things, but they're not so good for people. Nissa smiled. Tracking is what I do. Let me gather my mana. No need. The 4th member of their group cut in, Vraska having been facing away from them. I have a map. As she unfolded the small bird of paper, the rest were already there, poring over it as Jace asked, where did it come from? It flew here on its own from that way. Jace sagged in relief. Good, it must be from a blue mage. Leave this to me. I should be able to see the mana stream and talk to them, find out what's going on. We can read upside down, Nissa assured him, and he sat back, sinking into a trance as he called on his mostly untouched mana to see beyond the paper, back through the spell that had sent this small bird to the brush, that had penned the small map to the hand that had held the brush, and the mind behind the hand, calmer and more patient than any human's, but a mind nevertheless. Tamio twitched a movement so small none But a Soratami would have seen it. That was strange. I thought I heard hello. Her eyes widened. Are you the map maker? Who are you? Keep speaking. I hear your words through your own ears. My name is Jace Bellerin from the council called by Liliana Vess. We have your map. It was sent to us as a flying bird. You use blue mana and drew the flight enchantment in an invisible mark on the bottom left corner of the parchment. Staying behind cover, the moon sage let out a low breath. Only one as adept as her, with the strength of the sea, would have been able to tell so much about her spell from a glance. I am Tamio. How many are you? Tamio-san. She quickly waved her fellow moonfolk quiet, in time to hear his tenuous response. 4, and we can all fight. Our enemies have fled. We have a strong enemy coming, a blade master. He has already defeated his quarry. We are preparing to ambush him, but another foe escaped, an assassin. Wait, her eyes widened, a thought occurring to her as she realized how he must have been communicating with her. You are skilled with the mind? Yes, why? Focus your mana as much as you can. Venzer-san. Venzer, the man, stood over his injured friend. Though reluctant to abandon his post, eventually came over at her insistence. Channel your mana. Jace-san, my friend will follow the thread connecting us. Another here needs your aid. Tamio-san. What? She quickly cut Venzer off, holding her hand towards his glowing one. Do not argue. There is no time. She could feel the very thin thread connecting them to this hope fading with every heartbeat. Her palm was small compared to the artificer's, but she channeled the contact to her friend, speaking as she did. This voice belongs to Jace Bellerin. We have to find him. He may be able to help. Elspeth-san. The name of the broken knight focused his mind sharply. He'll be found. He quickly sent his mana through the thread, tracking it to its source, and nodding. Tell him to stand back. This is going to be loud. Tamio nodded, whispering to herself and closing her eyes, as with a rumbling crack and a pulse of brightness he was gone. Fortunately, Jace managed to pass the message on just in time, and the artificer arrived to find a spear poking him in the belly rather than spearing through it. Slowing down his palpitating heart, he nodded at the elf, who'd almost disemboweled him, as the red-headed woman, appraising him, whistled lowly. Neat trick. Thanks, Jace Bellerin, I assume? Yes, the Ravnikan said, shortly recovering from the long-range telepathic conversation. What's happening? Your friend said someone was injured. She is in her mind, and the one who harmed her is closing in on us. He's powerful and he knows things, and the Nezumi bastards likely still after us too. Nezumi? Half rat, half man, and a lot more dangerous than he looks. Keep your eyes on the shadows, Venzer said warningly, satisfying Vraska's curiosity as he gathered himself again. One more jump will likely be my limit. I have to make it count for Elspeth's sake. Sorry, but we need you now. Jace, my friend is suffering. Take me as well, Chandra said suddenly. Can you do that? Venzer did some calculations and nodded, bracing himself. It'll be all I can do, but yes. The Pyromaster nodded, looking at the map again. Vraz Nissa, find the other groups, shouldn't be too hard. Gideon's got feet like an elephant. The more of us there are together, the less chance they'll have to pick us off. Nissa was already concentrating, the grass about her feet swaying as the Gorgon nodded. For them both, we'll see it done. Be careful, Chandra. Jace. I'm always careful, the Firebrand said jokingly, though she met the symbiote her friend offered forwards with her cheek, a sincere farewell amongst Vraska's kind. Look after yourselves. We will get through this. We will, the Gorgon echoed, looking away as the shaman's eyes opened, and she indicated a direction with her spear. That way, though, they're running into trouble. That'd be Jura. All right, ready, Venser? Yes, sorry if this jolts. They vanished in a clap of thunder, the light of the teleportation illuminating the other two, running towards the rest of the scattered planeswalkers, ready to lend spear and gaze to whatever battles lay ahead. Chapter 11, Body, Mind and Soul. Plowing over the rough terrain, his burden so slight it was inconsequential, Garruk plotted the course their enemies were likely to take, given what he'd seen on the small map, now crumpled between his fingers. Their hunters had tried to split them apart and drag them down, fearing their potential strength as a pack, but that plan, he hoped, had failed. He and the white mage in his wake were likely a match for any who came across them, and the cub was surprisingly resourceful as well, certainly more use than the deadweight he had slung over one shoulder. He'd not hunted with another human for many moons, but as the wind brought whispers of other voices nearby, including one he recognized as an enemy he realized that was likely to change. They are ahead, he growled, lowly slowing from his run, and hearing the Aeromancer do the same. One destroyed the rot woman, the other I don't know. Can we go around them? They are in our path. The ground here is too flat to hide without going a long way around. And cutting through won't happen, Gideon muttered before another voice piped up softly. We can take them, if nothing else. It's 2-on-2. Kiora wriggled, squirming free of Gid of her father's grip, even though she was loath to leave his arms. Ula can keep her treasure. I don't care if he can't swim. I'll live in a desert if he wants to while we keep them here. They're not hurting the others. What about this one? I'll look after her, Kiora offered, pulling something from her belt that made Gideon inhale sharply. That's Ihani's dagger. She didn't need it, and I scrubbed off the poison with sand. And you can't say anything, she reminded him, managing a smile as she tried to hide her headache. You weren't above stealing when you were younger. Gideon opened his mouth to argue, then closed it when he realized he couldn't. I trust Small Claw. Garrick settled the argument, speaking quietly as he edged towards the conversation. He could hear snatches of stay low. Gideon did his best to follow these instructions, but was left behind by the green mage. The wild speaker seemed to merge with the land itself as he crept forwards, though, as the wind shifted it blew words towards them that even Kiora, now creeping beside him, could catch. Supposed to be that color? Not her face, though. Given the narcotics she goes through, I shudder to think what her liver looks like. The rucksack facing them was unmistakable, the pans all around it fewer than there had been, at least clinking musically as its owner bent down over something they couldn't see well. What do we do? We've got company. Blue Mage Garrick saw the iridescent shimmer from somewhere behind the old man and stood up, his full height imposing, and maybe enough to make the stranger back down. You stand back and give me room. Tim was talking again, and at his voice the stranger stepped out from behind him, a young woman, probably from Ravnica, as she was dressed similar to Jace Bellerin. Watching whatever her friend was stooped over warily. I'm going to do, don't say science. I was going to say the kiss of life, though it might be the death of me if she wakes up. Good, it's okay, the girl hailed them loudly. Your eyebrows are safe. Timothy's response to this was unintelligible, but doubtlessly offensive, as suddenly his backpack bobbed, and he then leapt over something prone on the ground, something that suddenly sat upright with a great gasp. 3-on-2 then, and we've injured to look after. Unhooking his Cyril, Gideon took a step forwards, whispering to Garrick, drop her carefully, don't break or move the tablet. The life mage did so, lowering his burden to the ground, and Gideon was faintly relieved to see her shifting slightly in her sleep. So whatever she's bound to hasn't claimed her life, at least. Kiora, make sure that binding doesn't come loose and wrap both of you up if they break through. Got it, go get them, Pa. Gideon's gut flip-flopped, and somehow looking over his shoulder was one of the hardest things he'd ever done. But he managed, giving his new daughter a smile as he stepped forwards, his Cyril whipping as the wild speaker unlimbered his axe, both mages stepping away from each other to give themselves room to swing as their last opponent sprang to her feet. Who was that? Even at a distance the insanity of her voice was tangible. Who dared? It was him. The accusation made her whip around so quickly Gideon missed it, though he didn't miss the depravity evident in the scarred face or engorged pupils that raked over him like a rusty nail. That gaze paused, however, as she took in the figure her friend had indicated, and the woman cocked her head, seemingly lost in conversation with herself. What a man, so much bigger than the skinny guild-pact. Yes, my man, if he lives. She let out a noise halfway between a cackle and a battle scream and charged towards them, something bright glinting in her free hand, as Garrick met her with a roar of his own green mana flaring around him as he stampeded to meet her. Gideon stayed where he was, adopting a defensive stance as the remaining two enemies approached, giving the ensuing brawl between the life mage and the death cultist a respectable berth. Channeling his mana and making the whip blaze white, he awaited them, though the ritual they went through before battle was one alien to him, and when the elder of the two tapped the two outstretched fingers of his contemporary with his fist, he was left mystified. Sorry, young Mel, old age and treachery, and all that he said, breezily spinning his skillets around. Looks like I'll be your opponent, young man. And don't worry, he pointed behind him, the woman giving a wave as she watched on. She won't harm the little one. Ihani told us about the pair of you, a good thing you did back there. Reminds me of my younger days. Still, white mana was called to counter white mana. Gideon preparing himself and speaking his battle prayers as Timothy tipped his hat. Let's see this done. They're attuned to fire as well. Good. He sensed the stranger through the improvements he'd made to this ambush site, preparing for the arrival of the faint outline on the horizon and swearing it would be different this time. We'll cook that bastard in his armor. Who are we up against, and what's the plan? "A knight don't let him get close," the Volshok said shortly, the sight of his enemy making his blood boil out of both rage and thought he wouldn't admit it. Fear as well. His scythe reaches further than you'd think and cuts metal like cloth. "You're a pyromancer?" Yet Chandra confirmed, lifting her goggles to get a good look at the silhouette. "She'd be reducing to slag your koth, right?" "Lavamancer?" "Geomancer mostly," and Kagaya the pyromancer double took until indicated by the Volshok's metal hands. She hadn't noticed the thin willowy figure scattering dust from her palms and plating mist with her fingers. "She works with plants and earth." "We'll hold him here, we have to hold him." Chandra nodded, summoning her flames. "We will. Jace is helping your friend, he's good with the mind," she reassured him, smiling a little at the understatement. "Ours is someone who's tried to kill us in the past. Dare I ask how you know this guy?" The Volshok snorted, cracks in his armor glowing dully as he held his rage in check. He was still too far away to hit, yet his tread as slow as the years, but inevitable as death. "It's to do with my Fleck, my daughter," he explained at the woman's confusion, though he wasn't giving away the whole truth to strangers. "He knows of her, and he thinks Elspeth and I were unworthy. I think he may take her if we fall here." "He will fail." Kagaya's melodious voice had a hard edge. "I have had children, and regardless of their father she had watched them grow, felt them kick, and the need to find somewhere safe for them had driven her to carry on during her lowest ebbs, and I will suffer none who would threaten them." "Me neither." Chandra's voice was cold, a burning gaze fixed on the advancing enemy as details became clearer. "Tell me where you want my firepower." Koth, emphasis on fire. He looked between them, gratitude set in his face before he punched his fists together softly. The bang, both a thanks to allies and a challenge to enemies. "Thank you. Now let's bury this bastard deep." He was close enough to see clearly now, and despite herself, Chandra felt a small shiver ripple through her at the sight. It wasn't just his height or the heavy armor he wore and its adornment of terrible spikes along the gauntlets, pauldrons and arm guards, nor the collection of blades he carried at his back, all sheathed and cast into shadow by the two-handed scythe he held. Even the inhuman coldness and zeal of the eyes above his cloth veil wasn't an insurmountable problem, though it wasn't comfortable to look at. However, all those things in combination gave a terrible profile none wanted to linger on too long. Therefore, when Koth slammed his metal fists into the ground and the earth before them erupted into noise, fire, and ash that smothered him, the pyromancer was more grateful than she let on that he was out of their sight and caught by the Volshok's trap. She didn't dim her flames though, just in case, having been swiftly introduced to the Soratami who'd guided them here and now hovered above both himself and the exhausted Venzer. The artificer's strength dwindled by use of his unique powers. Jace gathered himself. He had done healing of this nature before, usually for an exorbitant fee or members of his staff coping with unexpected loss, but healing a damaged mind was best done in a calm, relaxed environment with a minimum of outside distractions to ensure a sense of peace. He suspected such peace would be very difficult to achieve in the middle of a war zone, given an explosion like the end of everything had just gone off, but what the hell, he'd make do. The unconscious woman, now half reclined on his knees, had a strong angular face that was likely usually winsome, perhaps even pretty, despite the lines worry and time had carved into it. Her hair was short and tawny, her build athletic, and though he didn't recognize the engravings, he recognized her garb as that of a well-trained warrior. He knew her name was Elspeth, and she was knight of some kind, and that was all he knew for now. Blocking out the clamor of battle as best he could, he prepared himself. "Much as I'd wish for better circumstance, it's time we got to know each other better." With this thought foremost, Jace exhaled slowly, his hand on the woman's cool brow as he exerted his influence as carefully as he could, looking for a touch on her traumatized mind, something he could center himself on and use to count the time. How long had it been now? How many hours? The drip of water was a rasp in her head, but it was gentler, far gentler than what the monsters did. Like the others, she was silent. Screaming and crying only brought attention from their mad jailers, and so silence was the best hope for survival. Huddled in her rags, she crouched in the cold and the slime, hearing the mocking, maddening drip of the water running freely outside. How long now? How many hours before they came again? She had to keep recounting, losing her place constantly as one of the others chained with her in this bleak existence moaned or sobbed in their pain or nightmares and were hastily shushed by the others. She caught her breath, a reflex action, as she'd long ago learned hope was a torture worse than anything the fiends could do. The dripping water was ignored now. She counted the steps behind the portal, the claw upon the handle, the rattle and clank of rusted metal squealing open to reveal the horror behind a twisted, fused nightmare of machine and flesh. It looked as much as it could look around the room, and in multifaceted eyes, she saw her face, reflected 100 times. She should have stayed still. It didn't matter if she moved or not, the monster would always find her, but she moved regardless, her useless weak heart still fluttering at the hope of a way out of this undying nightmare, away from the diseased thing that stalked towards her, its chosen relief from the madness. The chain bit into her ankle, but she strained, still pulling as the need somehow grew stronger as it never had before. It was swelling, filling every crevice of her broken, beaten being, so powerful it consumed her into a single embodiment, an ultimate primal want escape. It faded almost as soon as it had begun, and she realized she had escaped. Hope rose as she rolled over and saw sunlight, true light above her, for the first time, before the memories arose, and she quickly crushed that hope before it could cripple her as others had before. Death and horror would ever be close behind her. There was no escape from the monster in the doorway. Like a diver gone too deep, Jace gasped as he surfaced from the foreign memories that had pulled him under. I never. What happened to you? The mind mage caught his breath, fighting with everything he had to stay in control. Her mind was in turmoil, and she was trapped within it, reliving her nightmares over and over, a helpless cycle he'd wish on no one if the memory of her spark's ignition was anything to go by. The memory was so raw, he felt phantom pain on his ankle, the lingering visage of her torturer, one that would likely haunt his nightmares, and she was reliving it as he wasted time. Hastily regathering his composure and steeling himself, the Ravnican took another breath and let himself go again and again and again until the stance was flawless. Her blade work was the most advanced in her class, but she couldn't stop. She daren't give in to fatigue or pain until her technique was perfect. She had her sword, her cloak, and her sigil. After the celebratory feast of her knighthood, she slept peacefully. The monster locked away. Hello, Aaron. I am Elspeth. I will be your mentor under the code. My lady, I am honored. Unsettled dreams, a nameless scratching at the back of her mind. The sigils became heavier, her less able to bear their purity, as she had lost her own a long time ago. Blood and horror, a den of devils. She cut them down, coated in their foul blood, but knowing it was futile, the monster had found her at last. Angels were cast down, the walls were breached, and Aaron lay dead at her feet, her hands stained crimson. All was lost, all would ever be lost. Then there was fire, white fire, and all the darkness was gone. Honor and duty, she could bear them no longer. She saw their eyes, their hope, and was unworthy of it. This was not a place for one like her. It had never been, but she would never have another home like Bant. The fighting, the cheering of drunken crowds, the hated Mark, an old friend, and her arms and armor gifted back to her. The tomb of flesh, the light within showed the dead, consumed. The monster clawing after her, she ran, knowing it was ever close behind. The metal dead, covered in ichors, her strength failed. She could go no further. The simple fool, no idea what was coming, what her world would become now. The monsters had a foothold in it. The deserter's eye was the least of her burdens, but others were suffering. Rather doom fall on her head than there's fury fighting death, 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 revenge against the monsters, but revenge for nothing. There was no victory here. Malira, the fleshling, the one light in the darkness, a light she had once had and would now protect the oil retreating the sun upon Ishsartista, the metal one, sister of Malira, and the light of Mirodan rebuilding the shattered plain, Koths melding with Nerthuvenzer, leaving to continue his wanderings peace, tranquility, but ever the faint lingering threat, the last warning of the night in the mist, driving her to train, to prepare to heed. The monster snapping at her heels again, withdrawing quickly. Jace had to steady himself, such wretched pity overwhelming him. He had to fight down the desire to erase every one of the nightmares plaguing her. There had been a time he would have done just that, but older and wiser now, he knew denying the past never solved it. The skeletons still rattled, no matter how many closets they were buried in, but Elspeth had so many, had held them off so long, and he hadn't even reached the tipping point, the last straw that had broken her. Forcing his hand steady, the mind mage returned almost at the end of this terrible journey and prayed he'd stay together until the end. She cared little if she made it out or not, but Koth would, he had a family to return to. Her blade sang, her stances flawless, but her opponent was her match, his unusual weapon twisting and spinning as sparks flew from their collisions. He channeled no mana, maybe he couldn't, and so neither did she. Her heart, the only place the codes of war of lost Bant still lingered. Koth also didn't interfere out of respect for her duel, but she knew from long experience, she knew he'd be setting something up if she fell. Despite death looming close, she was glad on the edge was one of the few places she felt comfortable, the past forgotten in favor of the present. You fight well. She didn't react to the cold voice, her battle mask unbroken, as she forced the blade of the scythe away and tried to step around the haft, though he mimicked her turn and knocked her backslash away. But why do you fight? Still she didn't respond, pressing her advantage and careful not to slip in the loose sand, knowing it was going to be hell to remove from her armor later and wanting to put this opponent down before fatigue became an enemy. Suddenly, he stepped backwards, scythe spinning into a guard, and she mirrored him, both taking stock. After taking their opponent's measure, "I sense your heart through your blade," the stranger spoke again, his tone unchanging. "It is made of gold glass and steel strong, but it can break." "It's enough to pierce your black one," she retorted, sword spinning in her grip. "Who are you, and why do you haunt us here?" "A dream was passed to you and to mirror down a world that suffered to see it made, as many have before. I will see that dream protected." There was a flash of steel and fire before her, Koth landing squarely between them. With his ire raised, she had to step back from the furnace of his rage as his battle gauntlets grew from his hands. "You will not touch her. Tista is my fleck, my blood, as though born to me," the Volshok demanded, though their opponent remained unmoved as he scrutinized the new challenger. "Tista, a fitting name. Tell me, Koth of the Hammer, would you love her even if I tell you truth of her?" Koth's back was lost behind a heat haze, Elspeth, sweating in her armor at his rage. "There are no words or wounds that would take her from me, madman. She is my life, the light of my plane, the hope given after what those bastard machines took from us." The answering laugh set the knight's teeth on edge. "You say she is the light of Mirodan, the embodiment of the Volshok legends, one who transcends flesh and mimics the creator of your plane. You are both so blind, so unseeing of what is before you. Have you not sensed it? Have neither of you truly felt within her soul to see what lies there?" A terrible cold clawed into her, the pain so sudden she gasped, her blade trembling. "Machines did not, they could not know." She barely heard Koth's denial whispers rising as she shook her head to dash them away, but the colorless voice came again, and she wished it had been his scythe instead. "Yes, she is marked as you both are, the perfect machine. Your fleck has two fathers, Koth of the Hammer, you, and another far older than Mirodan, who was watching when his children ascended to fulfill his vision." Her hands slipped, her sword falling into the sand as the last dread truth was revealed. "And when she steps beyond your world for the first time, when the last Phyrexian plains walks, Yawgmoth's dream will be finally realized, and from beyond the veil he will smile." She remembered falling vaguely, the sand cushioning her landing as her heart of glass and gold shattered, and the monster roared in triumph, the perfect predator striking behind the face of a tiny girl. The sounds of battle echoed, as though from miles away, the yells of pain not piercing her fugue, and even the impact over her stomach some time later not reaching her. Over the sound of dripping water, the squeal of a gate opening, and her face reflected in many crystal eyes. How long had it been? How many hours? He was crying, and he was unashamed, reaching down to hold the comatose woman, awkwardly. Even if he knew she couldn't feel it, she couldn't feel anything beyond her own pain. He bit his lip, forcing himself to focus on something other than the misery, disentangling her visceral experiences from his own mind, as he breathed raggedly, trying to decide how, or even if he could help. Elspeth's mind was open. The words of the cruel knight had shattered all her mental defenses. With but a touch, he could erase the experiences, and he snatched his hand away to stop himself doing just that. Holding his breath, he sought comfort in his mana, and applied himself to the problem, thrusting his emotions to the side until it was safe to release them. Right now, Elspeth needed a way to face down these demons in her head, not him going to pieces, because he couldn't countenance surviving even part of what he'd seen her live through. Sculpting her mind was out, as was wrenching her straight back to consciousness. Breaking from trauma so quickly would likely cause serious damage to her psyche, even he would be hard-pressed to put right. He thought for a moment before, as had become almost commonplace, he remembered looking through the eyes of someone else, someone who had shown him so much, he would never be able to truly thank her for it, and he saw an end to this cycle of despair. Chandra might have often teased him for writing her denouements, but now more than ever he was grateful for the practice. He couldn't end the nightmare for this woman, but he could frame its ending. On a battlefield, and with war raging all about him, Jace Bellerin let go a breath, placed his hand on the brow of a suffering stranger, and began to craft his opus. They'd thrown little short of a mountain at him, and damned if Koth hadn't come close to hurling one of them too, and he still wouldn't fall. The Volshok's trap had half worked. It had sent their enemy reeling even if he appeared unharmed by the explosions and the torrent of flame Chandra had scorched him with as he regained his footing. By a combination of the uneven ground, the continual barrage of fire and rock the two red mages were throwing at him, and the impediment of the plants coaxed into life by Kagaya's urging, they were keeping him at bay. Something Chandra had to say as she tapped into the red mana the Hammer tribe leader had pulled towards the surface before this battle had begun. "What the hell is this guy made of?" He's like Xava, our enemy. She broke off to send a plume of fire towards the figure's knee, though the spinning scythe deflected it towards one of the semi-human plants, pulling itself out of the earth to surround him, setting it merrily ablaze. She seemed immune to flame as well, punching the earth and snarling triumphantly as the shaking ground forced their enemy to a knee. Koth ripped free a handful of mud, imbuing it with enough mana to turn it hard as basalt before hurling it, the missile smashing into the armored figure's arm and half spinning him as he called back, "Even if he is, keep lighting him up. We heat his armor up enough, he'll not be able to breathe properly." Seen it happen before. To a flash of pain crossed his face, and he renewed the assault with a vengeance, remembering his injured friend. "Die, you rust stain. My fleck will never be yours or your bastard god's." "Too right, Kaguya. How are you doing?" "Well enough," the Soratami replied, her eyes, no longer standing out as streamers of blue, white, and black mana, sank into the earth, nurturing the pips she'd sown there. "I will need to replace those seeds I have lost, but it is a worthy sacrifice." "Got that right. You pin him, we'll cook him." "I like my meat well done." The firebrand had to double-take to realize the strange planeswalker was making a joke. Then she laughed, and a thorny tendril wrapped around their enemy's scythe handle burst into fire, licking towards his face before he wrenched it away. Seeing Koth launch another barrage, Chandra took a slight gamble, breaking off her pyromantic assault to form something a little more precise, her phoenix screaming into being some seconds later. It circled overhead, waiting for a moment to strike as their enemy, battered but somehow still standing, finally recovered his full balance and stood tall, facing down the fire avalanches and greenery set against him without fear as he span his scythe vertically, the blade facing them enough. The voice cut Chandra's ears like a razor, but worse was the pulse, she could think of no other word for it, that followed the butt of his pole arm striking the ground. Something invisible, something intangible rippled from him and brought desolation in its wake. Her phoenix was snuffed out, the lashing vines, Kaguya, controlled like a puppet master, withered to nothingness, and even Koth's hurled rock disintegrated to gray dust, falling to the earth as they braced themselves as best they could. It was like being doused in ice and darkness together, invasive creeping cold that snatched away both breath and hope. Gasping and shivering, Chandra saw their opponent marching towards them like an aspect of the Reaper, and reached for a spell only to find dread awaiting her. "He's poisoned the mana somehow. Can anyone?" "No, not enough," Koth confirmed, looking both grave and at their opponent with undisguised loathing as he beckoned both the other planeswalkers closer. "Chandra, listen, when I say now, I need you to pour everything you've got into me. Don't argue." His tone was one of command, and she cut off her protestations with a snap. "I can handle the heat, and we've only got one shot." "Kaguya, have you anything left in the soil?" The veins at the sides of her eyes bulged for a second, something that still made Chandra feel queasy, and she shook her head. "No, everything is gone," but a hint of emerald flicked across her seemingly sightless eyes. "I kept something back." "Good, when I move, use it to throw off his aim, trip him, throw dust in his eyes, just get me set up for a clear blow." Orange met white, and both nodded, Koth smiling slightly before standing to his full height and clashing his arms together, the ache from his friend's repairs already gone. "Good old Venzer, he always does the best work. You set foot on my world." The Volshok roared, starting to glow as he pumped the lifeblood of the mountains through himself. "You injure my friends and you besmirch my family, you will pay my price." "What's your name, man? I will bury here." "I've never given it to anyone," the dead voice assured him, the scythe spinning lazily about its wielder as he marched forth implacably. "One of those I am forced to work with refers to me as spikes." Koth chuckled, the noise drowned out as his fists transmuted into terrible anvils. "Spikes are a poor weapon," he said, raising his lethal fists as he broke into a jog, his enemy setting himself to take the charge. "They break under the hammer now." Flame poured into his back, Chandra expending everything she had and then sinking to her knees to dredge up more mana from the earth beneath her a long way away. Whatever Koth was planning seemed to work. He soaked in the mana, skin flaring as though he could barely contain it before he became a brazen blur, rushing towards his foe so quickly she was caught unawares. Spikes also taken aback, not just by his sudden speed, but also the ground shifting beneath him. Kaguya with her palm on the earth and glaring at the armored man vindicatively. The two came together with an ear-splitting crack, Koth steaming into his opponent and knocking the armored man prone with a juggernaut punch, catching the scythe by the hilt and stamping it into the soil before straddling his opponent. His fists became pistons, raining hell on the now helpless knight, and even for one who'd threatened a child as Spikes had, Chandra winced at the savage beating he was on the receiving end of. It seemed to show no signs of stopping Koth, expending every scrap of his rage and their mana to beat the enemy that had wounded him to pulp. He shimmered in a heat haze, and then he leapt back, chest heaving, as her stumbled away from the crater he had battered his enemy into, waving her and Kaguya away as he stumbled back. Gather yourselves, he panted, gulping down air. This isn't over. What? Nothing could have, but the Soratami was wrong. A dreadful blade reached skywards, an arm attached to it, as the scythe but bit into the cratered earth, and its owner heaved himself upright, battered and dented, but still very much alive. Rushing forwards regardless of the Volshok's orders, Chandra hauled him backwards, looking between his fists and the unbroken plate mail of their opponent. How the hell is he moving? That would have shattered anything. Not anything, Koth replied, looking at his knuckles and seeing what he'd feared streaked across them, removed during his ferocious assault. To reveal the truth, paint. He disguised it with simple paint. Dark steel, bastard, dark steel. Where did you steal that from, scum? Your masters gave you a fine collar. What's dark steel? And don't say what he's wearing, Chandra quipped lamely, seeing the answer as Spikes turned to face them. His breastplate, pauldrons, and part of his open-faced helm were no longer gray. They were as black as midnight, so dark they seemed to suck in all light. As he slowly shook his head, recovering from the mauling, a metal from my world, almost unheard of, the Volshok replied solemnly, heart aching at the sight. The near mythical substance being abused to make base armor. It cannot be melted, it cannot be shaped, and it cannot be broken. It yields to nothing, not even time. Just as well we don't have any of that then, the pyromancer said fatalistically, Kaguya joining them and looking as grim but determined as they felt. We'll have to come up with something else. Timothy was almost as frustrating to fight as Ihanii had been, though in different ways he fought exactly like the old man. He was slowly and with great care, but somehow his shorter weapons were always there to block the surl tips, and his chants fell in perfect symphony with Gideon's, cancelling out the enchantments he was trying to weave by equaling them entirely. However, much like the core, the white mage had a distinct feeling that his opponent wasn't actually trying to kill him. Hell, he even fought with his back to his ally, letting him see the girl sitting a long way from where Kiora stood guard over the now twitching black mage. He was still pressing hard, though Gideon only not knocked flat by the aggressive use of cutlery, by his own skills with his lash, something his opponent commented on as it knocked his hat. Ask you, strange bit of kit you've got there, what's it called? A surl, and calling it a strange weapon is very odd from a man who fights with saucepans. You'd be amazed how many people underestimate the old duffer without a blade. Many's the bandit who limped off with a flattened skull after tangling with me, I can tell you, and they don't take them off you at the ambassador's ball either. Not something you'd get away, I'd reckon. Not that you'd need your wit, mind your bindings are top-notch. Took me over a minute to break the one you caught my friend in. Ihanii, the thought of facing her again made him miss a step, though luckily the venerable explorer was too far away to capitalize. You freed her? Couldn't leave her any more than you could leave the woman over there to die, though. I went the long way around, so we didn't bump into each other. Speaking of her, though, nice bit of work on delaying her bargains. Let's just hope she's smart enough to realize it. Do you know what she's pledged to? Timothy's face darkened. I can guess, still it's not your concern, my old fruit. Something tells me that thanks to your binding she's about to learn an important distinction, and not before time. Dare I ask what, and is Kiora in danger? Call the mare girl what you like, she's in no danger from any of us. Even Xava, the one your friend's entertaining over there, won't attack children, no sport in it. Having caught glimpses of the other fight, Garrick weathering frenzied attacks like a mountain and driving his smaller opponent back with murderous swings, the hieromancer nodded, glad to hear it, but I think she'll find the wild speaker more than enough. Hopefully not in more ways than one, Timothy muttered, sparks of pure white mana flying as he clashed his pans together, though Gideon was able to swat those he didn't avoid out the air with his lash. She lives life to the full in every aspect, if you catch my meaning. Whether he wins or loses, your friend is likely, no pun intended, screwed. Trying very hard to scrub that image from his mind, Gideon thought down a different track. What about the necromancer? What did your spell do to her? Ah yes, that one I'm particularly proud of, done in its fair share of demons and devils. I'll have you know, though, oddly enough the angels don't like it much either. The explorer rambled before a crack of the whip and a resonant bang from his blocking skillet refocused his mind. Sorry, lost in thought. It's an enchantment that forces those it touches to immediately fulfill and have fulfilled the bargains they owe to any others. In her case, her debtors paid her in mana and strength, while she repaid them what she pledged in turn, all in the blink of an eye, and doubtless very painful. So Gideon hated the necromantic arts as much as most others did, but even he could feel pity for the other planeswalkers' likely fate when that tablet shatters. Timothy nodded gravely, half an eye on the three figures set behind their duel. She'll learn, perhaps belatedly, the difference between what something is worth and its value. She had been tense at first, trying to still her hands from shaking as she stood between her charge and the enemy, but as the human had simply sat down a good way away, after waving once, Kiora was confident enough to risk a glance backwards as she heard movement behind her. "Don't move," she hissed, stepping backwards as the scary lady seemed not to hear her. "Stay still." Splitting her attention between two potential threats, she had no illusions about what would happen if Gideon's bindings came loose. The mare girl dropped back to put a hand on the human's shoulder, pushing her back to the ground. "You've got to move carefully," she said quickly. "There's a small plaque on your chest. If you pull it off, it won't be good." The ebon mana wielder seemed bemused, not taking in the instructions and looking at her little guardian as though she'd never seen her before. "I remember." She sat up slowly, stiff and in pain, as Kiora shimmied away, wary of what she might do when her confusion cleared up. "Oh, what happened to me?" Not sure," Kiora admitted delicately. "You were badly off. We, Garrick and me, this has fed you green mana until Gideon managed to bind whatever was causing it away. That's why you can't take off or break that tablet or it'll get you again, and nobody wants that." The necromancer seemed to take this on board. For a moment Kiora, slightly confused, she had shared barely a dozen words with this woman in the past, but something about her seemed amiss. "No, I had best not," she said softly, glancing down at the images on the small brick of dried mud, as though trying to read them. "Oh," she belatedly heard the battles around them, and made to push herself to her feet, eyes fixed on one of the dueling figures. "There is the man I have to kill." "No, you don't." Kiora pushed in front of her, dagger down, but looking determined. "I promised the others I'd take care of you so they could fight." "Can you even channel any mana, Lily?" Liliana, and yes, a small trail of smoke knotted around her hand, and though she tried not to show it, Kiora was grateful to see nothing stand out on either her skin or Gideon's charm. "I can chat unseen." A small but skilled hand made a gesture. The shout almost made the mare girl drop her dagger, as for a horrible second she feared the darkness would emerge again. Liliana had fallen to a knee, pale face a porcelain mask of agony as her smoke evaporated. Judging it was safe, Kiora took a tentative step forwards as the woman recovered. "What happened?" "I don't know." Liliana's voice, albeit pain-racked, was surprisingly flat. "Whatever that relic did is interfering with my mana, or this is." "Don't take it off." "Do I look like a fool?" Girl, she remembered drowning in that ocean of agony all too well, sustained only by strength from elsewhere, but strangely enough she couldn't remember feeling anything else. The pain must have been too great. "Don't know. I've done stupid things after Gideon told me not to," Kiora admitted, trying to diffuse the woman's nasty expression. Even if she still seemed slightly off, there was something not right about her, something the Zendikarian couldn't lay a fin on. "We're just lucky she's not getting involved." Those dangerous eyes, purple as deadly nightshade berries, raked over the enemy. "If she really is one, I mean the crazy woman fighting Garrick, wants his hide, but the old man doesn't seem so bad, and if she wanted to I'd bet she could pummel us, especially while Liliana was out cold," who just waved back the gesture, causing a tremor through the necromancer that Kiora fortunately didn't see. There was someone she didn't know, someone who likely knew or had an inkling of the man who'd humiliated her and snatched a prize from under her nose. She knew 100 ways to kill such a person, even another mage, and 1,000 ways to have the spirits of the dead confess their hidden secrets and the weakness of her enemies. Even without much mana, or even any at all, as one of the eldest remaining planeswalkers, Liliana knew how to be resourceful and dangerous, in a way other newer walkers never would. Even unaided, she knew she could handle the girl watching them, so why, as she pictured a myriad numbers of deaths she could have the ancient man's friend die, did she feel nothing? Liliana knew she wanted to fight. Her pride did not allow her to stay beaten by anyone. She could feel her blood thunder, her delicate nostrils flare at the thought of violence, but that was all. There was no anticipation, no lust, no drive. What had that wretched white mage, either of them, done to her? The voice made her break off her stare down, but where she would usually have smiled as the younger walker flinched, she was untouched by the mergirl's fear. "What in all the hells is wrong with me? Are you all right?" "Of course I am," her voice snapped, but her ire, she didn't feel it, not a lick of anger at the derogatory concern, a peeve of hers since her childhood more than 2 centuries ago. "Your damned hero's binding has choked off my mana, and I'm stuck here with you. Nothing in the multiverse could be better." Hey, you weren't my first pick either, and if you badmouth my Kiora hastily backtracked. They might be nominally on the same side, but she wasn't going to tell this woman things like that. My friend, again I'll bubble you. Bubble me? She should have laughed, but it just wasn't funny. It should have been both the words and how this child thought she could challenge her. I'm terrified I might die of hilarity. Better than dying, because the shadows are eating you, the mayor girl reposted, and Liliana fell silent, her heart beating slightly faster for a reason other than battle lust. The insult should have rankled. I took in a sharp breath. I heard it. Are you sure you're all right? You seem different. Different? We barely know each other, girl. Yeah, but well, when we were all together you were Kiora thought of a way to put this, without sounding rude, joking, laughing, making fun of people, and you were mad when that man came in, and she had been. Liliana remembered how close she'd come to truly letting her unholy strength, both her own, and that she'd bartered for, have free reign as her shame was rehashed to an audience, but that was all. It was a memory, a picture in her mind seen, as though through thick glass. You're quiet now. I'm thinking, the necromancer answered shortly, when actually she was doing the opposite. Even as her heart hammered, she shied away from acknowledging the most likely cause. It was something else, some effect of having her power bound away, that was doing this. Liliana? What? Mind if I ask you a question? You just did. There was sarcasm in her tone, but nowhere else. She carried on talking so she didn't have to think, but carry on. I'm sure it'll be something to change the spin of the plains. The mayor girl glowered at her. It should be amusing, like a puppy growling, but it's not, because no, it's not that, it's something else. But then she looked away, seemingly embarrassed, as she mumbled, who's Josu? It wasn't the question that dragged Liliana's face to face with the terrible truth. It was her reaction to it. Even as her expression morphed into one of terrible horror, she felt nothing within. You were talking in your sleep. I'm sorry, I shouldn't really ask. He was my brother. More to block the vision of his face, the terrible transformation that had damned him to torment and her to exile. She answered. Anything, even her deepest secrets, were a worthy sacrifice to take her mind off the void now, threatening to swallow her from within. I wasn't listening. Not really. But you said about he died. I lost my father, Kiora said quickly, wishing she'd never started this conversation. Royal took him. I don't really remember. I killed him. That shut her up. Both the confession and the utter lack of remorse in Liliana's tone. She sounded as though she was stating what she liked to eat for breakfast. He was wounded. I was tasked to find a cure, but was tricked. The cure I found was a poison, turned him into something worse than dead. I was banished because of it. Whatever Kiora had meant to say to this was lost. As she looked into the woman's face, it was still impassive, her eyes still empty, but for the tear trickling down her cheek she could have been a statue given life. The thought so heartbreaking that despite her fear of the woman she stepped forwards, touching her closest arm tentatively. You're not okay, are you? No. Liliana's voice was choked. She felt water on her face, but her tears fell with no meaning, no emotion behind them. Her debts had finally come due, the price she had promised for her borrowed power taken by those she was bound to, and leaving her bereft of something she had never known she needed until she saw her brother's face and felt nothing, not even shame or sorrow. No, I'm not. Attention torn in two directions. Tamio wished, not for the first time, that she could split herself in twain, as that thieving Aki of legend could. To have that ability now, even for a moment, she would have shattered every mirror in Oboro, clouded or otherwise. Hovering above the battlefield, she was forced to watch below and before at the same time, a veritable flock of paper cranes circling about her, each one bearing symbols of warding, protection, and in some cases illumination. The shadows were unsafe due to Splaypaw's hidden depths, so she burnt them away, memories of Kagaya's almost death making her ignore fatigue and the cramp in her fingers as she sent what aid she could towards the others, fighting for them all. Venzer was still almost comatose, helpless after using his ability so quickly in succession with such a heavy load, and the man he'd brought back was still bound to the artificer's injured friend. All three were reliant on her for their protection, so she remained above them, forced to watch on as the others fought. Whoever it was that had survived the onslaught of the two fire mages and Kagaya's herbs was something to be reckoned with. She had felt, if not been affected by the attack he'd used to upset their barrage, and then stood up from the attack of the iron-fleshed barbarian. She had never before seen or heard of a human bound to steel, as he was. Should they both survive this war, his plane would be the next she sought out, and his strikes would have reduced a castle wall to rubble. But now his opponent dueled with all three of them once more, the quarters much closer, as they refused to expose their friends to his murderous, methodical rampage. Her only saving grace was that the reduced range had allowed her to join the fight, wisps of cloud and darts of paper slowing his assault, and allowing the others to garner strikes of their own, but even so he was still advancing his weapon, licking out ruinously at any who came too close. Breath-catching as her fellow Soratami stumbled, though Kaguya was able to turn the back-pedaling into a leap out of range of the deadly scythe. Tomio looked down at the figures beneath them and prayed to all the spirits of her world to watch over them. "Where am I?" Elspeth's first question was answered as soon as she formulated it, and her second died under the impact of a terrible truth. Concerns like how she'd got here where the others were all faded away in the face of something else, something far more terrible. She was on Mirodan, the home of the Hammer tribe, and she knew what was lurking in their midst. The viper coiled at their bosom. She gasped the image like a blade in both her heart and mind, but she steeled herself, reciting old psalms and battle codes to regain the tactical mind that had granted her honor underserved upon Bant, and now given the deception she had been taken in by Mirodan as well. Slowly, she calmed the tumult in her mind, locking everything but the most basic facts away behind her mask of war. There was an enemy within, and regardless of the face it wore, she had to strike it down. Casting all other concerns from her mind, she stepped forwards, moving towards the small settlement, before her a hand on the pommel of her blade, and forcing herself on regardless of how leaden her feet felt, how her gorge rose as she realized the crime she was about to commit. Her feelings of illness were not aided by those she passed. It was a forging day within the Hammer tribe, and many of the nearby Volshok had come for trade contests and to cement new ties of kinship bound during and after the Phyrexian assault. An assault none of them knew still lingered. Every familiar face was a new torment, another stone chipping at her featureless mask as she raised a hand in greeting to the multitudes, smiling wanly as she put names to faces. Indeed, Volm, who broke one of their hunting dogs over his knee, and survived old Lurai's best forger of the Helm tribe, Nertha's grandfather. It was a struggle to excuse herself from the press, the noise of ringing forges in Volshok selling wares and armor to both their own and several families of Oriok, those of the plains now welcomed in the mountains, as the invasion had weakened old hatreds. Elspeth, oh no, it had been hard avoiding the Volshok, at the sight of the only other being on the plain not attached to metal at all. She felt bile rise in her throat. Malira, smiling before remembering herself, and ducking her head. "Sorry, my lady, I will remember one day." It's all right, she managed to stutter, not chastising her for the lack of knightly respect. By the end of the day, or the hour, she would be as honorless here as she had proven upon Bant. Fortunately, the Silvuk seemed relieved she wasn't going to be reminded of her squirely duties, disregarding her mentor's disquiet, and smiling up at her. "Are you enjoying the forging?" "Nerthu keeps trying to get me into the forges, I think." Her squire glanced around before whispering conspiratorially, "I think she's trying to find me a compound, but I still want to be a squire. What do you think?" Elspeth's mind turned traitor, remembering her own time as a squire and later a knight in Bant's service. Celibacy was not required, but she had never found time or felt worthy of another's affections. "I think you should enjoy the forging, Malira." "Where is Nerthu?" "I must tell the Volshok her beloved daughter was a seed of the evil that had almost cost them their home." "Speak with her." "She's at home with trouble." The Silvuk would never know the sliver of glass that nickname ground into her mentor's bleeding soul, nor how hard it was to hide the wound as the younger woman ducked her head. Once more respect lacing her tone. "Permission for dismissal?" Granted. Fortunately, her squire didn't notice her slip, merely saying farewell and disappearing towards the press. Elspeth watched her go, despite herself wanting to drink in the memory of the girl, her last squire, for when her black business was done here she would never have another. Meeting Malira had splintered her resolve. Nerthu all but snapped it into the Volshok who had once cursed her as a deserter, now smiling as she tentatively pushed aside the curtain that led into the home of the Hammer tribe leader. "Elspeth, young sister, that hurt so much she wanted to die. She did not deserve a place in Koth's family, not with the intent now coiling in her heart. Come and rest." "Thank you." Her voice was a strangled whisper that Nerthu thankfully didn't react to, her veins of glowing copper pulsing gently as she fed more coal into the forge. "Is Koth here?" "Nah, at the forging settling disputes." His compound spat, picking up thin sticks of metal and examining each with a critical eye. "Rather him than me, I'd be settling them with fists, not words." Plunging the ore into the fire and waiting for it to begin glowing, Nerthu watched the flame and didn't see her murderous guest edging away towards the back of the room, speaking over her shoulder. "'Tis is upstairs." The nickname had the knight hastily choking back a sob as the mother of the child she had to finish went on. "She's done her first forgings, you should see them." Words would not come the traditional congratulations for this first childhood milestone of the Volshock going unacknowledged as Elspeth all but ran towards the stairs halfway up them before reality caught up and crashed down on her. Collapsed against the stairwell, she panted, breath ragged and harsh, nausea roiling in her stomach, as she tried to banish all memories, all thoughts from her mind. There was only what she had to do, what she needed to do. The life of one girl, a hidden agent of their deadliest enemy against the safety of a plane, should be an easy choice, so why did her hands shake, hardly able to grip the pommel of her sword? She counted the steps towards the curtain ahead, as though mounting the gallows, each one requiring yet more will to ascend. As she forced herself calm, she was a knight, a warrior, and she had a monster to slay. What happened when the deed was done she would face then. It would be swift, a single stroke. She closed her eyes, tried to still her beating heart and the tremble in her fingers as she reached for the curtain. Then, in one movement, she thrust the material aside, the braided copper decorations on it clinking as she stepped inside, sword half drawn, before she saw the creature she had come to kill. She was facing away on her knees in the corner and playing with something Elspeth couldn't pick out. Her blade whispered as she pulled it free, another finger length or so, and then it stilled, the knight gritting her teeth as she tried to look past the disguise to the evil beneath. She was metal. Koth had assured her the Volshock legend of the being that would mimic Mirrodin's creator made real by her existence, but despite this the little girl appeared more a sister of Melira than related to her own kin. A curtain of dusty hair flopped to her shoulders, her small frame unmarked by the metal all others of the plane shared. She looked, felt, and even smelt mortal. Elspeth had held the girl while she cried or laughed, chased her when her mother or father were unable to, but all those things were a lie. It wasn't real. She had Beth. Instinctively she took in the one who spoke her mangled name, and her breath caught, her fingers so tight on her sword pommel she could barely feel them, as the girl stood up with a happy smile, tottering only a little as she came forwards. One strike, just a single blow, she wouldn't even feel. Not even a training strike would have been simpler, but she couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't breathe as the girl stopped in front of her and held something up proudly. It was a small, vaguely humanoid figure, crudely forged from a scrap of iron, like most Volshock toys, and made exceptional only by the white material draped around it. She gabbled, the small cape she'd tucked around her doll's neck flashing as she waved it, driving back imaginary enemies. Beth, hi, she bade. The girl stopped and Elspeth saw her hollow visage reflected in Tista's eyes, confused, innocent living eyes. Why, you sad? Elspeth Tyrrell, knight of Bant, slayer of Phyrexians, and hero of Mirrodin, shattered. Her war mask was gone, and her with it driven to her knees as grief, loathing, and outright hatred tore her apart from within. What was she doing? What kind of demon was she to think of murdering this child, an innocent hope, in all this darkness? She wanted to die, to be anywhere other than in the midst of a family she had almost destroyed. She had to leave and never come back, never put Koth, his compound, and his beautiful daughter at risk from her madness again. She sniffed hard, placing one foot under her, and made to speak to the girl. One good thing on this sad and war-weary plane, when she saw the walls around them both, and felt first confusion then horror. This was not Mirrodin, this could not be real, but Tista was before her. Had she walked to her ancient doom without realizing it? It was a punishment she deserved, but the girl, the innocent before her, spoke, and there was a tremor in the adopted Volshock's voice. ISR'd. Don't be, she whispered, instinctively hugging the child and pressing her lips through wire so fine and soft it felt more real than her own cropped hair, stilling her fear for the sake of another as she heard dripping water. Stay close to me, close your eyes, I'll get you home. She didn't know if Tista did as she was bid, but could spare little time to think of it. There was movement behind the portal, claws upon the door. Elspeth stilled and then stood. Whatever was coming would not claim Tista. She would not let the monster snuff out Mirrodin's light. All was as she remembered it. The others nearby hushed and resigned, but not her, not when she had some measure of penance to serve. There was a ring of steel as her hands found their sureness, her blade withdrawn as she stepped before her friend's child, the squeal of the portal echoing as she set her stance and faced down the monster in the doorway. In those dead eyes she saw her face, tear-streaked white, but this time unmoving, not cringing from the thing as it approached. And why would she? She almost took a step back from disbelief, not fear. The creature, the Phyrexian, that moved towards her, and Tista was limping, its gait unsteady, nothing like the war machines she, Koth Venzer, and the others had hewn down before. It was pitiful, and she heard her voice without realizing she was speaking. Leave now. It was honorable surrender, the requirement of a Bantic knight, to offer an overmatched opponent the chance to quit the field. Was she truly so far above this thing she would offer it mercy? Leave me, and mine untouched, and I will sheath my blade unsullied. It either didn't hear or didn't care, stretching up to its full height to reveal corroded pipes and rusted metal, and Elspeth took a last look over her shoulder. Tista, the girl she would live and die for to atone for her terrible misjudgment, was out of range, and so she moved a single slice, spilling the thing's unnatural guts, with a minimum of spatter, the Phyrexian falling like all the others before it had. She wasted a second no more, looking down at the thing and flicking gore off her blade, before listening for any alarm, any hint it would be missed, before whispering, "Keep your eyes closed, Tiz, I'm going to get you out of." "Who are you?" Her sword was up without thought, but there was something familiar about the stranger stood where there had been no one before. She had seen him before, she knew that, but where eluded her as he stepped forwards. "I'm a friend." His tone was hoarse, and the awe, for want of a better word, in his voice made her feel uncomfortable. "You brave noble woman, I couldn't." He shook his head, wiping away tears, before slowly extending a hand. "I wish I had time to tell you how strong you are, but we have to go now." "Go?" A sudden panic shot through her. "I'm not leaving without Tista." "You'll never be without her." His tone was somehow soothing as he reached her, a sense of lifting making Elspeth relax, her weapon lowered as the sensation enveloped her. "It's time to go back." She was being carried, the strangest feeling of moving and staying still almost making her laugh. Everything around her blurred, the walls melting and slowing away as she and the man floated away, a pressure she had never realized becoming less and less as she ascended into a deepening darkness that held no fear. Quiet descended all around her, was still and blank. The only sensations she could feel was warm earth under her, slightly shivering for some reason, snuffling breathing nearby, and rain falling onto her face just above her eyebrows. Nothing to impede her sudden content. Actually, that last one was quite annoying, so much so that she fully awoke to brush the fluid off, taking in the scene around her as she opened her eyes. She was looking up at a blue sky, partially blocked out by a face overhead, a face she recognized through the tears. "You," she said slowly, before realizing her head was on this strange man's lap and turning pink. What happened?" The stranger took a deep breath, regathering some composure. "I'm so sorry, I don't not without permission anymore, but I had no choice." "Where are we? What happened to Mir Tiz? Where is she?" Elspeth made to sit up, but a hand on her shoulder dissuaded her, the stranger speaking before she could start fighting him off. "She's safe on Mirrodin." "Listen to me, Elspeth. My name is Jace Bellerin of Ravnica, a mind mage. One of our enemies, a knight. He told you something, do you remember?" "It was about the girl Tista?" The name focused her memory, all of it, and she's still going white in horror at the remembered knowledge and what she had thought was the right thing to do. "And you didn't do it?" The whisper was fierce, the mind mage's eyes aglow and tinging her face blue as he tore through her recriminations. "If you believe nothing else I ever say, believe that nothing you're remembering now is false. Everything in that dream was made from your memories, Mirrodin, Nertha, the children, all of it. I put them in a different order to give you a choice, Elspeth. Everything you did." He had to break off, snatching a breath and rasping his eyes on his sleeve to soak the tears away. "It was all you. I could have let me tell you what I saw." Elspeth Tyrrell Jace went on, impaling her ramblings with a piercing gaze. "I saw someone tortured by horrors. I don't want to understand, who found and lost a home through no fault of her own, and was then dragged into a war against her former torturers. I saw someone ready to sacrifice everything, even her life, to see that struggle won, and when it was, she took a girl affected by those monsters under her wing, shielding her as she had never been protected herself. Even in peace she trained daily, ready to defend her friends, her family, against a vague threat, and when she was told part of that family might be the daughter of that evil, she not only spared the child, she stood in front of nightmares to save her. You could have killed Tista or left her in the pit you escaped from, but you didn't." Jace breathed again, mastering his emotions to speak solemnly as Elspeth gazed up at him, silently absorbing his words. "You chose not to kill or abandon a child you have every right to hate. If there's a plane of existence where that's the wrong choice, I have not and will never set foot there." He could say no more. There was nothing more he could feasibly do. Duplicating and reordering memories in such a fashion was taxing, even when they were donated into his mind as Chandra did following one of her expeditions. Ceasing to do so within someone else's head was exponentially more difficult. He was mentally drained, physically shaking from the backlash, and as he felt a pressure lift off his knees, Elspeth rolling onto all fours, he felt trepidation rise. Had it been enough? She had her back to him, her cape now stained by sand and mud. As he saw her shoulders rise and fall, he wanted to say something, give her an idea of how humbled her memories had made him feel, but she moved before he could speak. Her eyes were on him, no long lost or unseeing, and some of his weariness slept away, his heart soaring as he realized the healing was at least begun, and continued, when we're out of here 1,000 times over if I have to thank you, Jace Beller. And Elspeth's voice was sincere, and Jace found something else. He had to be grateful to Chundra, for there was a definite art to taking a pat on the shoulder from someone wearing gauntlets without getting hurt. This done, the knight settling back on her heels and regarded him severely. What happened after the battle, and where's my sword? He blinked, forgetting how much of a warrior she truly was. Venzer has your sword, and this was going to be awkward. We're under a spell of mine that blocks out sound. I needed it to scry your mind. The battle's still going on. He glanced over her shoulder and she shuffled half around, freezing at the sight, before speaking again, in a much harder voice. Drop your sorcery, Jace did, and then winced at the sudden clamor, though Elspeth was unmoved as she stood to her full height and strode away. He also came to his feet, swaying as a tremendous headache bloomed like a black lotus, but staying lucid enough to hear the knight regard her friend. What have you done to yourself? Somehow Venzer managed a laugh, still hurting as though he'd been stretched to infinity by his teleportation, and feeling his age. I'll be fine. In a few minutes he painfully reached down, dragging the sword Kagaya had left in his keeping across his knees. So any chance of love on the battlefield for this old man? Elspeth tried to bite down a smile as she reached for her weapon, and half succeeded, though. As she swung the blade a few times, the emotion bled away, her gaze frigid as she looked forwards to the melee as a terrible hue began to surround her. Stay behind me. The words were cold, and Jace scrambled to obey, realizing getting between her and her enemy was likely to be a good way of getting boot prints on his chest. This ends now. The beast within was straining at its leash, but Garrick wasn't about to unshackle it. This was not a solitary hunt. Though his new pack was divided, he couldn't risk being separated in case one of them needed his help pulling down their own prey. His opponent was mad, missing only the foam at her mouth as she continually charged in, taunting the edge of his longer reach to lash out with her small fire-blackened blade. He'd had stings worse than the wounds she'd caused, but her twitching, tremulous reactions made her difficult to hit, and she seemed impervious to pain. Even the blow from the butt of his axe, which had sent her flying a dozen paces, had done little more than wind her for a moment. He would need to be patient, wear her madness down just as he had with other smaller, quicker beasts. He could and often did go days and nights without sleep. He doubted she could do the same, even if her voice was annoying. Such a beast, she crooned, licking the steel melted into her ruined fist in a way he guessed was meant to be sensual. It'll take days, maybe weeks, to break you, I'd wager. I do not bow to the collar, bitch, the wild speaker warned, his inner animal stirring at the threat of enslavement, and then again at her mad cackle. Not at first, no, you need to be trained before you're worthy of collaring, she told him, bending backwards under the sweep of his weapon and then springing dexterously to the side as his kick threatened to shatter her legs. Were ever in need of strong backs and hard arms. We can give you ecstasy you've never dreamed possible. Her sharpened teeth were exposed in a softer smile than he'd seen before, and he realized with a jolt she was being serious. Join the cult, large one, let your inner demon run wild with the Rakdos. Though he never took his eyes from the blood, which he actually did consider the offer, though not for long. No, the lands are my home. He prepared to receive her curse and a renewed attack, but to his surprise, the mad witch regarded him forlornly. Shame, she sighed, scratching her cheek with her blade. You could have been a true ringmaster in our circuses. Still, if you won't play, I'll find those who will. Garrick saw her hand move and leapt aside, but not far enough, caught unaware by this new weapon. The loud explosives she had kept him at bay with were hellish on his sensitive ears and nose, but this one was the foulest of the lot. It didn't explode as the others had, but the stink of it was enough to send him reeling. Weaving his weapon about him and frantically trying to stop, his eyes watering at the stench, Garrick awaited the pain of her attack. He was used to pain. He would survive, but none was forthcoming. As he finally cleared the evil cloud, he couldn't hear her, and that was worrying. Only when he looked about for his insane opponent did he realize what the point of that attack had been. It bellowed out a warning to those she was rushing towards. It was remarkable, Chundra decided as she helped her new Soratami friend limp away from the now raging battle. Kagaya suffering a long gash down her arm from the point of the wickering scythe. Just how easy it was stereotype the different mages in the multiverse. For example, everyone knew those bound to the mountains were impulsive hot heads with wild tempers and short fuses, and to a certain degree it was true, quite a high degree in my case, or it used to be at least. Similarly, Vraska was growing skilled in the use of black mana, but that didn't mean she raised the dead. Her magic was more specialized in decay and putrefaction, life from death, rather than necromancy. However, the traditional ideas did persist, and Chandra had been suckered in by them a small way, thinking those who drew their strength from the plains were often the most agreeable and sought after of the mage kind, as their arts were based around community healing and generally finding better ways than fighting to end a fight. However, when Elspeth Tyrrell reinforced their formerly desperate rearguard, the pyromancer was given a timely reminder some sun mages were also well skilled in the fine art of rend and slaughter. Hastily binding up Kagaya's torn arm and grateful the Soratami seemed in fair health, though maybe a touch paler than normal, she fell back to a safe distance and caught her breath. Koth, alongside them with his eyes on his friend and sweat steaming from his chest and shoulders. The fight had been brutal, and how they were all still alive Chandra doubted she'd ever know. Their wounds were mostly superficial, Kagaya's the worst, but more bloody than actually damaging, and her blood seems thinner than mine. Not that knowing that helps at all. She felt weary, exhausted by more than just overuse of mana, as her mail was glowing again. As the adrenaline began to fade away, she had to fight the urge to sink to her knees, preparing whatever she had left to help the sword wielder if her duel went awry. She could scarcely follow the dance of blade and scythe parry and riposte being exchanged so quickly. It was all a flash of black metal against white. The two twisted, danced and stepped in an elaborate ritual, sparks shining as their weapons clashed. At a barked order from Koth, none were interfering. None could realistically dare, as they were as likely to hit friend as foe in the close melee, but it seemed Elspeth needed no aid. Wherever the black blur was, her sword was there to turn its spikes, preserved from harm only by the haft of his weapon and the unnatural resilience of his armor. As he stepped backwards, weaving a net of ebon parries about himself, the sun mage didn't try to push through. You have some spine, even in a life or death battle. His voice never changed. I have told you the truth, yet you still fight? You did, and I do. Her words were as cold as his. Defend yourself. Another blistering series of attacks rang off each other, Chandra having a hard job keeping her eyes off the fight and on the Soratami's wound, though Kagaya seemed better skilled in healing than she was. You would defend the dream of Yawgmoth? Yawgmoth? She and Kagaya shared a look, shock of the name overcoming the shock of those white eyes, but before either could speak there was a blaze before them. Elspeth's blade glowed like the heart of a star, and in its light her face, devoid of emotion, was more terrible than even the most fearsome blood-soaked barbarian. As she regarded her opponent pitilessly, I would never protect anything of Phyrexia. But to my damnation, death and beyond, I will defend Tista of the Hammer. She pressed with more speed, greater strength than before, her mana augmenting her strikes as she flew into her attack. Daughter of Koth of the Hammer, the Volshock started. Nerthu of the Helm steel rang off dark steel, and Spikes was stepping back, struggling to block the attacks, flowing into each other as freely as her words did. Sister. To Malira, her blade had glowed now. It shone her enemy, unable to look directly at the weapon that sought to end him. Pride of the Volshock. Glancing around, Chandra saw the geomancer and beckoned Kagaya to follow her. The moonfolk, with her sleeve stained by blood but tied off with mist and cloth. Mirrodin's light, they crept quietly around the duel as Elspeth buelled her opponent back. Spikes, seemingly overawed as much by her words as the strikes he was flailing to keep at bay. If she so chooses. Koth heard them coming over. Chandra saw tears on his face as they arrived, and together they watched his friend fight with sword and conviction. Together. Her parents bless me. So the Volshock sniffed, and surprisingly Kagaya placed her uninjured hand on his shoulder. The two shared a look that spoke volumes before the crash of metal on metal dragged their attention forwards again. They could barely see either. Night, the dark one, a blot of blackness against a radiant sea, tongues of light and darkness licking out at each other rather than blades. She is strong, the Soratami said, Koth nodding as he gently held her comparatively tiny hand in his metallic claw. She has always been strong, he replied thickly, remembering the countless times she had stemmed the tide during the dark days of the Resistance, and how she had never allowed herself to take credit for her victory. She thought herself unworthy. From now on she will know better, even if I have to brand it on her forehead, so she sees it in the mirror. Your friend has the gratitude of my plane for helping her. The reminder made Chandra jump. Jace, go to him, and Venzir-san, the Soratami urged her, and she needed no second bidding. Elspeth's last roars ringing in her ears. My squire. The Knight of Bant reared back her enemy, mimicking her everything, going into a final attack. Light met darkness, and the world held its breath before a single metallic chime gave lie to a legend. Darksteel could break. As the head of the terrible scythe, still dyed with moonfolk human and Volshok blood, tumbled from the shorn black staff, all eyes tracked its slow spinning progress, all eyes save two. On a knee following the blow, she had channeled every iota of mana she could control into Elspeth, reversed the strike, taking him in the back of the leg. Off balance, her adversary had no choice but to buckle, collapsing forwards, kneeling as she surged to her feet, sword spinning as though alive, and she raised it point down, aiming between those terrible grey eyes, reflecting her flawless battle mask, the last thing they would ever see, as she whispered rather than called her last declaration, "She is not and will never be Phyrexian." The tip of her blade plunged down. In perfect honesty, Kiora had no idea about half of what she was being told, but if her varied experiences with Gideon had taught her one valuable skill, it was how to look interested. Whatever was wrong with Liliana the Black Mage wasn't going to divulge, and she had enough sense not to ask. Instead, she listened as the woman talked. What she was saying didn't seem to matter as much as the fact she was saying something, even if it was in a flat voice that carried no inflections. The mare girl nodded here and there, maybe put in a word or two when it seemed appropriate, and above all hoped that something would change to snap the necromancer back to her usual self. Hey there, anything but that. She span at the sudden voice, cursing herself for forgetting they were all still in danger, but grateful that the other woman, her eyes as green as deep-sea coral, skidded back several paces with her arms in the air. "Easy, I'm not here for a fight." "Good, I'd beat you to pulp," Kiora affirmed a lot more bravely than she felt, and breathing a silent sigh of relief when the woman laughed. "I don't doubt you would, but anyway, listen, I'm not out to get you, either of you, though. In your case, that's a pity." Liliana was subject to a glare, but didn't react to it. She really must be sick, but if it gets back to spikes, I've just been sat here, you won't believe the ear chewing I'm going to get later. Despite herself, Kiora smiled. "I might believe it, he can be just as bad." She could see Gideon in the distance, his attention still occupied by the old man who'd started this whole thing with those books. "It's pointless fighting me, I don't know any real dueling magic." "And I'd be worried if you did. You should be having fun at your age." "I was," Mel admitted with a conspiratorial wink, "but I heard something that got my attention." "What's your bubble?" "My oh, that." Kiora laughed a little self-consciously. Well, it's a spell I made." "You made it? Wow, wish I'd been doing that at your age." "What's it do?" "Gets people who can't swim around flooded temples for a start," the merfolk muttered, recalling a couple of narrow scrapes with a grimace. "But well, it's like a protection sphere. I based it on trapperweed. It's a kind of kelp on Zendikar. Nasty one too. It's full of these really thin little bubbles. Things swim into them, but they can't swim out." "That's clever. Tell you what," Mel seemed to decide something, clapping as she faced the merfolk again. "You know, I'm not going to do anything. If I wanted to, we'd be fighting now, right?" "Right? So you put up a bubble, and I'll test it out." "Not badly," she was quick to reassure the trepid merfolk. "Let's see what it can stand up to." Kiora glanced at her supposed charge only to see her not looking at anything, lost in her crippling dolor. "Okay, stand back a bit." She reached down, this time with her flippered toes rather than her fingers, and the water beneath her pitched and rolled, breaking up from the soil in a thin sheet all around. Raising her arms dramatically and probably unnecessarily, Kiora had the film close over the top of her and Liliana's heads, encasing them in a protective translucent dome. Heaping one foot on the floor to ensure the structure didn't destabilize and splash down, something she wasn't fazed by. But Liliana might be. She saw the lips of her opponent moving and shook her head, miming that the bubble blocked out sound. Mel nodded and walked around it, ripples springing up here and there as she tapped it experimentally. Kiora felt the ripples through her mana and strengthened the shield, without making it too rigid. Something she knew from experience would shatter it. It stood up well to taps, then slaps, but at punches it started to wobble dangerously, the mare girl having to set her mind to dissipate the impact before it shook her shield apart. As she concentrated, however, she saw something else through her slightly smeared defenses and waved frantically at her mock aggressor, gesturing her to look left. Mel cocked her head and then flicked a glance that way before regarding her with a secretive smile, putting a finger to her lips before attacking again. Why would she? She realized what the plan was, but had no idea why someone content to sit out a fight before was angling for one now, especially against the two figures she could see rushing over strange landing. That one is Still, that's her out the way for the time being, might as well stay in here with Cheery. The thought made her stifle a groan, but at the sight of the once vivacious, if somewhat cruel woman sharing her isolated space, she couldn't help but feel a little pity, tentatively placing a hand on her shoulder and never knowing how much that simple contact would mean in the near future. Spinning her staff into a guard pose, Nissa took stock. She'd never seen anything like what was before them, but blocked it out at the sight of the one attacking it. Melanie Vinsaker. The woman looked over. Leave them alone. Why do you care? They're not elves. We don't harm the young of anyone, she retorted, straining to keep her temper, despite remembering what had become of her last time she'd lost at the Jiraga fight, warrior to warrior. So why would I fight you? I already kicked your scrawny rear end, hell fishy, and there'll probably give me a better fight than you did soon as I bust her out. You will not, Vraska put in the Gorgon slightly behind the fleeter elf, as Nissa nodded in agreement. Mel looked between the two of them in surprise, before folding her arms. Okay, then I'll bite. What's to stop me doing what I did before and using your ears for nail files? Nissa glowered, her spear aimed at the human's heart, as she prepared the plan she'd decided on during their run here, bracing herself to eat a bitter fruit. This Vraska, would you mind helping me kick this woman's overlarge rear end? Even the Gorgon looked stunned, the quiet persisting until Mel snorted, hunching over helplessly and fighting off outright mirth. Seriously, you actually asked? Wow, poisonous mushrooms really can change their spots. I'm speechless. I really am. Just for that. Fine, absolutely fine. Please say yes. Recovering her composure, Vraska regarded the elf closely. Nissa appeared sincere, but she knew enough of pride to realize those forced to dine on it often choked. Best to be sure she wasn't planning to stab her in the back somehow. On one condition: apologize. I already did. Vraska's symbiotes swayed as she shook her head. Not to me, to her. She said you tried to kill her before, the Gorgon explained as both Nissa and Mel looked at her amazed. She's done nothing I know of to deserve that. Apologize to her and I will help you. But very well, she helped me, I must repay that debt. Her spine felt as stiff as a decade-old tree, but she forced it to creak forwards, her bow the bare minimum of respect towards her foe, as her cheeks heated up. I apologize for trying to have you executed. Sorry, what was that? The human was cleaning her ear with one of her smallest fingers. I wasn't listening. Could you say it again? Calm down, I'm just joking, she sighed as Nissa growled. I can guess how much that hurt, so I accept. So 2-on-1. Then she raised her fists, dropping into a loose stance. Bring in on woe. As her opponent was tossed into the air by the vine she'd sprouted underground, Nissa's grin was wolfish, stretching wider as she poisonous darts she had the elemental spit at her momentarily helpless foe lodged home. Even with the venom, however, the woman was able to right herself in the air, landing with her blade in hand and a gush of water stained green with poison seeping out from under her cloak. Seriously, what is it with you and the greenery? I already said that's not my thing. Mel sounded more alarmed than anything else. And I thought we were fighting. Woman to a well, woman to she elf? Nissa snorted, holding her spear ready, and with her mana already infiltrated through the ground. Why would I fight your fight? Mel's green eyes widened, then she grinned. Her last words called out just before she bounded away from another subterranean assault. Good, you can learn. Even with Vraska's aid, however, the battle seemed a stalemate. Mel was, as she had found out the hard way last time, best suited for close range, but that didn't mean she was easy to contain. Her skill with evasion magic was something the elf was hard-pressed to counter, and Vraska wouldn't use her gaze, both because she didn't want to kill the woman and there was a risk of innocence being caught by its deadly effect. It devolved into a game of tactics, Nissa penning the woman in as best she could, while Vraska, far more dangerous hand-to-hand due to greater strength, venomous teeth, and dangerous symbiotes that, though they lacked her venom, came with lamprey-like mouths, engaged her hand-to-hand, shrugging off the worst damage due to her scales. Both sides were making little headway, though Nissa was pleased to see a volley of hardened grass stalks nick Mel's ear as retribution for her earlier actions, but were caught unaware by the uninvited gatecrasher to their party, heeding the warning call too late. She had him dead to rights. Then he disappeared straight through the floor. Elspeth was stumbling to avoid skewering her foot at the sudden lack of resistance. Koth, still trying to believe their enemy wasn't dead, when with a thrill of horror Kagaya realized what had happened. Splaypaw. Her vision still changed from the time she could not truly remember when she had been herself, and more turned the world into shades of white and gray, and she spotted the danger just as it was cast. Tamio, look out. As Venzer accepted the other man's hand up and made to comment about his intentions with his knightly friend, it was his experience longer than almost any other walker's that let him feel the slightest touch of mana. Compared to the explosions caused by the others, especially Elspeth in her rampaging duel, it was a breath through a curtain, the subtlest of knives, and all the more dangerous for that. Even as he saw where it had come from, heard Kagaya's call, and pushed Jace aside to help, it was too late. A flash of silver had left the blue woman's hand, her aim true. There was nothing he could do to stop the weighted rope snaring the airborne Soratami. Tamio was rocked by the impact, the bola winding around her, and then she fell, her floating scrolls collapsing alongside her as her flight spells were unraveled by a gleam of blue on the metal. Venzer didn't have time to ignoring how much he hurt. He forced himself to move as only he could, arms up. He felt an infinitesimal time of being in two places at once, a jolting, tearing pain as his teleportation ended, a crashing weight that bore him to the floor, and a rush of heat close by one. He could only hope the bastard Nezumi burned in as the pain overwhelmed him, and he fought to cling to consciousness. Chandra was the only one who saw exactly what happened. Firstly, there was a ripple, a shimmer like a mirage that revealed someone stood where no one had been before, a figure she suddenly recognized from the flash of yellow on her otherwise azure flesh as she whirled something overhead and let it go. Even as she wondered what the core from Zendikar was doing here, something monstrous erupted from the ground behind her, her shadow bulging obscenely before being torn into, a nightmare emerging from it that mercifully disentangled itself into two other figures. One was familiar and hated for that familiarity, the other was unfamiliar and hated because it looked like something only a particularly disturbed Simic neonate could dream up. Even as she watched these enemies, for anyone who stood with spikes was not a friend, and tried to work out where they'd come from, the rat-like thing streaked away far more quickly than anything that foul had any right to be running straight towards. Like hell you are. Elspeth's intervention had let her recover a little, enough to draw a line of fire between the monster and the crumpled pile, resulting from the core's thrown bola. The rat thing just pulled a halt before the impassable barrier and raged like a denied goblin, stomping its feet before whipping around to face her. Its eyes were black as midnight, and she glanced away in disgust for an instant that almost cost her everything. When she looked back, there were shards of darkness flying towards her, a swarm of daggers multiplying and giving her nowhere to go. Hastily calling on every flicker of flame she had left, the pyromaster caught light, hoping to prevent some of them sinking home before a swirl of blue and white filled her flaming gaze, and she heard a grunt, heart seizing as she realized what had happened. Jace, the mind mage, had thrown himself in front of her, taking the blades in her stead, and now all she could see was his cloak sagging as he staggered backwards. Jace, I'm all right. She could have collapsed in relief, seen that spell before. Now he stepped back shoulder to shoulder with her, his azure eyes meeting her burning ones, as the daggers his snaring spell had plucked from the air whisked into nothingness. We've got some enemies to kill them first, then you don't scare me like that, she riposted, gauntlet flaring with power. You take the core or I'll toast the rat. The creature who'd almost killed her and more unforgivably almost made Jace sacrifice himself to save her went rigid, not even its whiskers twitching as it glared at her. Rat Sama, to you. Fine, one head for contract, but yours I take for honor. Spikes. The dark steel knight, his scythe lost, but still on his feet next to the core regarding them, suddenly shifted the swords at his back, blurs of metal as he flung three to his partner. The rat leapt up to meet them, and Chandra swallowed words echoing in her mind as he landed and faced them again. Venzer was right, he is a lot more dangerous than he looks, and considering he now held a blade in each hand and another in his tail, that was quite some achievement. Preparing herself as his friend also advanced, spikes with a sword in either fist and the core just behind her, hands free despite the spear across her back. Chandra had an instant to fear before now familiar voices behind her soothed the worry. At least we're not alone in this, I'll keep the fire up, she whispered. Jace nodding as runes shimmered before him. The clash could only be seconds away. Venzer and his friend should be safe behind it. I'll handle the core, she bears the touch of the sea. Spikes is mine, Koth rumbled, loathing in his eyes as the Black Knight marched towards the half-rat. Those are normal blades, they won't touch me. I'll tear that dark steel shell off piece by rusting piece. And Splaypaw has been a dagger in our side too long, Elspeth. Sam, would you? Of course. The knight faced her next challenge unswervingly, trusting the Volshok to handle his opponent as she locked eyes with the smaller sword wielder, first him then the other. Watch the Nezumi his shadow craft know the Soratami gardener didn't need her gifted vision to see what was happening his armor he will walk through the flames. Mind Chandra burn the woman Koth was already charging towards the dark night spikes not breaking stride as he faced the wall of flame Elspeth veering off towards the rat that ran to meet her the core wove something Jace disassembled with a spell as heat seared his left shoulder and the battle was on. Bound fast atop her almost comatose friend, this would certainly not be making it into her chronicles. Trying to slip an arm free from the metal twine that had drained her flight, Kanji Tamio found indignity heaped upon shame as the pillow under her spoke. Pretty sure people pay good money for this on some planes. Hush, she demanded, trying to get out of the binding and cursing as it only made things worse. Can you move at all, Venzer-san? Tamio, I only haven't passed out because you're on top. The artificer was either too far gone to realize the innuendo or didn't care, and as she saw the silhouette loom through the flames she quickly realized she couldn't afford to either. You have to stay awake, Venzer. One of them is coming. Honorifics were forgotten over survival as she came up with a last-ditch plan. I have a mirror at my waist. You have to reach it. I cannot move. He didn't reply, and for a heart-stopping second she feared he'd lapsed into unconsciousness. But then she felt his gloved fingers edge slowly, agonizingly slowly, down her flank and across. As she forced herself still, she considered the unique sensation, a curious blend of shame at her helplessness, gratitude that Venzer would help her despite his own suffering, determination that her scheme would work, and fear at the figure who stepped through the fire without breaking stride. Seeing the man who'd held off 3 planeswalkers this close was a different scroll from the figure she'd seen at a distance. Here the spines jutting from his armor looked like they could rasp flesh from bones, his twin blades sharp enough to cut a blood oath, and even poor Kagaya, who had suffered so much and been changed by her trials, she could put warmth into her gaze. His held none as he stepped forwards, not hearing Venzer's whispered got it as he spanned his slightly longer blade around. My associate needs your head. His voice made her shiver. As well, she had only seconds to act and took one to prepare herself, another to whisper hold on to it, sorry, and then she moved, bucking her hips to toss the artificer's limp hand upwards, her mirror clasped hard in his palm. Cringing at Venzer's explosive gasp as she quickly sat up and pressed her full weight into him, the Soratami contorted enough to lean down and bite the back of his glove, dragging it, and the mirror held within up as she channeled her mana through the polished medium. It was one of the first spells taught to all her kind, and it was still effective. Caught out by her unexpected defiance, her enemy followed her motion and his eyes met the mirror. There his attention stayed and would continue to stay, held by his own reflection until she released the enchantment, something she refused to do even if casting silently reaped a far greater toll than normal. Her survival and Venzer's as well depended on her concentration, and even for a moonfolk she was patient. The artificer had been he was her friend and had saved her from her assassin in the past. It was her turn to repay the favor. Even when the aches began in her jaw and spine, Tamio denied them, set as though in stone to keep their opponent at bay. Only when a rock-breaking punch was slammed into the side of the ornate helm, hurling the knight off his feet and far away, did she finally stop. Drop Venzer's hand, working her jaw at the taste of old leather. Trying to both stretch and remain still, she found herself meeting eyes with Venzer's old friend and hastily looked away, embarrassed at the amusement in his eyes as he reached down. You get all the luck, the Volshok stated to his prostrate friend. Venzer, still awake enough to chuckle slightly, the motion jostling the Soratami perched on his stomach as Koth gripped her bindings. You're the one who got compounded, he breathed back. Tamio bounding off of him as after the geomancer quickly snapped the bolus wrapped around her. Sorry, but I don't think I'm going to be much use in this. Bring back the days when I could move across half the multiverse without feeling like a herd of rocks ran me over. Those days were a long time ago, Koth pointed out, jabbing his friend's age before sobering up and facing down his enemy. You are going to wish you were dead before I let you die, Slagstain. And I will not allow you to kill him. Koth-san, regathering her things, Tamio stood beside him and in front of the prone Venzer. Like most moonfolk, she rarely became angry, but this was an exception. First this man, then the Nezumi. Neither of them leave this place alive. He has a great penance to pay. She half expected him to order her to look after Venzer, but instead he nodded. He does more than you know. You control the mana of the sea and the clouds, and both are vengeful this day. Good. Koth's fists were surrounded by redness, his eyes fixed on the blades, now pointing at the pair of them, as spikes threw off the effects of his punch. You bind and blind him, I'll tear him apart. Wherever this thing was from, Elspeth decided she needed to visit there at least once to discover how he'd learned to fight. Her opponent Splaypaw, if she'd heard Kagaya's whisper right, was a capering whirlwind of flashing swords and foul oaths, his small stature and chaotic movement making him damned near impossible to hit, while the 3 blades he used were everywhere. Though she'd fought Phyrexian machines with more weapons than the Nezumi, she'd never fought one that had his skill. If not for her armor and Kagaya's assistance, she'd likely have been hobbled at best, outright slain at worst, before she caught on to the rudiments of his style. "I only need kill one of you," the rodent chattered in his high-pitched voice, blocking a sweeping blow with the blades held in his right hand and tail, and making the knight retreat as his third thrust. "For her belly, what so hard? See, stupid breeder? Breeder?" Reasonably sure she was being insulted, Elspeth stepped into the attack, ignoring the knife that clattered off her greave in favor of sending the rodent catapulting away, as blocking her gutting stroke lifted him off his feet. "I am a knight of Bant," and she was as long as a single noble heart beat for their codes. Bant would forever be one of the codes of the knighthood she had only recently been reminded of. "I do not allow others to die when I can prevent it." His whiskered face twisted in confusion before he sprang away, dancing on the tips of his blades to avoid the grass that had suddenly become a carpet of spikes. "Maggots, gnaw your eyes, cloud gaze," he squeaked aggressively. Kagaya regarding him impassively as streamers of mana from her good hand fed into the ground beneath them. The grass, her and Elspeth's ally, as he gazed, took in the rest of the battle and found it mercifully going well. Splaypaw was as deadly a Nezumi as any she'd heard of in legend or myth, holding a candle to even the mythical Oni, slave of the ancient war, but together she and the human were holding him, and neither of his companions were doing as well as he was. Though Venzer was weakened, barely visible to her sight, his friend and Tamio were driving their aggressor back. Even if his armor soaked up most of the damage, he had no protection against mystical restraints, and his blades were broken, gently steaming under the touch of Magma's fury. Equally, the other 2 were a blaze of fire and mist, pressing and pinning the core in place and preventing her from anything more than a desperate defense that must surely soon crack. Splaypaw also seemed to realize this, rolling backwards to put some distance between him and his opponent before an explosion of smoke surrounded him. This way, Kagaya had been expecting this and rushed forwards to grab the human's elbow. "He never stays around for a losing battle. We must press him before he can interfere with the others." Lead on. Elspeth knew the Soratami, saw more than she did, and let herself be guided through the smoke, though on the other side little awaited but the sight of his tail, 2 other plumes of smoke already dissipating on the slight breeze as the 3 enemies converged on a single point, even spikes moving faster than before despite the dents in his armor. This not working, they heard the Nezumi shriek, "Too busy not dying to kill. We go find others." "I agree." The blue woman, her race unknown to the knight, was dousing her scorched arm with a spray of water, her opponents thrown off by the sudden blinding cloud until a gust of wind blew it away, and Chandra emerged, now fully aflame. "We can't win this. Back to the beginning." I will call the other. Spike's voice was hard to pick out at this range, at volume never changing. "We will summon the aspect." Aspect? Whatever it was sounded like bad news, especially as the core stumbled in her run towards her allies. Whatever she might have wanted to say was lost under the glares of the others, and she nodded no. A ribbon of black and blue mana was flicked overhead like a whip, Kagaya guiding it, but too late as her spell streaked towards the assembled trio. The smallest of them threw something overhead that exploded with a soft pop, casting them all into shadow. As the Nezumi suddenly chanted those shadows deep into utter blackness, the 3 sinking into it even as Elspeth's incantation of light and Chandra's ball of flame speared towards the dark, eating at the edges and banishing it to reveal nothing where the 3 had once been. "Damn!" Elspeth spat, looking around for their enemies and checking her friends were still able to fight. "Where did?" Even as she voiced the question, there was a sudden light in the distance, a flare of red, a signal. From the sea, Tamio's voice reached them, the Soratami hurrying over with Koth in her wake, the Hammer tribe leader holding Venzer in his arms. "But why give away their position?" "They're calling for help," Elspeth explained quickly. "I heard them. They're aiming to summon something, but they need the others." "Then let's make sure they don't." Chandra cut, "And we've got them on the back foot. Let's keep them there and find out what the hell they want with us." Here, Venzer croaked weakly, half sitting up. "Tamio-san, can you send out more maps as we run?" Of course she already had a scroll unfurled, her calligraphy brush dancing in her hands. "Let us go and see this to its end." At those words and sharing a nod, the 7 planeswalkers took off towards the signal and hopefully the end game with this mysterious foe. Vraska heard the roar, but didn't think of it as a warning, and was too busy shaking off the effect of Mel's foot to the side of her head to make sense of Nissa's call, until it was too late. She had enough time to catch a glimpse of madness, before there was naught but agony pain that eclipsed everything else as the woman who should have died under her cursing gaze plunged a knife to the hilt in her thigh. Her symbiotes came to her defense, sensing the wounding of their host and lashing out to protect her. The cultist merely cackled, the agony repeated as she ripped her blade out of the wound to dance out of reach of retribution. Closing her eyes in case the pain made her engage her killing look reflexively, Vraska felt herself falling, her blood cold beneath her fingers as her leg crumpled. Aha, the monster falls. I have slain her well, I have. Oh, not yet. The newly ascended planeswalker sensed another presence approaching, though her heat sensed one that drove her enemy away. Certain she was in control, the Gorgon opened her eyes in time to see the mad cultist weaving away from Garruk the life mage with his teeth bared as his axe clove in deadly swings. Defend yourself, the Gorgon urged him, mentally gouging a handful of earth from the ground. I'm just wounded, don't let rage leave you open. But she wasn't Jace, she couldn't talk into minds. The wild speaker didn't hear her, his blows wilder and more misguided, and Xava pounced, leaping within range of his axe and embracing him as though they were lovers, her blade cutting a bloody gouge down his side. Her pointed teeth were bared in a grin which then faltered. Garruk was smiling as well, and from the floor Vraska saw why. His axe was falling, his hands were free, and they were terrible instruments of destruction. One clamped onto the arm, wounding him just as the other grabbed the cultist by her neck, crushing her windpipe and leaving her to kick uselessly as he ripped her away from him. Holding her at arm's length, his muscles bulged, her face going as red as a goreberry and looking like it was about to burst, and it did. The Gorgon forgot her pain as a jet of bright red blood sprayed into the beast mage's face, slackening his grip for that crucial second and allowing the Rakdos to squirm free, blood dribbling from between her lips, a mutilated tongue the price of her freedom. She staggered away, heaving for air and clutching her throat just as Vraska felt impacts, though the earth footsteps, friend or foe? She rotated her head just in time to see the willowy silhouette, her symbiotes quelled before they did more than rear up at the elf, who looked down at her. Where is it, ear wound? Leg. Vraska's voice was tight with pain even as she channeled mana through the earth she'd pressed over the laceration to seal off the wound. It didn't stop the abominable ache. Nissa leapt over her, wide eyes widening as she saw blood oozing through the mud plaster. What are you doing? You'll poison it. It won't affect me as it would you. Magic can, but I can't. I only know how to heal others of my tribe. Never before had that been a problem. Indeed, it had been a source of pride, but now all the shaman could feel was profound disquiet that she didn't know how to help. How blind could we be? Nissa, the Gorgon's rasp broke her from her self-castigation, and to her surprise, there was understanding in those slit pupils. It doesn't matter, that kind of magic doesn't work on my kind. Where is Mel? Nissa shook her head, stomach churning with a mixture of loathing that her enemy had granted her mercy again and gratitude that she saw what happened and retreated. Hold still, I'll make sure this plaster doesn't move. Vraska nodded, glancing away as the elf laid her hand atop her scaled one, her mana wending into the blood-dampened earth, solidifying it, molding it to the cut, and securing it in place. A root she had rise to the surface was quickly cut and tied in place, helping bind the wound as Nissa stood and stepped back, seeing Vraska look behind her and spinning with her stave ready. If the cultist had returned, she'd soon be cackling in front of whatever dark god she worshipped. There was no one there, nothing save in the distance a faint red glow like a falling star, or what was the word, a firework? But there was no noise. She'd have heard such things before she saw them, but this one hadn't exploded, and there were no enemies around, so she threw it from her mind, planting her spear in the ground and dropping to her knees beside the Gorgon to feed more mana to the plaster. Do you think you can stand? She saw the wounded leg shake, the inhuman face twitch, and the multitude of symbiotes rustle restlessly as they shared their host's pain. No, I can barely move. Then stay still. The earth came to life under the elf's feet and pulled itself into a platform that bore the Gorgon aloft. You picked me up once, now I repay the favor. Vraska said nothing, Nissa barely noticing her reaction until she felt the hand overlain by her own turn over the two, meeting palm to blood-slicked palm. There was no favor, Nissa Revain. All are equal in the swarm, the Golgari told her before smiling. I am glad you didn't try to pick me up by the hair, however it would have ended badly for both of us. Despite herself, despite all the fighting, the humiliation and the painness, laughed, she honestly laughed as she squeezed the Gorgon's fingers, Vraska, also giving a hissing chuckle as she lay upon the elemental safe for a while. They were still laughing when company rolled in. Garrick, looking the two of them over curiously before deciding whatever was going on was none of his business, instead speaking as Gideon arrived at a run. Cyril looped over his shoulder and stopping at the sight of him. "It's not mine," the wild speaker growled, remembering the wicked woman who'd writhed from his grip after using a defense he'd never seen before. Had she not been an enemy, he would have begrudgingly respected her will to survive. She ran at the red light after another called her to heel. "So did mine. That signal was planned," the hieromancer deduced grimly before looking past the recovering ones. "I'll get Kiora. Can you follow them?" Garrick's smile was made terrifying by a mask of drying blood. "I'll have that bitch's knife for a hunt trophy." "Just be grateful she didn't get the trophy," Timothy said she wanted. Fortunately, the Sun Mage kept that thought quiet as he ran towards the bubble. He could see glad Kiora had kept her head enough to remember her spell, and more than that, her charge as well. Defending the helpless, if not innocent, God's pride was going to choke him if he wasn't careful as he caught the mergirl's outline and made a prearranged signal. The thin sheen of mana-charged water quickly collapsed. The mergirl spattered with droplets as she quickly ran up and glanced over him concerned. "Are you hurt?" "No," he assured her, hiding the bruises he'd received from the edges of Tim's skillet. "Are you all right? Why did you need the bubble?" "The other one, Mel, she asked to see it." "Really? Why would people like her and Timothy Honey too, to a lesser extent, work with a madwoman?" It doesn't make sense. He'd asked that question to his opponent, but the old man had been infuriating, cryptic rambling about other topics and old adventures to frustrate his impromptu investigations. "She didn't attack you though?" "No, not really. I bubbled both of us, and she know us." Kiora suddenly straightened as she remembered what was missing. Liliana. Gideon followed her towards where the woman sat, dampened by the water, but not caring as she stared over her knees. "Liliana, come on, Gideon can help with your binding." The necromancer said nothing and showed no reaction other than to stand. As soon as he saw her face, Gideon realized no amount of bindings on his behalf was going to restore what she'd lost. Her debts paid in full then. He'd heard of those who bartered away their most precious possession and lived to regret it, but had never seen it until he looked into her face and saw nothing there but cold, cruel beauty. She lived devoid of anything that made life worth living, and worse than even that, she remembered life before her loss a punishment worse than any penance. Those who think order cruel have never seen the punishments of true chaos. The old lesson no longer as true in his mind as it once had been, echoed in his mind as the necromancer Britley walked towards him, not dropping her desolating gaze from his face as he tried to remain impassive. "We might end your life, but we do not touch your soul. Don't pity me." Her voice was flatter than before, but there was still a trace of bitterness placed there by the memory of the emotion as opposed to feeling it. "I am what I am, but I will not be pitied for it." Fine. Gideon would once have either castigated or tried to redeem her. Time had taught him he couldn't save one who refused the open hand. "You made your deals, you pay the price for them. Our enemies have retreated for a signal. We're going after them. Are you with us, or do we leave you here?" If her loss had one positive, it was that it made her harder to read. He honestly had no idea what she was about to do or say until she stooped down and he heard fabric rip. "I can run," she assured him, the ragged slit now torn in her dress letting her stretch her legs. "Leave the old man alive. I want this curse undone." Given what he knew of the esoteric spell the older man had caught her with, Gideon thought that unlikely, but also thought better of voicing it aloud. Hope might be the only thing keeping her together, and dashing it could be disastrous, especially if she undid the binding that locked away the power she couldn't control. "Keep up then, Kiora." He didn't need to finish. The girl leapt into his opened arms, knowing she wouldn't be able to keep up otherwise, holding still as he led Liliana towards the others. Garrick already ranging ahead to track down their fleeing foes, the elf having to move more slowly as she commanded the elemental holding Vraska. "Actually, Kiora, I'm going to leave you with Vraska. She's hurt. Can you look after her like you did Liliana?" "Of course." Love to the mergirl said, before whispering, "At least she'll talk to me. She just talked a lot, and then went quiet, didn't say a word." "What happened to her?" "I'm not sure." He hated lying, but this really was the lesser of two evils. "We'll deal with it later when this is done." Rivain the elf looked over her shoulder at his shout room. "For one more?" Should be, she called back, seeing the passenger he was carrying and fortifying the moving turf with more of her mana, expanding it to give Kiora somewhere to sit that wouldn't jostle the prone Gorgon. I'll have to hang back a little, but we shouldn't slow you down too much. We'll keep close, the hieromancer assured her before he saw Garak hold his axe aloft, something settling on its haft and causing him to stop. At first, he thought it might have been a bird, though when he arrived to see the wild speaker unfold it, he realized it was something better. Where their enemies have run to, they must be uniting as one pack. The hunter spat at the thought. So must we. 3 are dangerous, 6 too many for us, with Wounded and Small Claw. You're not wrong, Gideon assured him. We follow the light and either find the others or find those who've done this. Garak nodded, eyes already fixed on the distance towards the shore. He could smell and hear, but not see. Follow me. I see them. The call brought the rough group to a standstill, Kagaya's veins engorged as she double-checked what her changed vision was telling her. 5 that way. The others. Jace put the pieces together. First, it couldn't be the rat and the others. 3 of them left together, and his shadow magic must take them all to the same place. They must have seen the signal too. His heart suddenly clenched tightly. There should be 6. My vision is not perfect, the Soratami said, seeming to glide across the ground rather than run as she plotted an intercept course. It could be that 2 are close together, and I cannot tell them apart. We best find out. We're going to need all the help we can get, Chandra pointed out, keeping up with their tracker as Kagaya's blessed vision led the way, fingers tightly crossed that everyone was all right, but especially Vraska, Gideon, and little Kiora. How far away are we? Minutes only. A crane of paper flew overhead, streaking into the distance as Tamio rode on the run, the simulacrum zipping into the distance to guide the other planeswalkers in, and mercifully it worked. There was no mistaking the huge silhouette that appeared on the horizon and raised his axe in greeting. Never thought I'd be so glad to see a dustmage, Venzer admitted in an undertone cough, managing to control his laughter by the time they were close enough to see the wild speaker properly. Garak looking over them all before addressing the closest. Any hurt? Just one, exhausted Tamio assured him, the paper bird that had guided Garak to them flying to her finger, its purpose complete. Yourselves? One, the Gorgon woman. Not bad, he said, discounting his own wounds and hearing both Ravnik and planeswalkers catch their breath. Just can't walk. The mad woman stabbed her. Chandra's eyes flashed. That bitch burns today. Not if I get there first. Jace's fury was colder than his friend's, but no less powerful for that. How far are they, Garak? Come, he beckoned them, his long loping stride eating up the ground, bringing them quickly within eyeshot of the others. The relief was palpable from all sides. Those strangers to each other in this place, and against these enemies, they had a common cause, and every friendly face was a welcome one. As they took stock and shared information about their enemies, Chandra skirted around the throng towards the rear, peering up onto the shuffling living land and sighing dramatically, carted around, being waited on hand and foot by a personal servant. Some people get all the luck, quickly dodging a spray of water from her friend's new protector and thanking the mare girl for looking after her. The pyromancer quickly dropped the jokes as she saw the mud tied around the Gorgon's leg. How are you feeling? I'm going to kill Xava, if it helps. Vraska smiled, propping herself up on her elbows. Surprisingly, it does. It should heal quickly given enough rest and food. I reckon no more than a few days before I am whole. Tomorrow, before I can move. I am, however. She paused, searching for the right word. Discomfort. Have you tried to sense a way away from this place, Chandra? Having never been one to run from a fight, the question caught her off guard. No, we can't run away, Vraska. These bastards have a lot to answer for you, least of all. You are correct, we can't run away, but not for the reason you stated. The Gorgon was solemn as she regarded her friend. I have tried to sense another plane near here since I was placed on this elemental, as has Kiora. Neither of us can feel anything beyond the eternities. The mare girl nodded to back up her new friend's words, looking pensive as Vraska finished. I am hoping it is, because neither of us are experienced planeswalkers. But you think we're what, trapped here? The thought made even Chandra's blood run cold. She'd been held on a plane against her will before, and it had not been a pleasant experience. I hope not, but fear so, Vraska said quietly, not wanting the others to overhear her private concerns. And if I'm right, we may be fighting these planeswalkers for a lot more than merely wounded pride. Then let's hope you're not right. Keep that idea to yourself. I'll ask Jace when I get a chance. He's better at entering the eternities than me, Chandra assured her before hearing someone approach and backing away as the ground under her boots shifted. What? Got to put him somewhere, Koth told her, helping Venzer onto the now enlarged elemental as Nissa stood nearby, maintaining her creation with only the merest hint of effort. First the cloudfolk, now the Gorgon. You really do get all the luck. Ah, but is it luck or long experience? Watch the Sojourner said mystically, half rolling to see his new bedfellow regarding him. It's Vraska, is it not? Beautiful name, and if I may be so bold, your scales have exquisite patterning. I'm flattered, but it's a wasted effort I bite to reproduce. You're not the first girl to tell me that. Chandra clapped a hand over her mouth, shaking with mirth. He didn't even blink. I have got to get a copy of whatever book he's in. Something about rabbits? But I'm sure we can work something out. Metal hands met a partially metal face as Koth groaned. This is not the time, and there are flex present. Concentrate on being ready to teleport, not flirt. My dear Koth, why do you think I developed that ability? Why sneak out the boudoir when you can flash out? You are hopeless led by your balls. And you gave yours to Nurthu when you compounded the artificer, riposted Chandra, forced to turn her back as the two bickered. Now go, let me enjoy my recovery. Please don't leave. Vraska's deadpan again drew a helpless snicker as the firebrand stepped away, waving to Kiora and grateful, after seeing Nissa nod at her whisper, to stay close in case things went badly before she fell into step with Koth. So Venzer, he seems he's a sarcastic bit of slag, who torments me every chance he gets. The geomancer grumbled. The things he said at my melding ceremony. I should have made that mask tighter. Mask later, she decided, tapping him on the shoulder. When this is over you'll have to tell me everything. The Hammer tribe leader glanced at her sidelong, before nodding likewise. Sola he was cut off by not so much a noise as a sensation, a rush of mana from the earth, so powerful it affected them all. Aches faded and wounds, even deep ones, became a little less painful, and Nissa's elemental swelled a little in size, much to the consternation of those atop it. The aspect Elspeth called over the stunned confusion. Our enemy said they were summoning something. The aspect. We have to stop them. How so fast? Our three weren't that far ahead of us when they ran. Translocation magic, Jace answered Gideon's question, pelting to keep pace as they ran towards the source of the mana pulse. I'm beginning to think all of them are skilled in it. They must have regrouped already and begun summoning this aspect. Then let's go unsummon it, Koth grated, punching his fists together as he recalled finally gaining the upper hand against the Dark Warrior before the smoke had let him escape, and then we put its summoners to the damned torch. The assent to this question as mutual, each of the assembled mages gathering their strength, their mana, and their wits for a last confrontation against their mysterious antagonists.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.